Okay, and we are live.
Oh, sweet.
Actually, wait, I need to put something on my story too.
Yeah, I gotta post this too. Sorry to all those live. Sorry to all the viewers. I didn't. To be honest.
Sorry.
To be honest, sorry, not sorry, because I mean this is just part of the fucking the process. You know what I mean? What the fuck do you want from us? I'll turn this off. Sorry.
Dog'em looked at the new Screen Tongue story. There we go. It's live, Kate. It's live. You're live. You want to say something for the viewers? Just give them a quick one too. Just fucking leaves. Yeah, it's live. Oh yeah, it's live. What's that? They're putting stuff on their Instagram stories. Yeah, that's what's up, right? That's what's up. My Elijah, my schizophrenic uncle is in town.
Uh-oh.
He's living here at the house. But they took him to Green Valley Ranch.
Okay.
To go like gamble and shit.
It was consensual.
Is he having a good time?
I don't know. I think so. I think he's having a good time just talking to people, honestly.
Okay.
Not being like isolated or anything. He's funny, but yeah, you kind of have to like, if he starts talking to you and he's like talking for a long time, you got to make sure you ask some questions too, or like guide the conversation.
Okay.
Because he'll just pretty much just
talk
guide you. He'll talk about whatever he
yeah.
wants. Yeah. But he's pretty cool. He's like super Mexican. He's like, oh man, that's fucked up, man.
Does he like Sublime?
No, he really likes like disco. He really likes some techno stuff. He's like 53, but so he's kind of out of touch. So he bought a Deadmau5 record, but he's like he doesn't know that the 5 is supposed to be like an S.
So he calls it Deadmau5.
No, he says he's like, oh, I got the Deadmau5 5 record, like that. It's really funny. Deadmau5 5, yeah. But he's just like that. He's like that. But he's cool. I like hanging out with him though. Like we were doing some errands yesterday with him. Like just going to get him some pants, and get some food to eat from the grocery store. And it was pretty wholesome. It was very wholesome. He cooked some steak for us, some like T-bone.
Okay.
He did a pretty good job.
Okay.
He's professional.
Yeah. He because my mom's dad, when they were in Acapulco, they owned a restaurant, so
Really?
he can kind of cook. Yeah.
That's cool.
But he used to be like a hardcore like beach bum surfer type in Acapulco. Like wouldn't get a job, would just go around like fucking around and stuff. And but he kind of got fucked up. Oh yeah, I was like, what is he doing? Did you tell anything about the photographer dude?
Oh, yeah. That one was like the big thing I wanted to talk about
On the podcast?
Or just like we'll talk about that. Maybe not on the podcast, but is it live?
It's live. Oh yeah,
It's been live for like 5 minutes now. Yeah.
It do be live. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry, it's only like one viewer right now. It's gonna let some of the views trickle in, trickle down.
Norby and I are gonna act in a short film.
I told him about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Deadbeats.
That'll be cool.
I told him about how they wanted you to be Neil.
The bitch character. They said you're the perfect bitch.
Yeah.
Kind of fucked up.
It's all good.
Got some new cameras. So the host and the guest camera are kind of like a different quality than the master cam, because they're like the same brand but like a slightly different model. So like there's a bit more of like a tinge to it.
Yeah, it looks like there's like a different like just color temperature.
I couldn't
contrast.
I couldn't with the shitty OBS settings. I couldn't get it to match perfectly.
I think it's just dark on this side. Yeah.
It could be.
Is there if I shift this a little bit?
Yeah, you can shift it. Be careful. That light is not on there very well at all.
Okay.
So be careful with that. There you go.
Spill the wine. Take that pearl.
There we go. Hey, what's up, Blunt? Brandon. What's up, Brandon?
What's up, Brandon? How you been?
He's like the Waffenseater, but for screen tongue now.
All right. How's it going, film fans? It's a special episode. I want to give a quick shout out to my two co-hosts here, Norby and Elijah.
Yeah.
You know, I talked a lot of shit. Paul Thomas Anderson. And now look at it. We're at episode 30. It's finally here. And guess what? It's the special. It's director special. You know, we did Vincent Gallo. We did Harmony Korine. Now third up, I'm just very grateful that you guys allowed and indulged me with the Paul Thomas Anderson special, and it worked out. You know, we started talking about this last year. He only had 8 movies out. He has 9 movies out now. You know, that's the perfect number we were saying. You know, if we're doing 4 movies, you guys have been there. The loyal ones, the real ones, they know. Our 4 movie episodes. They're pretty hit or miss. Mostly miss, in my opinion, because, you know, we're not spending the quality time because 4 movies is hard to talk about. We can do 3. We'll work up to 4. Just wait for Backcountry Live 24-hour stream.
Dude.
You know, it'd be fun.
Spoilers, dog. Spoilers.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. You can talk about it.
It'd be crazy if we had multiple channels too. It's like we go to the 24-hour screen tongue, 24-hour wizard, 24-hour
wizard. That'd be crazy.
24-hour edit excess, and it was just
nice.
It was just all of it.
Speaking of which, Deja sent me the unfinished edits.
Oh,
I haven't watched them full length.
Wait, when'd she send them?
I think it was like a day or 2 ago. I haven't
I didn't even know that.
I haven't watched them all the way through.
Oh, I got a text her.
But I watched. I just looked at like the thumbnails and kind of like clicked on a few like really quick because I was at work. But they seemed like one of them was like you like layering up and going on a bridge.
Yeah, that was when we first got the gimbal.
Oh shit!
So it was more just a camera test because like I just wanted to see the capabilities of it, and we just got the camera too. So yeah, I don't know what she sent you, but it was probably mostly test stuff. But that was also when I don't even know if it's a Donda 2 single now. Who knows what's up with Donda 2? But one of the first songs tonight, Kanye's like, "Oh, a new Kanye song," so we put that in there.
I did have that one in it. It was pretty cool. From what I saw, it looked pretty cool. But it seemed like it was mostly like test stuff, and that's pretty much perfect for edit excess. All unfinished edits and stuff. Did you guys watch anything? Did you guys watch anything recently?
I saw Crimes of the Future yesterday.
Oh
yeah. What's hot too?
Who did the sound on that?
Tom, Professor PT, Professor Tom. He didn't do all the sound. I think he just worked on the machine designs. Which when you see the movie, there's like you can get why you might need multiple sound people. There's a lot of intricate stuff. I don't even know what to say about that movie. To be honest,
Whoa.
It's not bad. It's just I guess I'm just still digesting it because. To be honest, it felt like an assembly cut. There was so much of it it just felt like and not like it just felt half baked. But it was an intent. It definitely maybe felt I could see how you could argue that it was intentional, but at the same time there was just a lot of it just felt like I don't know. I don't want to be a hater, but it's just
Where'd you see it?
I saw it at the Orleans.
Okay. Is it like a vortex thing or will it be here?
Nah, I think it's gonna be. I don't know how long it's gonna be in the theaters. It's from Neon, so you know they were the extended runs, but it's not like forever.
Okay. Is it like classic Cronenberg or is it like kind of like History of Violence Cronenberg?
I haven't seen History of Violence,
but like that vibe where he started to make like movies.
No, I would actually say it's a good merge of both because like there's a lot of body horror or just like, you know, gross out stuff that you would imagine from classic Cronenberg. Yeah. But like from the last 10 to 20 years in terms of like him like being a self-proclaimed artist, it's like coming from that space. So there's just certain things and there's just a lot of things that just like that's when I say it just felt half baked. And I can get it. Maybe he's just like trying to present these things, but like there's clearly like a lot of pieces and a lot of interesting things, but I'll just sum it up and say that like the inciting incident is the final scene of the movie. It's not a spoiler. I mean, it's just like.
That's interesting.
Is it like a frame narrative type of thing?
No. It's just, I just can't believe that it. I can believe it, but it's basically like 80% of the movie is all exposition that could have just been one scene.
Whoa, what the hell? That's pretty interesting.
And I get like you're trying to world build, but like literally like a lot of like it really could have just been like streamlined. But I'd still see you should see it. There's like some interesting. There's definitely a lot of like yeah, you get a lot of classic Cronenberg, just like weird shit.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time,
is it supposed to be a remake, or is it just
no? It just has the same name as that the short film or whatever it is.
This is supposed to be his last film, right?
Supposedly, but then I saw something when he got an interview at Cannes where he was like, "Oh no, I could definitely make a movie with Kristen Stewart and Robert Pattinson." He actually said that. I'm like,
I talked to because Elwood saw it and he was telling me a little bit about it. He was like, "Yeah, people were saying it was his last, but it's not going to be his last." And I was like, "Oh, okay."
So
Tom doesn't get that honor.
It's whatever. Shout out to Brandon Cronenberg too, though. I'm excited for whatever.
What's he making next?
I don't even know.
No. Possessor. I was thinking about Possessor the other day.
Me too.
Oh, I watched Mandy.
Oh, you did?
I watched Mandy with Busha.
You did?
Yeah, Busha. After the movie, Busha was like, "What was that supposed to be about?" Mandy is so good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mandy is like incredible.
Mm-hmm.
That's what made me think about Possessor, because Andrea Riseborough's in.
Yeah.
Such a cool fucking movie.
For real.
Shout out to Panos Cosmatos. I hope you make another movie soon. He probably is not going to make a movie for like 15 years. Who knows?
He's made one other thing, right?
The
Black Rainbow.
Beyond the Black Rainbow.
Is that like Mandy at all?
Visually, yeah.
Okay. Isn't it more like sci-fi though?
Looks like it would.
Yeah, it's like, and it's a lot more contained.
Contained.
It literally looks like Contained too.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I finished this Andy Warhol documentary.
Oh, cool.
That came out a few months ago on Netflix.
Was it good?
It was actually really good and entertaining. It was probably like 5 or 6 episodes, and I'm not really big on TV in general, especially a docuseries. I feel like a lot of times a docuseries is either exploitative or it's just like repetitive, where it's like the same shit. And there's definitely some parts that felt like it was a little bit like that, but at the same time, I had never really done like my due diligence and like looking into like the life and career of Andy Warhol. Like I'm familiar with him and all that, so it was still like beneficial for me in that way.
Right.
But like you guys know, like after he died, like he had like a diary that like came out as a book, and like
I didn't know that.
Basically he would every day he would call this his friend who was like a writer and asked her to just record their conversations.
That's cool.
As like his diary. And then like she edited into like book form, and then it came out. And so the whole docuseries is basically centered around the events that are described in the diary, which is like 70s and onward. But they do this thing where they have an AI Andy Warhol voice read the diary.
What?
So like there's a whole bunch of parts where it's like his voice reading the diary.
That's
and
really
shit like
cool.
that.
Does it sound pretty accurate?
It actually is like really good, the technology. And then
Interesting.
I'd say like the main takeaway that I found interesting was like it goes really deep on his actual like personal life and like relationships he had.
Was he gay?
Yeah.
I knew it.
No, like
Elwood said he wasn't gay.
For real? He's gay.
I might be saying something about Elwood.
He might argue that means she just has a bad gaydar, you know. And
That's so funny.
But
I'm
no,
gonna text him that tonight.
he basically had two like prominent lovers in his life. Two men. One of them was an architect, and the other one was. They were both art related, but like he kind of had like really like fucked up relationship with them, like not in like an abusive way, like a physically abusive way, but like he would just like one of them. They lived in the same house, but like he made him live on the 4th floor. But then that guy got AIDS, and then
Yikes.
And yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there about the AIDS crisis and how that kind of basically just like, you know, if you think about it historically, like AIDS really just like was like the silver bullet to the peace and love era, because or like not the peace and love, the free love era, you know, where like starting in the 60s, leading through the 70s and up into the 80s, especially in somewhere like New York, you know what I mean? It was just very open and all that stuff. And then AIDS, you know, considered like the gay cancer, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, you don't want to sleep with anybody you don't know. And so it goes into that shit. And then it also goes into like he had like a really like close like working personal relationship with Basquiat, which is really interesting.
There's a guy who did the drawings.
How'd Basquiat die?
Heroin.
Heroin
or actually, I don't know if it was specifically heroin. It was just
drugs.
Yeah, drug related. But he was a heroin addict. He's part of the 27 Club too. But it goes into a whole bunch of just like his personal life and all that shit. It's crazy. Everyone that was like he was close with, all died. Like, his first lover, they kind of like separated, and he went with his second lover, but he died in a plane crash a year after Andy Warhol died. He was like 30. And then his second lover died of AIDS. And then he had a wife who died when she was like 28. And then it goes into like when he got shot.
He got shot?
Yeah, he got like John Lennon style. Like he was just like walking out and like paparazzi and shit, and boom, he got shot. Oh, actually no, it wasn't like that. That was John Lennon. He actually got shot because like, you know how he had like his like artist workshop and shit like that, and an actress that like really like hate, like I don't know, had beef with him, just came one day and fucking shot him. But sorry, I'll sum it up. But the most interesting thing I found from it was actually how like it wasn't even like about his work, or the documentary is about his work and shit. But the part that I found most interesting was actually his process, where at a certain point Andy Warhol becomes like the iconographic name brand or whatever, and at that point you're able to use his persona, his personality as a platform, and then you know he's basically just building his own sort of factory, the Warhol factory, where he basically, you know, he's not even making the films that he's credited as directors on and all that shit. He has people doing all that shit for him, but it's under his sort of name and brand. But really that's like in a sense that's the ultimate, at a certain, that's like almost like the peak pinnacle of like what you can do as an artist, in terms of at a certain point you yourself can only do so much, and especially if you're working with people, credit becomes this weird thing, but you're able to get a lot more out into the world that way. Right. And then it's also interesting too in terms of like the artist as art, where like Warhol's probably one of the most prominent or early examples, especially in like that late 20th century postmodern era of like of that, you know, where it's like really his greatest art piece is himself in terms of constructing the persona, the personality, the iconography of it, you know, because he's gay, you know, but you don't really know that, right? It's like all the shit. And so, but then you can even translate that into like something like Kanye or something, right? That's what I do, you know. Where it's like really you're just like, it doesn't matter what the truth is, you know, it's more about how you interpret what's being presented. Right. So that was cool. And then
Elwood and I had a conversation about Andy Warhol. I was kind of like picking his brain on it, and he was saying like, is there something funny about Andy Warhol? And me and Elwood talking. We were also listening to like Slow Dive while we were talking about it.
And that's not what I was laughing about, but there is.
And My Bloody Valentine.
I was I want to like. Sorry, go ahead. You go ahead.
And we were just talking about. He was talking about how like Andy Warhol thought he could. He was like really good at marketing himself.
Yeah, that he became like business was his like the art that he wanted to get into.
And he could kind of just like put his brand on something, and he knew it would sell. And Elwood's like a big Velvet Underground fan. And the first like Velvet Underground album is the Banana one that has like Andy Warhol as like the producer. Even though I was just curious, did they talk about that at all, the Velvet Underground?
No, because like I said, it's mostly in and around like the Diary stuff, which is like early to mid 70s. And I mean, there's a whole it goes through like his whole life and stuff, but like it doesn't really touch on that.
That was interesting. Elwood said that like he produced the album. He was credited as the producer, but he didn't like actually produce it. And he thought like because his name was on it, it was gonna sell. But have you guys heard that album?
I've heard a little bit.
It's a cool album. I really like it. But like for the time, you can kind of see why people like did not like it, because a lot of it just like kind of like the aesthetic is to like sound like shit. And like the production quality like isn't like super high. It's almost like in a way there's some songs on there that are like a prototype for like industrial music, a little bit of punk, and even like a little bit like lo-fi in terms of like just making something that doesn't sound that great. But he thought it was going to sell, and then it didn't sell.
Right.
But then it became like a cult classic.
Yeah.
Like you see people, I feel like you see people wearing the banana shirt. You've definitely seen the album cover somewhere.
Yeah, you definitely wear it the most. And
no,
public and stuff. Like you're the only dude I've seen wearing it.
I think I'm the only dude ever that's wore a shirt that has a band.
At least in Vegas that I've seen.
You really popularized banana memorabilia.
Yeah, hardcore.
My shirt doesn't have the banana on it though.
Oh no.
It has the tongues.
Yeah.
But that's the same thing because they had this lady named Nico on the album.
Right.
Not to hijack from Andy Warhol though.
But I was laughing at that earlier because I also recently had a conversation about Andy Warhol with Elwood. Not because like I don't know a lot about him. Like I always like heard his name a lot. Like in art class they always talked about him a lot and stuff. I'm like, alright, he's cool. But I knew that Elwood really liked him, and like I just really wanted to piss him off. And so I was just like hardcore shitting on Andy Warhol. Like, oh, his art looks like shit. Like he's a fucking like who the fuck is he? And Elwood was like getting so peeved about it. He was like genuinely pissed. Like, are you joking? Are you joking? Please tell me you're joking. And then fucking Kate was kind of mad about it. Like, holy shit, they really like Andy Warhol.
So two things. First off, Elwood said he wasn't gay. Second, I remember hearing something about Andy Warhol making like a documentary about like the Empire State Building that was like a shit ton of time. And then didn't he do one where one of his boyfriends is just sleeping?
I think so. He also did gay porn in the 70s. He wasn't participating in it, but he like photographed and filmed it. And that he actually did photograph and film.
Okay. Interesting. You'd recommend it though? It's on Netflix?
Yeah, it's actually like a pretty entertaining watch. Like I was always engaged and intrigued, and it just took me so long just because it's one of those things that you just kind of revisit at a time and whenever you want to. It wasn't like but the only thing that is a little, I would say that in terms of a negative thing is like they do like these weird sort of, not necessarily like a recreation, but like they have like an Andy Warhol like double like stand-in, but then like they shoot it like it's like out of focus, like from behind a little bit, like it's like him like just like contemplating and shit like that.
That's annoying. So
it's a little goofy, but I mean at the same time, like I wouldn't have put that in there, but if they did, I think they did execute it well for having, even though it's like pretty lame as an idea concept.
Is it in slow motion?
Yeah.
That's such a millennial thing to do.
But they have, and then there's a shit ton of interviews with everyone that was associated around him at the time. What about you? You seen anything, Norby?
Nothing this week, but I think the week before that I went to go see Dead Man with Elwood at the Snappy Burger place. Because they're doing like they were doing like a Johnny Depp marathon of just like Johnny Depp movies for the whole Amber
the Johnny Depp news too, right?
Yeah, he won the case.
Yeah, but then there was like he also had to pay Amber Heard $2 million, even though he got 10. So it's like, why'd you got to do that?
Yeah. And she's like, she can't even afford to pay him all of it apparently. So she's like negative millions of dollars right now. It's like, it's such a weird situation.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. The whole thing seemed almost like, I don't want to say it was fake, but it was like so. There were so many different like clips about it. It almost felt like it was like a staged courtroom type of thing.
It was just at a certain point, yeah. It was just more just like reality TV. The fact that like you could just tune into the live stream of it happening, and that like all of media or social media was just kind of like covering it. It's like, I get why that's entertaining or why that sells, but it's like, you know, that's just kind of fucked up too. You know, because then now anyone and everyone, at least in the U.S., is familiar and knows about or is talking about the case, and it's like, it's just bullshit, you know, just media bullshit, to be honest.
That Kanye clip of the paparazzi.
Oh yeah,
that's what that reminded me of.
I gotta show you this other one, my favorite Kanye paparazzi clip.
Oh yeah.
But you know, when you see that one, then you see the one that you sent, you can see some character growth.
Good. Okay.
But you saw Dead Man?
Dead Man, yeah. Dead Man was it's a Jim Jarmusch movie. And I saw the trailer for it like a long time ago. I'm like, it looks interesting.
I feel like we watched the trailer in Brett's editing class. Like
we may have.
Or I think at least my class.
Your class may have. She showed us a few things, but I remember seeing the trailer at some point and thinking it looked like an interesting movie. But he said Jim Jarmusch, and I didn't realize that. It's like, okay, well, it's gonna be like a Jim Jarmusch movie. And I watched it, and it's really like not like a like of the Jim Jarmusch movies I've seen, which is like the what is it, like the
Ghost
Dog, and then like Dead Don't Die. I think that's it so far. But like those two, at least in like some of the tone, like there's some consistency of like how awkward it is.
Have you seen Patterson?
No, I haven't, but that's a big one that people will talk about. But the tone there is like consistent. So I'm like, okay, I feel like all of his movies are gonna have that tone, like in like all of them. But it wasn't. I mean, it kind of was here, but like it felt more like a cohesive, like an actual movie, like a real movie, like a real movie. And I was really taken back by that.
That's cool. It's about like Johnny Depp's cousin, right? Who comes over.
No, it's like a. What is it? It's like Johnny Depp it's like a cowboy movie, and he's going to a job, and the job's like, we don't need you. And he goes and sleeps with his woman, and I won't spoil it from there, but like he's basically like on the run through like the whole movie with like an Indian. And it's like a pretty I don't know. I wasn't expecting it to be the way it was. It's like a pretty straight movie, but done pretty well. Like it's a pretty solid movie. The soundtrack was done by. I mean, I'm not a Neil Young fan, but he did it, and he did a good job. Like, it definitely felt kind of like. Oh man, I wish I knew what year it was made, but it just felt
1995.
95. Yeah, it felt like a 90s movie. Like the music felt very like if they made this, I mean, it's not really a spaghetti western, but like if they made one in the 90s, basically.
And it's in black and white, right?
Black and white. The music was, Elwood told me Neil Young just like watched the movie while playing the guitar, and that's all they did for the music. And it was good. It was solid music.
What did Elwood think of it?
Oh, he loves it. He saw it like he saw it like 2 days. He went back like the night afterwards to watch it again. It's like the 5th time he's seen it.
That's what he wants to do for this short he's working on, Donkey. He wants to film it, and then there's 2 other guys, and he wants me and the 2 other guys to like make the music based on the rough cut. What do you think of that as a way to make music or a score?
Just don't fuck it up.
I think. Well, it's just. Well, what are the ways? You have the music made before, you play along to it, or do you is it made like coinciding with actual production, then you get to the edit and then you decide. So it's just different processes. To be honest, it feels like the most like straightforward and like the most palatable way. Oh, how do you make a score? Well, you just play along to the movie. That makes sense. So yeah, that's how I feel about it, I guess.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it.
Did Elwood say he wanted it to be one take, or like you guys can retry?
I mean, I hope he lets us retry. Like, I don't plan on doing all that.
Yeah.
I made after hearing the idea for it, I played like a little acoustic guitar demo, and I recorded it. So I should send that to him.
Yeah, you should.
A little off topic, but I get there's been a few albums that have come out too.
Oh yeah.
The Kendrick album.
Yeah, Kendrick albums come out. You guys listen to it at all?
No, but I like the album cover.
That's all right.
It's
gonna be my vinyl tongue pick. So
vinyl tongue. Oh, yeah. Wait. Let's do the vinyl tongue picks like in 5. Like let's do like. That's a good idea.
All right, cool.
Do we want to call it vinyl tongue, by the way?
That can be a working title.
It could be working.
Yeah.
I was talking to Kate about it. I was like, oh, I want to do vinyl tongue. She's like, I feel like it should be different. I'm like, you're not wrong, but like. Like, damn, I'm to like.
We need some suggestions.
Yeah, for real.
Put the suggestions in the comments.
Yeah, if you guys, Brandon, if you have an idea for like a music podcast, which is basically
hit us with something blunt.
Yeah. And then, would you guys want to listen to the music during? I mean, not like for the first time, but like if we're talking about an album, play it during, or like just like talk about the music after. Or
we could like sample it.
Sample it, yeah.
Or yeah, I guess maybe if we all wanted to pick one track from each album to like talk about more in depth if we wanted to, but it would be hard because I feel like I don't even know how to grasp how long it would take us to talk about an album. You know, I mean, it takes us 2 or 3 hours to do the 3 movies, and then if say it takes 20 to 30 minutes to do each song, and an album has between 8 to 20 songs in it,
Yeah, who knows? We just have to try it out.
Yeah.
I think we should listen to it beforehand.
Oh no,
when
most
definitely. When we're talking about it, just bring up.
No, not like listening to it for the first time during, but like,
reaction.
Like that'd be funny. But like, just like if we were talking about a certain section, like, yo, pull that up.
I feel like we'd have to have some rules too. Like, you had to listen to each album like a certain number of times, because you couldn't really digest an album after one listen. And it's more easy. It's a lot better than a movie where it's like, most of these movies you only see like once and you can talk about it. But an album, I feel like you need to listen a few times. So we'd probably have to set some sort of I guess rules for that. Or how, and then we also have to talk about how do you listen to music?
Like somebody just like
did you listen on your headphones? You listen like you listen like this. My personal favorite way to listen to music is in the car. So like I guess that's to talk about on Vinyl Tongue. But back to Screen Tongue, I guess. Back to my tangent. Besides the Kendrick album, a great album dropped on Friday by the artist. Her name is 070 Shake, New Jersey artist, featured on Kanye's album Ye from 2018. So she comes from the Good Music label school, and damn, that album is great. If you love synths, it's just wonderful. It's a wonderful album. But
070 Shake.
Yeah, 070 Shake. It's called You Can't Kill Me. But yeah. All right. Well, time.
Anything else?
I was also gonna say, it'd be cool for some of the Vinyl Tongues to do like a Zia episode for like actually like going and like getting like legit records and shit, like playing them.
Should we do that for the first one, or wait a little bit, or episode 5?
Maybe episode 5. I don't know. Or like I think whenever it doesn't necessarily have to be like all, like if you just wanted to choose, like I feel like I'm gonna try to choose like a record that's actual like vinyl.
Oh, on the press. Okay.
But let me think.
We came up with some ideas for Smodders.
Oh, nice.
Maybe not talk about them here, but
yeah. Nothing super solid. Just talking about it real rough.
Noah made a cool edit.
Yeah, of Yandi. That shit.
Yeah,
was
that was
really
cool.
How do you see it? How do you find the movie?
I don't know. I think he's just looking.
How do you get the footage?
I think he took it from Edit XS. Cause like there's a part where like he sneaks in some parts from the Spaceballs video that plays right after it in Edit XS. The ship flying, yeah. So I'm like, and it looks like he recorded it on his phone, like on the screen, and like he edited it together pretty well.
It was cool. I like the song he used. It was fun.
I still gotta meet him. So if you listen to this, or more for historical purposes, when someone's putting this together, I still haven't met Noah. I have not met Noah yet, so it's gonna happen. Shout out though, that's cool that he did that.
Have you looked at Yandi since Springflix?
Oh yeah, it's still on the way. It's like it's like. But I like at this point it's like, well, I'm gonna take my sweet time. It's like, and then it's also just a few things in terms of mapping out projects. I've actually getting pretty proficient with DaVinci.
Oh shit, cool.
So that's really what I've been spending time with doing. And then now I'm just going back and forth with Yandi. It's like I feel like I could do the color with it, but at the same time there's just so much there, and there's still so much for me to learn that probably what I'm actually going to do is hire a colorist, and mostly just so I can learn from them in that way, because there's just a lot of we shot it. I don't know if it was in the actual raw profile, but in the C-Log too. So there's just a lot of room to play with and all that. And so, yeah, I was going back and forth too. Like, do I just want to find someone online who's like, I just like their work and see what their rates are? But I think I'm going to go for someone who's a bit more local, so then I can actually sit down with them.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
And see. And I've already looked into a few of them who are just in town, but really some of them it's hard for me to see their work. And I don't mind spending the extra dollars to really put some time into it. But yeah, I still need to do that, and then I'm just trying to decide with sound too. But yeah, Yanni's on the way, and yeah, I'm excited to show you guys the new cut too at some point. It'll be pretty cathartic.
That's hype as fuck, for real.
Very hype.
And then for the DaVinci like colors thing, there's a guy, I don't know him personally in the slightest, but I saw some of his music videos, mostly like trap music videos that he would make for other people.
Oh yeah.
And he lives in LA, and they're like really well. Like the editing is pretty fucking crazy. I remember watching it for the first time. I was like stoned. It was a little while ago, and I was like, this is like some next level shit. Like I never watched anything like this before. So the editing's pretty crazy. But one day I forget, I messaged him or he messaged me. I forget what it was, but I think I definitely messaged him. Like some reaction to his story or something. But we were just talking about like editing and stuff, and I was like, what do you use to edit? And he said like entirely all in DaVinci Resolve, and I was like, that's fucking crazy that you could do all that in DaVinci.
DaVinci does seem like it's like a one-stop shop if you want to just have if you're into that, but I don't like the editing part of it. The color part is OP.
Yeah, I don't know how people edit on it. It looks.
Or I've done some. And honestly, the new updates are getting better, but I think I just like Premiere.
Yeah.
And I'm able to transfer it over. So as long as I'm able to do that, fuck it. Oh, but that's another thing too. To be honest, I feel like I'm getting my technical skills up. So now I feel like I can actually I feel confident in working in Premiere, Final Cut, and DaVinci. Like I feel like my brain has grown in that way.
I'm like right there with you with fucking using After Effects for the first time. It's just like, oh fucking.
There's so much to do, and it's cool. And then it's like, I don't know, because then I'll be watching tutorials and it's like, all right, well, do I want to just learn this just to learn it, or am I going to ever actually use it? And so it's like a hard thing, because then I never want to be in the position where it's like when I'm actually needing to work and then I have to find the tutorial for it. Right, I'd rather just know. And that's the hard thing about tutorials though, because they're typically pretty specific to whatever their example project is, right? And it's like, oh, we'll just take the techniques that I show here and apply it to whatever you want. When sometimes it's like, I only really want to watch a tutorial to do a very specific thing.
Especially on like DaVinci, which is like a newer, I mean, I don't know how new it is, but like it's definitely not as common as like Adobe Premiere, where there's like a million different tutorials and stuff.
But no, it's it's cool to learn. Stay tuned, everybody. Films are on the way. Projects are coming. Things are being written. Things are being filmed. Things are being edited. Things are being planned. There's big plans coming. You don't even know what's going to happen. You really don't. You don't know.
Squint,
dude. You should edit that, Elijah.
I know.
It was your project. You should edit it.
I know.
I still want to color it, too. And
yeah.
Thank you guys for all the help you did with Squint.
Yeah.
You guys are fucking awesome.
Thank you.
That was a crazy project.
But
that was such a fun project.
I'd like to see an entire project edited by Elijah. Not because like
we have.
Not because
like something long.
Like something long, yeah. Because I want to see what.
I want to make it like 20 minutes.
Yeah, do it. Just because like
Squint.
Like, because there's a lot of jokes that like we couldn't put in there just because of the time limit.
Yeah. A lot of the spaces.
Shout out to Joseph and John for being
the perfect.
Thank you for going up to those gas stations, and that was brave to do.
Yeah,
that was brave to do. And we shot that in like late January, February. Yeah, it was cold outside.
It was.
Those were some interesting nights.
There's some good moments. It was a fun night.
Calamari. That was so good.
Joseph trying his first cigarette.
Elwood just used the same line of dialogue, right?
Yeah.
Joseph
did he just doubled it.
Twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's funny.
Then some stuff over the summer, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah, that'd be nice.
Did a little bit of shooting the other night at First Friday. So
I was talking to Elijah about doing like just quick shoots, like nothing like not like an actual shoot, just like quick little like bumper type stuff. Like I want to write like some stuff for you, Elijah, me, and Elwood. Just like I have this idea where it's like talking to the camera, but like shooting on the camera for not knowing like for you to be like, oh, are you a Kanye fan? You're like, what the fuck? You know, there's one Kanye song. You're not a true Kanye fan. And, Elijah would do that for Nirvana, and Elwood would do that for Lou Reed.
Who would you do it for? Sublime?
Probably Sublime. Just because like I feel like, especially recently, dude, it's like it's a fucking addiction. It's like crazy right now.
You know, to be honest, that's good. It gives. I feel like having like certain music or just artists or films or whatever that you really, really, really like. It's better than just like kind of just going with whatever the flow and all that shit, because at least you know you like something. You know, we talk about this all the time. Why the fuck are you wearing that shirt? Do you even know? Do you even know?
Dude, so you're already writing it. But like it'd be like a quick like 2-minute thing, just like I think it'd be cool to do it like a fisheye lens.
What's the fourth?
That's what I was just thinking. Yeah, when you said it.
Yeah. What's the fourth song on Yeezus?
All right, so it goes On Sight, then it goes I want to say Black Skinhead, then I Am a God, New Slaves.
Yeah.
Dang.
All right, Nori, what's the 8th song on Nevermind?
Bruh.
You're a bitch.
Drain You.
Yeah.
Damn, for real?
Yep.
Oh, dude. What do you mean I'm a bitch? I just guessed. I knew Drain You was later on. I'm like, he knows Drain You is one of my favorites. We got some people in the fucking... Some people... Oh,
Deja should be there.
Brandon. Yeah, that little horror show was great. Short shoots are tangible. By the way, Mike keeps peeking. Gotcha.
Brandon's on that? Yo, thanks, Brandon. Same shit's on YouTube?
Oh, yeah, everybody check it out with updated sound. So even if you saw it at the festival, it'll sound better now. Sounds a lot better, in my opinion. You know, I had to swap out a few takes.
How's that, Brandon?
Just because the sound was shitty on certain takes. Not of your doing. It was just really windy in certain takes. So, yeah, now it's just... And it's like a thing, too, where it's like... So, yeah, maybe I would sacrifice and it's like certain, like, performance things. But in a sense, even if the performance is working, I feel like it would take you out more if I had to, like, put in some, like, ass audio. So now that it's consistent, you know what I mean? I feel like it's a bit more immersive, especially in, like, the long take where, like... you know, if there's not really too much going on visually, the sound's just gonna to be more apparent. So yeah, and it was good to just spend the time doing that. To be honest,
Kate got some compliments on her performance from some people. Norby was saying
well deserved as well. You know,
very
shout
well
out to Kate, shout out to Norby, shout out to Elijah, shout out to Elwood, shout out to Deja, shout out to Norby, shout out to Elijah, shout out to Grandma.
Shout out to the wind chimes.
Shout out to the wind chimes.
Yeah, people really like Kate's performance, like a lot. It's like kind of crazy how much people. I like that everybody says the same thing about it too. Everybody's like, the camera just wants to see her. They just there's like literally 3 different people said the same thing. I was like, see Kate, but
that's cool. You know, most of the times I make shit, we make stuff. I don't know. I don't really go back and watch it too often. Like, it's kind of just done and over with.
Me too.
And, you know, there's a lot of stuff that, you know, you're the perfect version of the movie that right before you say action on the first take, you know, you have the perfect idea of the movie ready to go. And then what the movie actually is kind of comes to life, right? It's like, oh, I didn't really expect it to be like this. I thought it was going to be like this. But even for what it is, I like it. I've been watching it more, you know, and it's like
people really, really like that one. Fucking even Brandon said he watched it in the I know he watched it because on the YouTube channel he commented, "Holy shit!" ... I'm impressed. Thanks, Brandon.
Thanks for checking that out.
I guess I was watching again too because, you know, just what's going on in the news and shit right now. I guess there's another shooting today or something, or
there was one in like Oklahoma,
Tulsa. Yeah, the hospital.
There was my friend Sergio keeps sending me these posts from this account called Rap. I'm pretty sure
Rap TV.
Rap TV. I forget which one it is, but it just says Rap, and we're both following it. But they keep posting of like shootings like every day. And so he keeps sending them to me. He's like, holy fuck. He's like, nah, this is fishy.
To be honest, it's getting to the point where it's like, yeah, it's like, it just feels weird that it's happening.
So like,
and maybe it's always happened. And now, you know, just with, you know, the media or whatever, it's able to spread more. But at the same time, like just how specific or violent some of them are, it's like, you know, at a certain point, it stops being a coincidence. You know, it's like, all right, there might actually be something wrong with the way we're living our lives or society is or however it is. But regardless of whatever that may be or may not be or whatever, you know, and then you watch same shit. And that's how I feel when I see all these news things. And it's like, damn, I was at the movies last night and I've thought this ever since the Dark Knight incident, you know, 10 years ago or whatever. Yeah. It's like, because then also before the movie, they make it pretty explicit where the exits are, all this shit, right?
For wow.
And so, but then ever since then, so that happened when I was 11 years old.
Yeah.
I go to the movies and I think about, okay, if somebody came in here right now, would I be able to play dead? Like, would you actually be able to jump down? Would you be able to crawl? Would you actually get to the door?
Would you jump? Would you put your body over Deja to protect her from the bullets?
Probably.
Take her life.
But like, not like this. You know, I'd probably like throw us to the floor first.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Sorry, I didn't mean to get on you. But we're pretty close at this point.
I liked it.
What?
Have you ever gone to a certain movie and thought like this might be the one?
Nah. I never thought it like that, but I always think like, if this was the one, what would that be like?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I remember. I definitely have had that feeling sometimes where it's like, maybe too if it's like a fucked up movie, you're like, this would be the one they would go to. Mm-hmm.
I always feel like no, it's always like the Marvel movie. I'm like, I always get scared of the Marvel movies.
Yeah, because like, everyone's there.
If I would, all right. Well, I don't want to say if I was one, but like, No,
like I get what you. It's like a crowd,
Yeah,
it's a crowd.
But
they're not gonna go to Vortex.
Yeah. No. Unless someone specifically at the Vortex screening, right? But regardless of that, seeing these news things, and then I will be smoking on my porch in my apartment now, and honestly some weird shit happens outside, but I always think it's like, no, that's how it is, like anyone can have a gun or whatever. Mm-hmm. Shit, people always tell me don't have road rage, don't honk because someone might get pissed off at you and come out, if they have a gun or whatever shit. I don't want to be like, obviously you want to be a good, kind, respectful, courteous person, but it's like now I feel like it makes you sorry, I don't know how to like word this in the best way, but it makes you a bitch kind of, because like you're afraid to go out of your own house. Yeah. That's how it feels with this shit happening. You're afraid to go to the store. You're afraid to go to the hospital. You're afraid to go to school. Mm-hmm. Everywhere that like you're supposed to be able to just go to, right?
No, you can't live that way.
And so, but at the same time, it's like, all right, well, if these things are happening, it's like in the movie, like that's fucked up, and then you just go back to just doing whatever the shit you're doing. We go back to doing the podcast. Shit, that's fucked up. I'm gonna go see Crimes of the Future. I don't even know but see, at the same time, like, okay, well, what can I really do as one individual in this situation that almost feels foreign to me? I don't know. Well, all that to say that I like same shit. And thanks for watching it, everyone who checked it out. Means a lot, and it means a lot just to be able to make stuff and share it with the community. That's what we're really here to do, and do something that's positive, even if it is with a bit of an edge, because you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet, and we're trying to make the best omelet. And the best omelets aren't just like some sort of theme; they're honestly pretty simple, because it's pretty impressive when you can just make eggs, something plain as eggs, good. And that's really what we're doing. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're just trying to make good shit. Mm-hmm. And, that's what it is. That's what it's about. And I can even just say that that's what Paul Thomas Anderson is about.
Uh-oh.
I think we should just start chronologically, right?
Yeah, that's what I think too. All right. Real quick in the chat, Brandon said facts. He also said my adrenaline spiked at the end for same shit. And Waffet Cedars in the chat. What's up, Waffet Cedars?
Hey, how's it going?
You're still here. Doing? Always happens around election years of shooting stuff. Yeah. Fucking strange shit, man.
Same shit.
Fucking. I saw this one interview with a lady who, like, for the Uvalde fucking shooting, she ran into the school and the police were trying to stop her and arrest her from going in, but she ran in to try to get her children. She got her children. But I don't know, she made the whole shit seem fishy, because like a bunch of police were there. Police were like 2 miles away. None of them were going in, and the shooter was stopped by like an off-duty cop from like another state. So it's just like
there's a lot of fucked up stuff.
It was a lot of weird shit, man. It's like weird. It's like, why the fuck the cops? And they're according to Mike, I don't know how true this is. Mikey said that the cops are also like arresting reporters.
Yeah, like they were waiting for backup for like a long ass time, but when the first call was made, like nothing had happened yet. Like it was.
Yeah, just fucking.
I heard
stupid.
people criticizing the amount of time it took them to get in.
Yeah. They weren't even stopped by the Uvalde police or whatever that place was called. It was but like some other totally.
And he
different
killed
officer.
him, right?
He killed the kid. Yeah. He shot the kid.
So the dude had a gun on him. The off-duty.
Yeah, he had a gun.
I went to Chipotle the other day, and there was a dude that just had a handgun on him. And I just thought that was like kind of weird.
that's your you're free to do that though. Right?
I guess
that's part of the beauty of this country, right? If in a certain way you can say that. And I don't have a strong opinion on guns. And sorry, I'm not trying to turn this into a wizard or nothing. Like
no,
that.
I mean I still enjoy talking about it.
But like
it's timely.
I don't know what I want to say about it right now. Besides that, I don't have a strong opinion on guns. It's just I'm thinking about it now. I want to make a film. I make films about it.
Does it make you want to watch Elephant again?
Yeah, it does actually.
If you guys want to, never mind. Sorry, Heart 8. You want to start with Heart 8?
Can I look at this?
Yeah, that's what we brought it. If you want to show it to the camera first.
Yes, look at this.
Where'd
you get this from, Anthony?
I got it as a gift. Shout out to Deja. She got it for me as a gift. I had seen this just online that it was coming out soon. I think because it has a foreword from the Safdie brothers. Yeah. Because they had shared it. They're like, oh, this book is coming out soon. And then I looked into the author, and I guess he made it as like his like doctoral project or whatever. Like his thesis was this book.
Yo, he's got some nice calves.
Okay.
But yeah, it's an awesome book. It only goes up to Phantom Thread because it came out in 2020.
As a gift to Homo sapiens.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that what it says at the front?
Here, show that picture right
here.
Yeah. It's like reading a picture book when you're like an elementary school teacher.
What the fuck? Ingenious right
Can
there.
you give me some of the peach rings?
Sorry.
I'm gonna look at this throughout the night.
Oh, yes, dude. My fucking weakness.
It's interesting how it starts with "There will be blood."
Yeah, I actually like how it goes. Sort of.
Is there like a reason?
I don't, not necessarily in terms of like a through line, but it's more just I think how they wanted to structure it. I think he talks about it actually. I don't remember. Because, like, he also has an introduction where he might talk about why he does it more. I don't remember, to be honest.
Really interesting. They even have an interview with Robert Elswit.
Yeah, they have interviews with all sorts of people.
Because he didn't do Phantom Thread.
He didn't do his last 3 movies.
He didn't do
Inherent Vice, actually, he didn't do the Master. The last movie he did with Paul Thomas Anderson was There Will Be Blood. He didn't do the Master and anything past that. All right, well...
Oh, this thing is so good.
I guess before we even get into Heart 8, what is your guys' relationship to Paul Thomas Anderson? How did you get introduced to? What was your first movie you saw from him? Mm-hmm. How did you even hear about? Or what were your thoughts about him going in already? You know.
For most of my life, like literally slim to none, because my family like never talked about any of his movies. Like my dad didn't really like. He knows of him, and he's seen like 1 or 2 of his movies, but never really talked too much about him. And that's where like. Before I met you guys, and even like, nobody really talks about like movies that much. Like they don't talk about like movies, they talk about like Marvel and shit. But like my main source of movies is like my dad, like because he knew about like Ingmar Bergman and shit like that. I'm like, all right, he knows he kind of knows this shit, but he never talked about PTA like at all. And I always heard about like There Will Be Blood and like Boogie Nights, but I didn't know that was the same dude at all. And then I met Elijah, and Elijah's like, oh, my favorite movie is Boogie Nights. He's like, have you seen any PTA movie? I'm like, no. And so I after that, I was like, okay, I really got to check this dude out. And so I watched Heart 8, and then I watched Boogie Nights. And those are the only 2 movies I've seen of him up until this podcast, now that I've seen Magnolia. But his style is so... It's nothing like crazy, but it's like still interesting. It's like very unique, like especially in these movies. It's very just like. It seemed like it was like obviously like very 90s, but it definitely seemed like his style. And I don't know how many other movies were like this at the time, but it felt like it would carry into the future, like mesh with the future pretty well. Just like seeing how it was made or just like how it came out. But there's some stuff about it that's pretty unique. Like even like Boogie Nights has a style that like I've never seen in any other movie. Like while still being a good like mainstream type, like a movie that's accessible to like mainstream type people. But you guys definitely have a lot more to say.
I think the first Paul Thomas Anderson film I ever heard about was There Will Be Blood, and just because that was like a big Oscar movie, probably like I think with Phantom Thread, the movie that's been nominated for the most Oscars with him. But I didn't know it was a Paul Thomas Anderson movie. Mm-hmm. I thought it was like a movie on religion. Mm-hmm. I think I was either in 6th or 7th grade, and there were some friends my mom and I used to hang out with, and they had There Will Be Blood on at their house, and it was just like There Will Be Blood is like one of the coolest titles like ever. And it's like a movie too where you like kind of hear about it, and such a good title because inherently you think in a way it might be like a very violent movie. And the movie, I think you could definitely describe it as violent in certain aspects, but it's this whole thing about like implying and not necessarily showing violence. Mm-hmm. But like when you're a kid, I thought like, oh, this is going to be like a badass like gory action movie or some shit. And I just remember watching it as a little kid. And you know what I remember about it was Paul Dano's character. And it's just, I don't know.
Why?
You'll see.
Okay.
You'll see. Yeah. So that was what I was first introduced to by him. I'd probably heard of Punch Drunk Love and Magnolia before, but I never bothered to check them out. I think I knew Punch Drunk Love was an Adam Sandler movie, but I didn't check it out because I wasn't like into that stuff. Mm-hmm. I wasn't into like Adam Sandler comedy. I thought it was gonna be like Big Daddy or something. So
yeah, I like Big Daddy.
Yeah. I was like, nah, fuck this. And then oh fuck, I don't even remember the first. Oh, I do. So yeah. I saw Boogie Nights because for a while I had like a kind of like a struggle with like pornography and stuff like that. And I remember one time, like my actual thought process was I'd watched porn, I'd like masturbated, I'd finished masturbating, and there's a line in Boogie Nights where Burt Reynolds talks about he wants to make a movie where like basically the people watch it, they jack off, and then the movie's so intriguing that they like sit there and they watch it.
In their happy juice or whatever he calls it.
Joy juice. And I had like a moment like that, and I knew like what Boogie Nights was about, and it just made me like curious kind of about like the way pornography is and the way it's like filmed and stuff and the way like the actors act. And now like it was just kind of weird almost thinking like how are they like when the camera's not on them, because pornography is like incredibly like exaggerated. Mm-hmm. And there's like when you're watching pornography you're not thinking about the gaffer. Mm-hmm. You know. So just kind of like that idea that like there's people around them, there's people that are like making this happen, and I guess in a way that even like there's like a director in pornography, you know, and like when people watch pornography, that's not like at all what they're thinking about. But it kind of just made me curious because I knew Boogie Nights was like the porn movie, so I wanted to see like how they portray it. And I remember seeing Boogie Nights for the first time, and I didn't think it was that great. I thought it's like obviously like a very captivating movie. Like I think I watched Boogie Nights like without like any bathroom breaks, and it's like a 2.5 hour movie. Like I watched it straight through, and I don't even think I don't think that's necessarily because it's like a porn related movie or anything like that. It's just like a very captivating, well put together film. Mm-hmm. Lots of characters, and it's not in a way like, yeah, it's about porn and stuff, but it's also about like surrogacy, and just very well put together, very cool music. And I remember seeing it and thinking like, I need to see this again. And I know the second time I saw Boogie Nights, like I really like enjoyed it, and it made me want to check out his other stuff. And I think the thing I saw like directly after Boogie Nights was The Master. Out of all films, and I've only seen The Master once, and it was around that time I made the movie review page, and you were texting me about The Master, and you're like, The Master, that's the one. And I'm not really like a huge I've only seen it once. And I remember seeing The Master, and I just like, it's definitely different. It's a lot different from like Boogie Nights, Magnolia, Heart 8, anything like that, Punch Drunk Love. Probably closer to like There Will Be Blood. So I'm looking forward to revisiting that again for the performances and just from like what I've heard other people talk about it. And then after that, I wanted to see Magnolia because Magnolia is like his 3-hour like epic, you know. And I saw Magnolia and I really liked Magnolia. Magnolia is like, it's such like a cool 3-hour movie because like we'll talk about it, but even if it's like excessive or whatnot, it's very gripping. And then after Magnolia, I think I saw Punch Drunk Love. Punch Drunk Love is like okay, but then I revisited that one obviously, and then I saw Phantom Thread and Heart 8 along the way, and those ones still aren't like my favorites, but like really Boogie Nights I saw that and I'm like I need to see this guy's other stuff. And I watched like There Will Be Blood too. Inherent Vice is the only one I haven't got to. And then when Licorice Pizza came out, I saw Licorice Pizza 3 times in theaters. I really enjoyed that. And maybe some of that was just because I like the way he shoots his movies. I like the way his movies look. I'm really like, I think Paul Thomas Anderson was like the director that really got me like intrigued by like long takes. Because he does them so well. The action is always motivated. The action is usually always motivated. The camera's floating. And it just like, it's so well put together that it doesn't even feel like it's fake.
It's not cute.
No, it just, it's very well done. So it's funny too today. Your friend OJ followed me on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, did you see that post?
And he literally posted something saying like, can we stop pretending like Licorice Pizza is a good movie?
I was laughing.
That was great. That was great. So that's a good way to start the PTA I guess, trilogy off.
That's so funny.
All right.
And Anthony.
I think it was either Boogie Nights or Phantom Thread was the first Paul Thomas Anderson movie you saw. I think I saw Boogie Nights first, but mostly just because I'd heard people just online just talking about the movie, and it was like one of those like gems from the 90s to check out. And yeah, what I actually found more interesting than the porn aspect, how much it was just more about like the filmmaking and that stuff. And yeah, I was just super entertained by that movie, but I kind of just thought it was like an insular moment. And then around that time, I would say like between like 2017, 2018, I would keep pretty close eye on like Oscar movies, or really I would just like listen to movie podcasts or like a lot of interview podcasts, and a lot of them they would just interview like whatever movies are out or they're promoting. And I listened to one with Paul Thomas Anderson, and he was talking about, and it was right around the time Phantom Thread was coming out, so I'm like, I gotta go check it out. He seemed like a cool guy. I actually think I might have listened to that first, and then they talked about Boogie Nights, and the host was like, bro, Boogie Nights, it's so awesome. That movie was awesome and all that shit, right? And so, all right, check out Boogie Nights. Oh, that's good. And so I checked out Phantom Thread, and I actually really like Phantom Thread. I'm excited to revisit it. I think there's so much about that movie that is just like rich with material, but like in like the best way, where it's like, man, I'm really excited to see your journey with it too, because like you're saying how he has a style now, just wait to see like in the next 3 versus the next 3. And that's before I get too ahead of myself. Yeah, and I saw Phantom Thread, and I really liked it. I saw it with my mom, and she didn't really like it, she said. But then I talked to her about it now, and she said, oh, I like that movie. I don't know, I know why I said that. Moms. But then it was that spring, so it had to be 2018. I saw There Will Be Blood. And just like, I would just watch movies on the weekends, and it was just on Hulu at the time, and I'd be on IMDb, and then I realized, oh shit, might as well check it out. And it fucking changed my life. It blew my mind. And it was just so good. It was just so good. I didn't really know what it was about or anything. But man, it was fucking awesome. And then there's just so much in that movie in terms of style, but not in the same way as Boogie Nights or even Phantom Thread. And then just like conceptually too, there was just so much about it that I just actually found like, no, this is smart. Like, this is actually really smart. Like, this guy, he knows what he's doing, and it's in a different way than I would even say like than the Tarantino, which I think a lot of people like to compare or
so
put
much,
them.
Yeah.
I can see the comparison.
I mean, you know, they're basically just like the California,
right? Yeah.
The film school of living in California graduates. You know what I mean? But they're actually very very different in terms of their thematic style and just even the evolution of their careers. The only thing that I think you could say is shared between them is that like they like California, and their reverence for movies. But like in a different way where it's like you feel like you're in good hands with Quentin Tarantino because like you can just feel like the sort of like film nerdness like sweating off the movie, you know, like there's like film nerd BO coming off of like Pulp Fiction, you know, whereas like I don't necessarily feel that in the same way from Paul Thomas Anderson's movies, but at the same time I still feel like I have complete trust in him in terms of taking me on whatever the journey is of the movie.
It's kind of similar. Like Tarantino's a little bit more like not self-aware, but like he meta, like he wears it on his sleeve, you know. Whereas like Paul Thomas Anderson isn't like trying to wear it on his sleeve. He's like genuinely trying to make like a movie, you know.
Yeah.
Or I feel like also too, even though Quentin Tarantino picks super obscure references, he he revels in the obscure reference so much that he makes it not obscure anymore. Yeah. You know, like the Kill Bill suit, you know, that's like from I think it's The Game of Death, the Bruce Lee movie. It was his last movie before he died, you know. It's a badass suit. But now it's like almost synonymous with it's in pop culture now, you know. Right. And he's really the king of bringing over that stuff to pop culture, where Paul Thomas Anderson really will steal in this. And if you check out the book, it'll show you where he steals in the same way, but it's a lot less like
it's
in
subtle.
your face about it.
I think a big part of it is just like the approach they take for movies. Like Tarantino's like accessible to like if you're a Marvel fan, you'll like any Tarantino movie.
If you're a human,
if you're a human, you'll definitely like, and you like pop culture, you'll like Tarantino. But like, there's no guarantee with Paul Thomas.
Yeah,
Anderson.
PTA is definitely, especially as you get later on into his career, a more acquired taste. But just to sum up, I guess the sort of introduction, There Will Be Blood like actually like changed my life. It's like if I had to like write about like my experience with film and how it's been shaped over the years, I'd have to do a whole chapter on it because like I'd seen it probably that spring. I had to have been a senior or a junior all the way up until I graduated high school, like probably in the double digits amount of times. And not even the whole movie, like just the opening scene. I don't know if you remember the opening scene.
The zoom out? Or the scene where he's in the well.
In the well.
With the violins.
Yeah. There's just certain scenes that I would just watch over and over again because it's like I just actually got obsessed about it. And then I saw I saw The Master and I'm like, oh man, everyone is sleeping on The Master. And to be honest, I still feel that way because then like every time I've recommended it to someone, no one's felt the same way about it.
Really?
So
The Master is like something really good to watch after like There Will Be Blood.
That's the thing. You definitely need context to watch the movie. Like this is the perfect way to watch The Master. It only works if you become a bit of a PTA scholar. Because then you can really understand what he's doing. Because I feel like if you just like went to this like the movie theater and like, oh, what's playing? The Master? Oh, I guess I'll check it out.
Joaquin Phoenix is in it.
Joaquin Phoenix. Oh, Philip Seymour Hoffman. That's a good
Adams,
actor. Yeah. But then you watch the movie and it'll turn off like 80% of people.
That's what happened when I watched it.
Really?
I jumped from Boogie Nights to The Master.
That's almost like
it's awful. It's like not the way to do it. Not unless you like kind of know what The Master's supposed to be like. I remember I watched it with my mom and I was just like, she didn't really like it too much, and the way my mom is, that makes sense. But it was like you were talking about it like it was the best thing ever, and I just didn't get it, you know.
I'm still gonna talk about it that way when we get to it.
I'm excited. I'm very excited to watch that again.
Honestly, of all the movies, that might be the most. Actually, I don't want to say that, but and then I saw Magnolia first semester at UNLV because I had the DVD there. So I'm like, oh shit! And so I watched that there. I watched Punch Drunk Love with my dad that summer.
Nice.
Did you see Punch Drunk Love yet?
No, I watched like the beginning scene of it at like 1 a.m. and I was like way too tired to finish it.
Oh, okay.
And then Inherent Vice I watched with my dad as well. But that one I was just too tired for, and that one was the one where I'm like, I need to come back to that. And now I've seen the movie 3 or 4 times, and that's the one that's like, I'm starting to piece it together and have a feel for it, but it's like, that's the one to me that feels like the hardest to
That one's really interesting too, because that one, I didn't realize that was a PTA movie for a while. And I think
that's like all his movies. Like,
and then I remember in 8th grade, my math teacher like shit on that movie so hard. She's like, don't watch that. I haven't seen it, but like, don't watch that movie. It's a bunch of drugs. Joaquin Phoenix, that guy.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see that one, but like that one never gets like compared to like any of his other movies in terms of like quality.
Yeah.
Like
I feel like most people, that's even more than The Master. That's actually, I don't know, because then Jason Edmondson said that was his favorite PTA movie.
That's interesting.
That's interesting.
But he also said that The Mirror was his favorite Tarkovsky movie. So,
it's okay to be wrong sometimes.
Yeah. Hey, I like The Mirror too. That actually might be my favorite. But and then I can't go a few months without coming back to a PTA movie. It really is like, for me, he trumped everyone else who was like a big influence on me leading up to that point. Like Edgar Wright, I was really into, and certain people. But then now, because like with PTA, it's like I feel like it's so diverse in terms of what he gives to us as an audience. Because some filmmakers, like Edgar Wright or even a Tarantino, in a sense, not in a negative or derogatory way, but you've seen one, you've seen them all. You know what you're getting into once you see one movie. With PTA.
That's something that, like, I've been, these past 2 years, like, definitely, like, I don't want to say losing respect, but, like, growing out of it.
Exactly.
Like,
because then it's like, you didn't learn, you didn't grow, you didn't progress. Yeah. And to me, PTA is like the actually, like, well, he has a great career in my opinion because of his growth and what he's done. Because I would say that the most palatable of his movies are these first 3, where it's like between these 3 you can make the argument of like you can see more of the through lines and stuff. And as you go, but like once you jump to the next movie, it already feels like a different filmmaker. Like he actually feels like he leveled up, like he evolved in a certain way.
He has like, he can do like a 2.5 hour and 3 hour movie that just like it goes by, and then he got like transitioned to like slow burn cinema.
But like then he can make like an hour and 40 minute movie, Phantom Thread, just drag on, but in like the best way possible. So yeah, he's a master to me.
Then he makes something like Licorice Pizza when he's like 50, which is like almost like I don't know, about his childhood. It's really interesting.
How would you describe the style in Licorice Pizza without spoiling it?
Very like youthful. Youthful.
To me, because like seeing the trailer, it just reminds me of like Boogie Nights a lot, like going to the 70s.
It is kind of like it's a San Fernando Valley movie, and he talks about this on. So when I watched Boogie Nights this time, I watched it solely with the commentary on because I wanted to. One time we tried to watch it and we couldn't figure out how the DVD player worked.
I think about that all the time because I still want to watch the commentary.
We will.
And I feel like if we'd watched that, we probably would have watched a whole lot more shit together a lot earlier too. If that would.
We're gonna make it happen. But he talks about in the beginning of the commentary about how he's looking at all these directors like from the 60s, 70s, all that, even further back than that, and they're like making movies about interesting places. Making movies about where they live, and it's interesting. And he was like very discouraged about that because he felt he didn't live in an interesting place because he was like born and raised in like California in the San Fernando Valley. So he just realized like even if he doesn't think it's interesting, he has to make like movies about that because that's where he's from. And I mean, I think if you watch like Boogie Nights and Magnolia, those are very interesting films. Licorice Pizza too. And I think that's a good like testament to like you need to in a way make stuff about like who you are, what you're from, because like the more personal it is, the better it is.
And that's what it's interesting is like with his films, I think more than a lot of filmmakers, you can see the progression in him as a person and just the way he makes films, you can just tell that he's just aged and matured in a sort of sense, which is interesting. And yeah, that's also part of the reason too. If we're trying to start a movement here, that's why you find people like that. It's like, shit, they get it, you know. Mm-hmm. I feel like, would it be okay actually, instead of going chronologically, if we started at Boogie Nights? I feel like it might
do that.
Can I go pee again?
Yeah.
Yeah. Too much beer. I got one song stuck in my head from Boogie Nights where it's like that one shot of the room. It's like going like around and shit of his like room. It's like near the beginning.
Oh, it's
where he's getting kicked out.
It's almost like a Mandy song.
Nah.
It's like a classic rock song.
I've never heard it before. It's literally just like it sounds like a Mozart song, but like on a synth.
Oh man. I got fish last weekend.
Like fish to eat?
Oh no, I got fish for the fish tank.
Oh shit! Oh damn.
So yeah, Huey.
You got names?
Huey the 2nd and Millen.
Millen.
I got another parrotfish and I got a little Cory catfish, and he's doing really well. My parrotfish. We got him. He was kind of sick already. He was kind of pale and he had these black spots on him. But I had a good feeling about it. Like I felt like I just felt good about it. And we got him, and yeah, the black spots went away, and his color has come back so much. But it's funny, the parrotfish, they got like a personality kind of. Like they actually do. Like they're like he's super shy. Like actually, like he'll just be chilling, and then like the moment like he sees us, like he goes and hides in his little spot and shit like that. It's kind of funny. But yeah, shout out to Huey.
Yeah, abused fish, man.
Yeah, you don't know where they come from. They could just be made by breeders or whatever shit, and then. You know, sometimes too they might have spots because they like to put dyes in them and all that shit. But you know, just chilling, just old school. I might probably gonna, when I come back from New Orleans, probably gonna get some more fish. So I'm excited about that. And yeah, it's just nice. It's nice to have. I don't know, like it's almost like a personal project. Almost.
Especially like setting up the tank and like having it. I mean, I don't know what it's like to set up a tank, but I imagine it's like quite a bit of work.
Yeah, because like even once you get the tank set up, it's not ready for fish yet. You still got to let the tank run for at least a week or so to get the water, get those good bacteria in and, set it up and everything like that. So it's good. And it's like building a little ecosystem now. I got a log in there. I got some plants in there. And I love fish. So it's nice.
And fish tanks look cool.
Yeah, it's badass. Cool. I'll come in, I'll smoke a little bit or something. I got a pipe. I got a wood pipe.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
For weed? Yeah.
That's
fucking cool.
So I'll smoke a little bit and I'll come in and just stare at my fish tank. And that's what it's like I really enjoy doing that. I've had fish for my whole life basically. And just like any pets, it's nice to have the company and you grow attached to them. But that's like almost like anything, you just you spend enough time on something and something will come back, even if you don't expect it. I feel like with pets, it's a little bit more like a 1-to-1 correlation.
Right, yeah.
You take care of your pet and you get like this like almost reciprocation of love or something. You build, you work on a skill or something. It doesn't really necessarily present itself in the same way, but it can happen. Do you think that
in order to criticize a movie, you have to make another one?
That's good.
Jean-Luc Godard.
Well, I only really wanted to start with Boogie Nights just because I felt like it almost seemed like was Boogie Nights the first one you watched, or was Heart 8 the first one you watched?
I watched them both about the same time. I don't remember which one was first. It probably was Heart 8.
I think you saw Heart 8 first.
Yeah.
Because you and me were texting around that time.
Yeah. And I remember texting about Heart 8, and I think I watched that first in Boogie Nights.
Well,
I gave you the Boogie Nights DVD.
Did you really?
When you
Yeah. Oh, well, that was so long ago, dude. Oh,
2020.
Feels like it was so long. After 2020,
COVID.
Time goes so fucking weird now. 5 viewers, and Waffle Cedar said great casting on his movies, and Brandon laughed when you were saying some shit earlier.
Very, very good.
Very good casting.
Boogie Nights, he starred like the ensemble. I mean, you could argue that like Hard Eight's an ensemble cast. But Boogie Nights is definitely an ensemble.
Magnolia
that
is an ensemble.
Magnolia is
crazy.
So we're starting with Boogie Nights.
I guess you know what. I'm sorry, I changed my mind.
You're gonna go to Hard 8?
Yeah, let's just start with Hard 8.
All right, for sure.
I guess I'll give some history on it. You know.
Do it. Yeah.
So, PTA. He wanted to be a filmmaker. He enrolled in NYU for a total of 2 days.
Oh shit.
That's all he needed to know, that film school wasn't for him. While he was there, I guess on the first day, as the story goes, is that in his screenwriting class, the professor said to the whole class, "If you want to make Terminator 2, leave now." And Paul Thomas Anderson, just as being film, objected to that, and by his own account, he said, "Well, Terminator 2 is a fucking awesome movie. What if I want to make that? What if the guy next to me wants to make that? You can't just classify films as bad or worse." And I would be curious about what he would say about Marvel movies now, because you could now you can actually make that argument where it's like it's a completely different process, almost like a completely different playing field from even the movies that he's making versus a Marvel movie, right? You would almost need a completely different, not even school, but like a film school curriculum to make those type of to make either type of movie. And so sorry, what?
I was just gonna say, like, the blockbusters they were making back then in the 80s and 90s are just fucking.
It was still original.
Yeah, it was like, and you could say like that was a good original movie, but now it's just it's so, like you're saying, it's so different. It's so different now.
And so for his first assignment in his screenwriting class, they just had to write a scene or whatever. And so he took a page from one of David Mamet's plays. I forget which one, but in the play, the main character was like driving like a taxi or something like that. And the way they would stay awake is they would light a cigarette and put it in their fingers and let the cigarette just burn down all the way. And then, that would just keep him up. And he just thought that was like a genius little character thing. It says everything. And he turned that in, and he got a C+ on it.
Wow.
And that's when and then after that, he's like, all right, he's out of there. And so he left. And he ended up moving then he started working as a PA on a game show. I forget what the name of the game show was, but on that game show, Philip Baker Hall, the guy who plays Sidney in Hard 8, was working on that show or in that studio or something like that. And then he started writing Hard 8, which the original title for the movie is Sidney. And he wrote it for Philip Baker Hall.
Let's go to that chapter just to...
But to rewind a little bit even before that, he had basically been wanting to be a filmmaker for a long time. In high school, he actually made a short film called The Dirk Diggler Story, which is basically like a 40-minute sort of like precursor to Boogie Nights. It's about a porn star, and it's basically the same story as Boogie Nights, just a little more condensed and a lot more raw. He shot it on VHS tape.
Wow.
And it was in the style of This Is Spinal Tap, like a mockumentary. And so he had been writing that for a while, but after he left, he was working on this game show, and then he lived in Reno for about a year or two, just working in there.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where the idea came for with Hard 8.
It's like one of the only movies that takes place in Reno.
To me, it's the Reno movie.
Yeah.
When I talked to Kareem about it, who's my how would you describe him? The only Reno guy I really know, Yeah, that's what he says too. People don't but it's interesting too that would be the location of your first movie. But it almost makes perfect sense. It's like no one's done a movie about Reno.
Yeah, nobody.
But in 1993, I believe, he made a short film privately funded with Philip Baker Hall and a few actors. It's called Cigarettes and Coffee. And it basically takes place in a diner. And it already has sort of like his trademark style from the 90s of multiple characters and interlining conversation and plots and whatnot. Have you seen Twin Peaks?
Yeah.
It's got, I forget the name of the guy. It's got one of the detectives from Twin Peaks. Oh,
like
the balding guy. The balding.
Yeah. The balding guy. But
he had a few notable actors in there.
Okay.
But he made a big splash there. But you also have to take into account the context of, all right, the early 90s coming off the heels of Sex, Lies, and Videotape, coming off the heels of Reservoir Dogs. The market is changing. The world is changing. The old school is kind of faded off enough now into a real sort of movement that's kind of happening, with those people I kind of mentioned, Soderbergh, Tarantino, and now PTA, 22, 23-year-old filmmakers coming out here and showing that he's got the stuff. And so he's able to get into the Sundance
lab.
Sundance lab, yeah. And that's basically, they do it all the up until now, too. And a lot of filmmakers come out of there. Tarantino, that's where he workshopped Reservoir Dogs. And that's where he met Steve Buscemi, was at the Sundance lab. A whole bunch of people come out of there. And so, yeah, PTA did that. And then I don't remember when he started making Hard 8, but he had to have been like 24 or 25, something like that. Maybe even younger.
24, I would say, because he was born in 1970.
Yeah. So. And yeah, he started making his first movie, Hard 8.
It says right here.
Oh, here. Then there's a shot from Cigarettes and Coffee.
It sounds like a porno.
Yeah.
Look at Elijah's so happy, dude.
That's one of the shots from Cigarettes and Coffee right there. If you want to pass it over to Norby.
Yeah, check this thing out.
Yeah, let me see, dude.
Let me see. Be careful. There you
go. And I saw this movie. It actually took me a long. All right, well, and that's kind of. Let me just sum up the history lesson and say that. During the making of this movie, he was, as any 24-year-old would be, pretty hot-headed, pretty stubborn in what he thought he wanted to do. And what that meant is that he was pretty difficult to work with the studio and the producers, all the way up into the point where he wouldn't let them come to set. Like when they were shooting, no one was allowed to enter in and out of set, and he would cut off all communication because he said he was working. And so, and it was mainly just, so he wouldn't get walked over or anything like that. And then when it got to post-production, same shit was going on, and he made his director's cut or whatever, which was like 2.5 hours or something, like 2 hours and 40 minutes, and he took that to Cannes. And without telling the studio. And they got so pissed off, they fired him from post-production, and they recut the movie, and they retitled it, because the original title was Sydney, and they titled it Hard 8, and that's the movie we have today. But by then, he had already got Boogie Nights greenlit. And you don't never want to let any film go, but at a certain point, what else can you do if you're fighting an uphill battle, and you're going to make a gem, of the decade.
I have a question. How did he get Julianne Moore?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't if they just shopped the script around, because it was a really hot script, and we'll get to there too. Because he originally wanted Leonardo DiCaprio to be the lead in the movie.
Wow! Oh shit!
And Leo was gonna do it, but
Titanic.
he decided to do Titanic instead.
Oh my god.
I just bring that up because he talks in the commentary about how he's talking about Don Cheadle, and how Don Cheadle liked the script, but he wasn't sure if he wanted to be in the porn movie, you know? And the person that convinced him was Julianne Moore. And he talks about how, he was friends with Julianne Moore. So it's just, he doesn't really talk about how he, met her or anything.
A lot of the people that he puts in his movies were kind of just, his friends and people he hung out with and stuff.
He says some conversations, that conversation in Boogie Nights where John C. Reilly's making the margarita is something just like a conversation he had with John C. Reilly.
What the fuck? Is he actually like that in person, John C. Reilly?
I don't know.
I would say so, because I feel like outside of the 90s, he just did comedies, really.
Yeah, right.
What are your thoughts on John C. Reilly throughout all three films?
It's interesting to see him in dramatic roles. It always just feels like there's something... I don't want to say off, but quirky, to it.
He's a very quirky character.
He's I definitely had like a vibe that he was like kind of like the same character, you know, and like or like a very similar character in all the movies.
Okay, so in Hard 8, what's he like? How would you describe him?
Lost.
Yeah, Lost.
Confused.
Aloof, goofy. I mean, he's like goofy and quirky. I'd say it's pretty serious in Hard 8 though.
He's a little innocent. Like I'd say he's like what's the word? Naive.
Yeah, very naive. He comes off very like kind of childish, you know, like very just like it seems like like his emotional growth was stunted in middle school or something. And it kind of seems like that and Boogie Nights that way too, but definitely a lot more cocky.
I feel like at least in Hard 8 it works though because like the whole thing's he's lost his dad, so maybe he wasn't able to really mature in that way.
I remember, so I rewatched Hard 8 again today. I'd only seen it once before, and it was a while ago. I kind of forgot a lot about it. And I remember watching the first scene and just thinking, like, it came off too strong. Like, it came off too, like, John C. Reilly doesn't want this, and, like, Sydney wants this too much. Like, Philip Baker, like, they were too, like, opposite.
Yeah.
And I remember the thing I had forgot was that, like, Philip Baker Hall's character had killed his dad. And then, like, when you realize that scene is, like, good. Yeah. That scene is so good because then you realize, like, he had to find him. And, you know, he's such, like, in a way, he's, like, a tough dude. You know, he just gets, like, straight to business. There's no bullshit, really, when you're talking to this guy. And for him to go after, like, John C. Reilly's character, it's just, like, a bit odd, you know? But when it comes together, it makes me want to rewatch that scene to kind of, because then I'm going to think about that scene in the context of like, he's almost like, he's like the surrogate father now. Right. Yeah. And that's like what I think the theme of like all three of these films are. Magnolia a little less than the other ones, but it's like surrogacy. Yeah.
Those three movies are very like, they feel like really solid like extensions of each other. Like they're very like even the fucking, there's one like soundtrack that is in like all three movies, like this very like it's very looming. It goes like boom, sounds like a bell almost. I can't even the bell. You know what I mean? It's like very like it's like
the bells in Boogie Nights when like all the characters are doing the bad shit.
Yeah, that's in all three movies. Yeah. I was surprised by that. I was like, what the fuck?
I forgot about that. And then there's a scene in Hard 8 where it's like on Gwyneth Paltrow and the bell comes in and it's the same bell that's in Boogie Nights when like Dirk Diggler's like trying to jack off for the dude and he can't do it and like Roller Girl beats up like the dude from high school.
And then it's in Magnolia, but I forget which scene. But I remember thinking...
It's in Magnolia?
Yeah, I remember
maybe
watching it.
When Julianne Moore slaps the phone out of Philip Seymour Hoffman's hand.
It could have been.
And they asked Tom Cruise, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And he just hangs up the phone.
Yeah. But I remember watching him. I was like, oh, it's in Magnolia, too.
Oh, shit. Okay. I need to look out for that.
But I wonder, now that I'm going to watch the rest of this movie, I'm going to pay attention to the bells.
Now, Hard 8, I watched this movie this time with the context of you saying, like, it was supposed to be 2.5 hours. Yeah. It feels very incomplete.
Yeah.
It feels, like, incredibly incomplete. Like, just how it jumps from, like, he gets John C. Reilly so easily. He shows him the card rate trick, which is really cool.
It's a cool part.
I like that. Yeah. I wonder if...
where he got that from.
Yeah, I wonder how he learned that. And I wonder if, like, how applicable... I imagine now it's a lot different, but how applicable it was back then. That part, like, the first, like, half hour, aside from the first scene, the first half hour is pretty good. And then it just, like... That's the thing, too. It's like a slow burn movie in a way. Because that scene when they're in the hotel room... That feels like it didn't get cut down. Which
scene?
Where they're holding the dude hostage.
Oh, okay.
It feels like instead of like re-editing the movie, they just took out chunks of it. Like,
Because that scene feels like it would be in like the 2.5 hour cut. Because everything else around it, like you only see Samuel L. Jackson's character basically in like 3 scenes.
I feel
3
like
big scenes.
He was super underutilized.
Exactly. Like, it just feels like there's footage somewhere else. You see him in that scene in the diner or like in the bar, you get the vibe that they don't like each other. Then you see him basically in the car confronting Sydney about his past. And then he gives him the money, but that's like an insert. And then he just gets killed. And it's funny too. The girlfriend for you don't really see her, but the girlfriend for Samuel L. Jackson's character.
That's
Melora Walters. She's in Boogie Nights. She's Don Cheadle's like girlfriend, wife.
Yeah.
And then she's Claudia, Philip Baker Hall's daughter in Magnolia.
Oh shit. Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't realize that. Wow.
Really cool.
Yeah, I didn't realize that until this watch too. That she was in all. I only thought she was in Magnolia, and so I said, "Oh shit."
She's really good too.
Yeah,
very good actress.
He's loyal.
Yeah, I mean that. Oh, the casts he gets for like those 3 films, they gel so well together.
Yeah,
it's a beauty to watch.
It took me a long time actually to get around to watching Hard 8. It wasn't necessarily the hardest movie to find, but like it wasn't like as easily as accessible as the other ones. I felt like, and yeah, by the time I finally got around to watching it, it might have actually been like the last one I saw before Licorice Pizza actually finally came out. Yeah, I just felt like, or the first time I saw it, it just felt like, this is a good starting point. Then you learn more about it and like, the things that make it what it is. But then there's also a lot in there that it's also still fairly impressive. Just like from a visual standpoint, like one of the first shots is like John C. Reilly sitting down and you see Philip Baker Hall's like leg or something, and the semi truck comes, but you can still see, John C. Reilly underneath the car. It's like, all right, that's pretty clever, you know? And then, there's just a lot of gems in there too, like basically the discovery of Philip Seymour Hoffman, in that one scene, which is an amazing scene, an amazing
old timer.
Yeah, dude, that scene's amazing.
That Philip Seymour Hoffman, he's a different person.
Yeah, it's fucking
each movie.
Yeah.
Each movie.
I was always kind of like, he always like, and maybe not so much in Boogie Nights, but like. In the movie, he like steals the show pretty easily, like especially in Hard 8. In Hard 8, it's just like holy fuck.
And it's just one scene.
Yeah, it's like I'm fucking.
You guys,
it blew me away. That's the first time I watched that scene.
You need to see Happiness. You need to see Happiness. Oh my god.
Is he like the main character?
No, but he's a character.
Okay. I want to see what movies is he the main character in? Like?
Synecdoche, New York, Capote. He's in The Master.
So he's
basically like the co-lead in The Master.
He's in Twister.
Yeah, he's in Twister. He's in the Hunger Games Part 2.
Oh yeah, that's where I first saw
him. He's in it even after he died. He was like one of the first people they did the CGI.
I remember that. That was not a big controversy, but I remember that.
Doubt. He plays
Doubt is really good. Doubt is very good. Very good performance.
Waffenseater said, "What did you think of William H. Macy's character in Boogie Nights?"
We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there.
We'll get there. You gotta talk about like every actor. Like it's so good. What do you think of Gwyneth Paltrow in this? I think. Well, I know I asked you guys, but like, I haven't seen too much Gwyneth Paltrow stuff. I've seen a little bit from her in Shakespeare in Love.
7.
She's in 7. She's good in 7. And Contagion, even though like she's not like in Contagion for very long. I know she's in a lot of stuff. She's like really good in this movie though.
Yeah.
She's very good.
And she's supposed to be Roller Girl in Boogie Nights.
She was?
Yeah. Yeah.
What happened with that?
She didn't want to be naked. What did you guys think of Hard 8? Or what did you think, Norby?
Of like the movie as a whole?
Oh yeah, what was your first impression now coming back to it, I guess?
Coming back I definitely appreciate it a lot more. I know that he didn't intend for Hard 8 to be the title, but I really like that title.
It's good.
I like how they mention it only in like two scenes, like the old timer scene and then the scene before Samuel Jackson gets killed. He's like some Hard 8 shit before he comes to his place and gets shot. I don't know, I just like that it was just like such a small part of the movie in 2 different parts. But I'm sure that was on purpose the way they edited it. But going into it the first time I watched it, I remember really liking that it sets itself up to be like a gambling movie. It's like, all right, I'm going to see like a lot of casinos. I mean, you do see a lot of casinos, but midpoint it takes it somewhere else completely. And I was really like, I really liked that. I really appreciated that it wasn't just like a gambling movie, you know. And it was actually pretty well thought out. And And the characters are so well thought out too. And I mean, it was just like first time watching it, there was a lot that I was thinking about it, but I couldn't like quite put into words. And that's how I feel about like his movies a lot of the time. Just like it feels like the more I think about it, the more I appreciate it. But it's just like I need to like dive deeper into him because it's like such a new style to me. But like even like, but Hard 8 is something that I appreciate. I don't know what the budget was. Do you know what the budget was on that movie?
A few million, I would guess.
Mm-hmm.
A few million. Do you know, Anthony?
Nah.
I just from like being able to use the casinos, there's a few pretty long tracking shots. I would guess a few million.
Mm-hmm.
He got Samuel L. Jackson, and this was after Samuel L. Jackson had done Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And that's
I think it was right around the time, right? It was.
Well,
like I don't know if Pulp Fiction had come out yet while they were shooting. Like he maybe.
That's fair. Mm-hmm. That's fair. Because Pulp Fiction came out at Cannes in '94, and then it didn't come out in America until like October.
Mm-hmm.
But he says in the Boogie Nights commentary that getting Sam Jackson was what sold Hard 8 a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Have you guys seen that one? I haven't watched the video, but the title of the video on YouTube is like "Why Licorice Pizza is So Disjointed." Have you heard of that?
I've seen it. I haven't. I've seen it like floating around. I haven't watched it.
Okay, I've seen it floating around too. I haven't watched it. I get where they're coming from. Without just like looking at the title, I get where they're coming from with Licorice Pizza, but I think this is like a disjointed movie.
Yeah,
and I like have sympathy for it because he kind of got fucked.
I mean, I can see. I mean,
I don't want to lean on that too much, though.
I know.
I mean, like with the context, it makes sense. But like without the context, I just felt like it was a choice. You know, like I thought it was a choice. Like I didn't know it was a disjointed movie. Like even when I watched it for this podcast, I didn't know that. Like you told us that information after I watched it, so I still felt like I appreciated it even more. It would have been really cool to see the whatever extra footage they had because there's a lot of stuff that happens off camera, but I'm just like, all right, whatever. That's a choice they made, but
it does feel like a long movie though that's squished.
Yeah, it does. It's just I was surprised that it was like an hour 35 revisiting it. I remember feeling
because like the average shot length is still pretty long. Like he holds things really long, so it's like that's where it feels like if you're gonna edit it this way, you know, you maybe they just couldn't edit it that way because the way he constructs his scenes is very much in that way, and that's what I appreciate a lot is that like. In a sense, you know, as stylistic as it is, the manipulation doesn't really come from the editor or anything like that. You know, it's really just like in terms of constructing the perfect sort of setting for these characters to do whatever the shit they're doing in, which is pretty cool. In the book, it has these like each movie has a little section where it's like a reference a reference point, and the one it does for Hard 8 is what the fuck is it? Color of Money? Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it because in Color of Money, Paul Newman's kind of like Tom Cruise's like
mentor? Yeah.
Okay. I think this is Philip Baker's Hall. This is my favorite Philip Baker Hall performance of the 3 films.
Yeah. If anything, even though the movie feels incomplete, his character and performance still feels complete.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
It's so like. This is like the movie about like parent relationships in a way, because he just comes in and like you can tell he has a care for their well-being, and he's trying to like get them going in like the right way, and he's just such he is such like an old-time dude, you know, because he has the opportunity to kind of like to fuck Gwyneth Paltrow's character. Clementine. And that's cool too. My Darling Clementine. I haven't seen the movie, but I own it. I have the Criterion. It's a Henry Ford movie, or a Henry Fonda movie. It was directed by John Ford. There's a scene where he like gets on his knees and he says like, "My Darling Clementine." You can tell he just like he's trying to like be good for like these young people, and they feel like such like. They act the way like almost like children do towards their parents. When like a child does something wrong, they kind of have this like weird disappointment about them. And you can like see that in like John C. Reilly and Gwyneth Paltrow. but they're like 30.
Yeah.
And it's just a really weird vibe in a way.
Yeah, that's what always was like strange to me. Still, even in the construction of the movie, is how like it's not even naivete at a certain point. It's almost like ignorance. Like they just feel like kind of like dumb. I don't know.
Out, I mean,
but I don't know. They're just like simple. I don't know if they had really anything going on. You know, it's weird too that they go to the mall and then it's 2 years later. You know, it's just like it just jumps forward, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the scene we jump to though is there. Actually, I don't know if that's where the 2 years later happens.
No, it happens at the beginning where they're at that first casino and they meet in the hotel. He's like, "You want to roll with me?"
Doesn't
like,
it jump again though?
It goes from like, it's not a 2-year jump. It's like a 5-hour jump maybe, something like that. It's like I forget what he does. They leave to go to the mall and then he does something and then he gets the call.
Well, because isn't after the 2-year.
I know after the 2-year jump, it goes to, like that conversation
between Samuel L. Jackson and
the Samuel L. Jackson, like all three of them, yeah.
But like, oh sorry, what?
I was real quick. That scene's cool because that's when I realized that PTA loves cigarettes.
Yeah.
Because like I mean like they were smoking cigarettes in the car. I'm like, all right, you know, he likes cigarettes. But then I knew he loved cigarettes, and it's a little bit I'm not gonna say it's racist or anything.
The menthol.
Yeah. I was like, he offers Samuel. It's like Samuel Jackson's like, you guys don't have any menthol, and I'm like, working at a gas station, like, black people ask for like a lot of menthol cigarettes, and it's just like an interesting thing that he knew about.
In the 90s.
In the 90s, yeah.
At the end of the Boogie Nights commentary, he asks like the person there for a cigarette.
PTA does?
Yeah.
That's funny. But I don't know, it's always cool. I mean, I started paying more attention to stuff like that. Or it's actually, I don't even have to pay attention, it's just noticeable. Even in like Dead Man, the Jim Jarmusch movie, you could just tell that the dude loves cigarettes. But like I didn't know that. But like watching Hard 8 the first time, I didn't, because I wasn't smoking back then. I just didn't think about that at all. But like when you smoke cigarettes, like you notice when a cigarette is lit in a scene because you're just like, oh. Cigarettes
are like a cinematic cheat code.
I mean, they're cinematic cheat code, but anybody who smokes cigarettes is gonna be like, It's like kind of fucked up, but that's how it is. We gotta put vaping in our shorts to get all the
yeah, that's an untapped market.
It is kind of. Well, we just have to make it not stupid. Like I've seen, they made a new Twilight Zone series, like
the Jordan Peele one.
The Jordan Peele one, and they had the main one of the dudes who was like the main narrator dude was like vaping in it, and I was like, that's just not the same, dude. It's like so cringe.
Well, see, because then now when you talk about vapes, it's not even just like this. A cigarette is the classic, standard, whatever, even if it's a menthol, a thick one, whatever shit. At the end of the day, it's still just a cigarette. With the vapes, though, you got like the classic one with the cartridge. You got a jewel pod. You got these mods, these fat-ass dragon ones, you know? It's like, and in a sense, none of them are cool, though.
Yeah, it's just, cigarettes are so interesting in that way. I mean, I don't know I don't know why vapes just don't come off as cool. Like I feel like they should, but they just don't. Everybody's like, it looks whack. But I don't know. Maybe if you could do like juuling is like one of the grossest versions of like vaping. Maybe doing it that way. I don't know. It'd be cool to experiment with that. Just seeing like which version of vaping, because there's so many different shapes that they take and so many different like.
Well, it's hard too, because like even when I've seen it like represented in movies, it's very like offhand or subtle in terms of like a cigarette, because it is more of like a conscious choice to do the cigarette. You gotta take it out, light it, and all that. Where with the Juul or something, you just
it's like your phone. It's like social media.
Yeah, it's literally like the phone equivalent for a cigarette.
That's the one thing that bothers me about vaping is like you can't finish it in one sesh, you know, or like you don't like go and be like I'm gonna go, you know, it's like I'm gonna go vape. It's like it's not like that. You just like you hit it. You have the nicotine and you're like, all right, I'm done. You know, it's just like, it's not like you can't go outside and vape with someone. You know, it's just like, what the but you just reminded me, the one movie that I think did it kind of cool was Beach Bum with Zac Efron, where he takes a fat ass vape hit and like the rehab center and like out of one nostril blows out all the smoke. I was like, that's kind of cool.
But it's kind of, that's funny, you know.
It was funny, yeah. It was funny. His character was just crazy in that movie too. Sorry, that was like my pure nicotine addiction.
Nah, that's okay, because you know PTA has the same. It is interesting in the movie. I feel like there's like a large emphasis on like rules though, and like the especially in the beginning, like when they go and like we're gonna have a coffee and cigarette, and we're gonna have this conversation or whatever he says, you know, and then afterwards we'll do this or that. It's like never take a man's time for, I don't know. He says a lot of like, you know, basically like quotes, you know?
Yeah.
And then you think of it like that, and like almost like going back to the idea of like fatherhood or something like that, and in terms of instilling a structure that he took away. And, you know, it's almost like the sins of the father, you know what I mean? You almost think about like generational trauma or something like that. And that's almost like what's gone on here, you know, and trying to, you know, and what is the actual like sort of motive behind it, you know? Is it selfish? Is it just to absolve your own sins, or is it something more just to help someone out that you indirectly hurt? You know, that there's no real line in there, or there's no real like direct sort of thing pointing in it either way, you know. He's just kind of who he is, but at the same time how he lives his life is almost like a representation of that, to be so structured and have these rules. You never see him without a suit on, you know?
Yeah, it's very...
And the last shot, though, is even him. But then the whole thing about that, too, is, in a sense, persona, right? Because, in a sense, really, if anything, what his character is, and almost relating this to the Andy Warhol thing, how you build your persona and how you perceive yourself is only half of what it means to exist, because you're perceived by others, and you have to put the best foot forward, and whatever that is. And you know, but then putting that in correlation to, is the name Jim? No, not Jimmy. What's John C. Reilly's character?
Oh fuck, it was like some generic name.
Well, John C. Reilly and Gwyneth Paltrow's characters are almost like devoid of any structure, you know. It's funny to it's just funny too that he decided to pay for his mom's funeral by going to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
John,
yeah.
The thing at the beginning where he's like, I don't use matches.
Oh yeah,
yeah, that part's so fucking funny, dude.
And then it shows him like he's standing in line and his pocket gets on fire.
Wait, yeah, because like he's about to explain it. Instead of explaining it, they just cut to what happened.
That also sounds like something that like got cut out like later on in the movie. Like there's like some matches part could have been later on.
I feel like there's elements of that you can, of that scene, that are a lot more fleshed out in both Boogie Nights and in particularly Magnolia, about fate and whatnot. And it seems to be a big deal of even how Sydney meets John, you know what I mean? Like, we don't really know what happened, but in a sense, Sydney presents it as fate coming, you know? And so that's just an interesting thing too. And in terms of talking about meaning and whatnot, and prescribing meaning to things, you know, that's really what it means to have structures, that, you know, you have like these things mean something to you, and that's why you do them. And really, you can't really do anything unless you figure out what that meaning is for yourself. Right.
Yeah.
What did you get? Sorry, what?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, in the second half of the movie, everything just feels so abrupt. I remember every time I watched the movie, when we finally get to the scene where like they have the guy like the hostage and all that shit, it just feels so.
It's a big tone shift.
Yeah.
It's very like, I mean, I think that's one thing I liked about watching it the first time, which is like how abrupt the change was. But I could also see it just being like, I did want to see more of like the setup or like the build up to that, you know, instead of it being so just like all of a sudden like, all right, now these characters like they gotta go, they gotta leave. But I do I like how you guys brought up like how he's basically like being a surrogate father for him. It just making me think about like absent fathers a lot, you know, and even just like boomers. I mean, I don't know how to connect them both just yet, but I don't just like old time. I don't know. It's like they had like that one last shot where he's got the blood on his fucking suit. It's just like, you know, old people have blood on their hands. Like if they're that old, or like especially somebody like that, you know, he's definitely made some fucking mistakes. And
fathers are like a big thing he's like thinking about in these like 3 movies.
Yeah.
Because like Sydney's kind of like, oh, what's the word? Like when you love someone no matter what.
Unconditional.
Yeah, he has like that unconditional love for like John C. Reilly and like Gwyneth Paltrow kind of. And then you have like Burt Reynolds in Boogie Nights, who's like kind of just like oversees everything. And he's not so like, he's not like Philip Baker Hall, where Philip Baker Hall is going to like, he's just going to tell you how it is. You know, Burt Reynolds kind of like lets shit happen because he knows like that's the way like people are. And then there's like Jason Robards in Magnolia, who's like regretful. And just like during this period of his life too, his father was still alive when they were making Hard 8, but his dad died before Boogie Nights came out.
Whoa.
So his dad never saw Boogie Nights.
That's
Boogie
funny.
Nights is dedicated to this one actor in the film and his dad. And then like Jason Robards' character in Magnolia is like kind of like about Paul Thomas Anderson, like watching his dad die of cancer.
Dang.
It's interesting how just like the way it shifts throughout each film, the way he's kind of like thinking about it, even if it's like subconsciously.
And just for some more context too, his dad worked in the entertainment industry. He was like a radio host.
That's cool as fuck.
And so that's how like Paul Thomas Anderson was always in and around the sort of industry in a certain way. And he talks about in a lot of interviews about how, you know, he just met a lot of interesting characters through his dad, and how his dad himself was an interesting character in that way. Is it okay if I get some water real quick?
Yeah.
I just read in there how like he was the 7th of 9 children.
Holy fuck. Yeah. What the fuck?
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah, and we'll get into that with Punch Drunk Love.
Okay. That's like a big thing about that?
Well, you know, that Barry has all the sisters.
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah. Fuck. Okay. That's fair.
Oh, how'd you like the Noah edit for Yandi?
That was like, I watched it a few times. I really enjoyed it.
Fuck yeah.
Cool. Someone that follows Anthony just followed me.
Tight.
I'll show it to Anthony in a minute.
What the fuck? Somebody named Angry Vor just started following Backcountry. Happy Vor. Dang. Dang.
What the fuck?
Oh, what's your favorite PTA movie?
Me?
Oh, it's Boogie Nights, right? Is it Boogie Nights? Yeah,
I mean, I say Boogie Nights a lot.
You do. Say Boogie Nights 5 times fast.
Boogie Nights, 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 Boogie Nights. You do it.
Boogie Nights, Boogie Nights, Boogie Nights, Boogie Nights, Boogie Nights, Boogie Nights.
Say it faster, faster,
Boogie Nights,
faster,
Boogie Nights,
faster,
Boogie Nights,
faster,
Boogie Nights,
faster.
Boogie Nights. Fuck, I can't do that.
Your turn.
Gotta get these on.
Brandon said, "Oh, you're on break." He said, "Oh, he just sent this. Hey Norby, I looked into other Twitch categories, and talk shows and podcasts might be better for more traction to the stream." Yeah, actually, I think I have this on just chatting. I do both sometimes.
Do what?
I have it on just chatting right now. I can change it right
Shakira is single again.
Boogie Nights, Boogie Nights, Boogie Nights, Boogie Nights, Boogie Nights, Boogie Nights, Boogie Nights.
Hey. I just changed it. Thank you, Brandon, for the reminder. Yeah, I know. Just chatting is definitely more for like gamers, just chatting to their fans and shit.
Shout out to the gamers out there.
Gamers rise up. Brandon said yes, sir.
Who's this person, Anthony?
Who?
This person just.
He followed you?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting.
He's a music guy that I met at UNLV.
Cool. I love going in there.
Yeah, it's my favorite place to go. I miss it. The studio, the library, music studio.
Oh yeah, that was.
I met a Christian rapper in there.
That's really fucking cool.
Kanye.
We'll talk about it.
Is it like Christian as fuck type shit? Like
yeah, he reads like the gospel.
Oh okay. Does he like rap like Jesus songs?
Oh, I'll show you.
Dude, that's tight as fuck.
And he's into Minecraft.
Yo, that's so cool.
Wait, do you want to hear some of it?
Yeah. Real quick, make it quick. You gotta
Okay.
look at these split.
He's on Spotify.
Oh shit.
Chief Messenger.
Oh, he's the chief messenger.
He tried to. Well, he was a nice dude, but he tried to convert me.
Brandon said Minecraft and Jesus, laughing emoji, or whatever they call those things. What do they call those things, Brandon? I keep forgetting what they're called.
Oh, look at him, a fresh-faced filmmaker. He used to wear glasses.
Emotes.
Whoa. Oh, shit. Is that him from like the?
It looks kind of. Wait, can I see that again?
Yo.
Yeah. Dude, he looks a little bit like Pat.
A little bit.
He looks like Pat, but like fat in that picture.
This is called Pigs Eat Pearls.
Oh shit.
I'm making a hard ride in Saratoga.
Whoa, dude, he has that video in there.
Just act natural.
Dude, that guy knows his YouTube videos.
Man walked in, urge grow long hair, no ice running thin. When I'm talking about a book, you can see who's nice and who's can wait. Hold up, well, what the
Dude, he made a whole beat out of that one fucking YouTube video. That's crazy.
Wait, you need my pearls if you get them, eh? You need my pearls if you get them, eh?
Yeah, Red Pilot's son sample.
Slowly grinning, then I'll start showing in scissors, double-sided sword, sharper than I'm cut, cold scissors drip down to my socks, and it ain't after baptism, although I do it. It's a work of God. I've been slowly chewing, eating like it's hard. Let me show it to you, boys. It's not that hard. Don't call your brother stupid.
He was just jamming in the studio.
I guess so. He has an album, or a single.
Brandon said, "I'm dying." Walking Cedar said, "Red Pilot's son sample is keck."
This is the album.
Oh yeah.
Damn. It says victory in Jesus.
Really cool dude, though. I had a good conversation.
Check it out, guys.
I need to talk to him again sometimes.
Red Pilot's son sample.
Who do you call king?
Alright, let's go back to PT. Hard 8. So Hard 8.
I mean, is there anything else? I feel like, of all his movies,
it's definitely the most simple of the three, I think. In terms of themes and
I
stuff.
hope they can get the original cut somehow.
Yeah. I doubt it though at this point.
Nah, it's probably gone.
Yeah. But I do appreciate the absent father stuff more, like just thinking about it. It almost feels like a lesson to boomers to like clean up their sins, and in a way, it reminds me a lot of like Magnolia. But where was I gonna go with that? I guess I don't know. I appreciate Sydney's character, like that unconditional love, and trying to show that for like two people. I mean, like even Clementine feels like she grew up with an absent father. He was like just like working a fucking job at the casinos.
It might be his most wholesome movie.
It is pretty wholesome.
Yeah. Because like even there's literally a scene where he's like telling her as a bartender like, why do you have to flirt with guys to get a tip?
Mm-hmm.
It's just like something like people don't really.
Yeah,
old people say that.
It definitely encourages women to like not be like promiscuous either. There's like seeing like how it pains other people and it pains the woman. It doesn't seem like it's something that ever pays off. Not that people can't live their life that way, but it comes with its own pros and cons. Also, that hostage scene is kind of funny. Like John C. Reilly, like it's a serious scene, and you can feel how serious it is. But John C. Reilly is still like goofy, you know, like. The dude starts waking up and he starts fucking punching him. Like, no questions. It's so funny.
He marries her.
Yeah, that part was that's such a shock too, man.
He marries her and then she like
goes and sleeps with somebody.
He's like, we went to the bar and I turned around and she was just gone.
So this is the first one I rewatched for the podcast. And I was just thinking like, man, dude, PTA has like a real, like, I haven't seen the rest of his movies, but like just like very like surface level shit. I've noticed from his other, very surface level. I'm like, dude, he has like a soft spot for cucks.
Yeah.
Like, I need to see more of his movies, but I'm just like Licorice Pizza. I'm like, that guy looks like a cuck, you know? Like, I feel like he just has like a really like, am I wrong? Tell me if I'm wrong.
Nah, you just gotta see and decide for yourself if he's
these three. Yes,
he's a cuck sympathizer.
Because there's William H. Macy's character, and then like Jason Robards, and
who's William H. Macy?
The dude that gets like his wife's a porn star.
And Boogie Nights.
Lil Bill.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You guys rate ratings for Hard 8 or anything else?
Let me see.
I would like to give Hard 8 an 8, but I'd probably give it like a 7.
Just give it an 8, man. Just give it an
8. It's a 7.
Not too much else to say about it. I do appreciate it a lot.
It's solid.
Yeah.
Very good, like composition. Like the cinematography.
Yeah, like in the scene with Sidney and Philip Seymour Hoffman's character, you know. It's almost just like, but the reverse shot is almost like, it's like completely like a 180 between them, but it's like directly on them, and it's almost mirrored, you know. They're surrounded on both sides by the other crap players. So it's just interesting though. It's because it's, and then that young versus old sort of thing, you know. But
like the eye line is like, the camera's right in the middle of the eye line. It's like pretty interesting.
They had the camera on the table, or was it zoomed in?
It looked like it was in the table because it was like beneath the walls.
Yeah, you could see that. Yeah,
But yeah, dude, that scene is like, I think that's probably the best scene in the whole movie for me. That scene is just like,
it's a show stealer.
It absolutely, it's like fucking, it's like a short. It's like a short film in a movie. It's like fucking phenomenal.
Philip Seymour Hoffman has so much energy.
Yeah, and just like the theme, like you said, young versus old. It's just like fucking crazy good scene. I was gonna say, it's like a lot of it's shot at nighttime too, which I really like. I appreciate that. So
that tracking shot going down the stairs, where it's like the camera's fall. So like the camera operator had to be almost like walking
in the motel,
like backwards down the stairs, holding the fucking camera, and then it's really cool. I'd give it a 7 out of 10.
Fucking camera.
On my new scale, I'd probably give it approaching mastery. You know, it's your first feature. Things happen.
I would give it. I would give it like a 7.9 out of 10. Maybe even an 8.
A soft 8.
A soft 8, yeah.
Soft 8.
Soft 8. 8 minus.
8 minus.
So Boogie Nights?
Boogie Nights.
Boogie Nights.
Let's see. Let's.
I feel like you just need to like play this song right now. Like the opening Boogie Nights song.
I wanna put on my boogie shoes and boogie with you. Casey and the Sunshine Band.
Is that the
big guy with William H. Macy there?
Oh,
Brandon,
such a good squib.
What was the username? Actual comedy. A good squib for
William H. Macy's.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that part.
That's
was cool.
so great. That's so good.
I was definitely paying attention to a lot more of the squibs in Boogie Nights.
There's a good squib in Magnolia too.
Which one was it?
He kills himself. It's at the beginning.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah.
What's the best squib ever?
Fucking
Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, I was about to say fucking like some Tarantino shit. Fucking
when Samuel L. Jackson blast that dude's brains out. That's it. That's it right there.
Full Metal Jacket.
See, I don't know.
I mean, it depends where you're going. Full Metal Jacket feels more like a realistic squib.
Speaking of Full Metal Jacket, they bring
actually,
it up.
dude, Kate just watched that movie today for the first time.
What'd she think?
She thought it was really intense, but she liked it.
Yo. I feel that's like an easy way to do a squib, though.
Like the suicide
directly behind.
Yeah,
because you just have it like
it doesn't. Yeah. Whereas in like Pulp Fiction, it's like I don't know how they do it.
Well, it's like John Travolta has the gun right there. It bumps the car. They go over a bump. When they go over a bump, it cuts. So it's just like, and it cuts from like behind the car. So then they just have like the squib go off. In a way, the actor probably wasn't even there.
It's probably just a dummy or something.
Yeah.
I really like
but it's like unexpected. It's very unexpected, so it's cool.
The other squibs, you kind of expect like they bring the gun up here and all that shit.
What are they gonna do?
What's gonna happen next? All right, well, I guess starting out with Boogie Nights, just from the opening shot, that you're in good hands. You know what I mean? Just the way it's amazing. It really is amazing.
How'd they do that?
Because it goes, so it starts on a crane, but it doesn't just start on a crane. It starts tilted on the crane, and then it rotates, and then they pull down and they follow the car, and then they go, but it goes from the crane into Steadicam because then they go inside the nightclub, and then within, it's basically like a condensed version of Magnolia, where within, I would say, a minute or between 60 seconds to 2 minutes, you meet all the characters, essentially in the same space. But you're going through everything, through the dance, following everything. You see the conversation with Burt Reynolds, Roller Girl, and all this stuff. And then it just almost like perfectly lands on like this medium of Mark Wahlberg's character, and you're like, damn, that's how you do it. That's how you open a movie.
It goes to slow motion.
It goes to slow motion, yeah.
It's so crazy. Like they show the title of a movie as like a billboard.
Yeah,
and then it's like super high up, and I know the first time I saw that I didn't think about it, but this time I was like watching it and just thinking of like how they transitioned it from the crane to a Steadicam. I don't know how they would have done that, but it's so like seamless too. And they just follow everybody, and it's like it's so like fucking well thought out. It's just like great filmmaking.
I remember before I watched, I forgot to bring this up earlier. Before you told me about Boogie Nights, I remember seeing that scene in my editing class.
Yeah, Brett likes to show it.
It's like you see that and you're like, I want my movie to look like that.
And that's another thing too, like when a movie is shot in a high frame rate, you could kind of tell just like the way the motion is and shit like that. I never tell every time I watch it that when it goes to slow motion, it's like, shit, because like sometimes you can tell it's about to be slow motion because like they'll be running and then there's like no motion blur, so it's like, okay, it's probably gonna go in slow motion soon. But yeah, just from the get go, you know what type of movie you're getting into in terms of from a stylistic standpoint. And then from there, I did find it pretty interesting. I remember on my first watch, just like the movie's about porn, but it's like, I don't know. I found it's not even that original though. It's like someone who wants to get into it, or whatever. But just the way they go about it too, that like he just like shows his dick to people.
It's like about like family though, kind of. It's like family about like, and it takes place in the porn industry.
It's like finding a new family, leaving your home, or like if you don't have like a great family and like people like go out and find like their own family. But it's like in this instance, it's like a fucking weird fucking. It's like
listening to the audio commentary though, you definitely tell like he knew his porn. He was like very like interested in. He just talks about it for a good portion of it.
Especially before like the internet, you have to be like, that's not just porn. That's like tapes.
You go to the movie theater.
Yeah, you have to find prints and film.
That's like, that's where like like you are a true porn addict. If you would like go out of your way to like openly, like yell to the world like, I watch porn. I go into the theater. I go into the video stores and I go to the porn section and I buy these tapes and I return them.
He said he would go when he was 17. So that was 1987.
Whoa.
But by 1987, like, it was being shot on video.
Yeah.
So that's a very, like, I imagine they still had, like, showings in, like, theaters and whatnot. There's a good section, though. And I think we should listen to it. It's the scene where Burt Reynolds and Philip Baker Hall are talking about such a good scene where it's like on New Year's Eve of 1979 where it's just like this transition from the 70s to the 80s and Philip Baker Hall comes in and he's like, the future's in video. And Burt Reynolds is trying to tell him it's like not. And that scene alone is just like, that's like pivotal to that's just like a cool like film history scene.
It's the most potent scene in the movie almost because, you know, that reigns true today in terms of the ever-changing industry and all that. And to me, that's what's even more beyond the theme of the surrogate family is that, and what we'll get into, especially later on in his career, but how he's able to take historical context and make it actually fit towards the movie. Because really it's a movie about, like, in my opinion, about the changing times and shit like that. And man, it's great.
He talks about like how he talks about the difference. It's so interesting. He talks about the difference of like shooting porn on film compared to like video, and how there's like a difference, you know, because like
Carb Armor was saying,
people like think of like, I feel like now a lot of people kind of like look at it kind of as like it's still porn, but like the shooting process is like much different when you're like doing it on film, you know, because like video, he says this thing in there where you can't, he says you can't worry about plot because now the viewer has a fast forward button. And that's like what Burt Reynolds' character is trying to avoid.
The antithesis of his whole existence.
Exactly. He's trying to make like auteur porn. You know, and then it's like this whole something like revolutionary comes to change the industry where it's just like, you know,
it's coming whether you like it or not.
You're just like the audience is it. The industry is changing to fit the market, and the market is just like centered on like a dopamine rush, where it's just like the people are like they don't give a shit about what the characters are saying. They don't give a shit about what the plot is. They just want to like cut to like the sex. And now like putting that into porn, if you see the way like porn is today too, like a lot of porn videos are like 10 minutes long, you know, and that's just because like it cuts to basically like all the different like sex positions and whatnot. But it's like, not that there aren't, you can definitely find it because there's like a billion fucking videos on the internet, but like you don't find as many like 20 to 30 minute long porn videos. And that's because when people are watching porn, they're like, some people probably do, but like you're not worried about like what the plot is or what like the characters are. Like people are like cutting to just like the sex stuff in order to get off. And in a way that's probably what like fuels like porn addictions and things like that. And I feel like it's a very relevant movie. Because even now like porn, it's like went from you watch it in a movie theater to you get it on a video where you can fast forward it to DVD to now like people just watch it on their phones. You can watch it anywhere. And
but then also the world is changing in a place where it's like you just go on Instagram and half of it or TikTok is just softcore porn and almost feels like it's just very promiscuous in a sense.
People have like their like link trees to like their TikTok, their OnlyFans, like maybe if they have something on Pornhub or something like that. And it's just like it's been geared towards like making the audience like stupider. It really has been, you know, because like in the 70s, if you go to watch like porn in a movie theater or something, like I'm sure people left and whatnot, but like you paid for your ticket. I don't know. I don't know how you paid to see the porn, you know, and now like maybe you pay for it in terms of like buying like internet or whatnot, but like it's on your phone for free. And even if like you don't want to watch. Even if you don't want to like watch porn necessarily, you can go on like TikTok or Instagram or something like that and find something that's basically just like the same thing in a way. There's like a lot less like, it's like gearing away from like intellectual stimulation in any sense.
Yeah.
But that's also, sorry, what?
You can go.
I feel like even beyond the actual like sort of literal like metaphor for porn, it's like that's just like entertainment in general. Entertainment has just become so accessible now that even just the way that we consume like information is mostly visual, you know. People don't read as much, and on top of that, you just want to get straight to it. That's why TikTok is successful, right? Is like you're just trying to get literally straight to the point. But it's also, it's just like, that's what's so frustrating, and you know, you can sympathize with Burt Reynolds' characters because like just because people want this doesn't mean like they should have it or they need this. You know what I mean? It's like, and it's really frustrating because it's like, all right. So, like, you know, if you're trying to, what does that mean for us even now, you know? It's like, what do you do? How do you make a movie these days? How do you do that? I can understand walking out of, or if we made a film school, we would probably tell our students, if you want to make a Marvel film, you probably have to walk out of this room. Like, you know? Yeah. Like, you know, it's just a changing time, and that in a sense, and you put that in juxtaposition also to like 70s, and kind of also what I was relating to with the Andy Warhol thing. It's like in the 80s, there's basically like the death of a lot of stuff in a lot of ways, you know, and the movie does it perfectly, just with an actual sort of like bang and a death, you know, but I don't know, 80s is a weird time.
Yeah.
Now you can just like, with the fast forward button back then, now you like, our videos are all on YouTube. They can just like scroll to like the part they like.
Yeah, fucking, that's what you see that you can see the most popular parts.
Yeah, I saw the update for that. I'm like, oh man, why they had to do that?
So like I can literally see like what the most boring parts are, some like, or like where people like will tune out. It's like watching Wizard. It's just like, all right, people really don't like how long the intro is. People just skip that shit. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I'm keeping.
Did it hurt your feelings at first when you saw that?
I'm just no. I was like, it makes sense. Like I always thought that, and I'm like, okay, you like, yeah, I was right.
You see, and that's the thing too that I hate. I get it, like test screenings or stuff like data analytics tracking and shit like that, but it's like, you know, I don't know, even if people don't like it, what if you like it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's just because there's always like the biggest YouTubers. They're not just like, they're not like filmmakers. They're like, they literally just like Mr. Beast like studies the algorithm. Like he literally like understands YouTube like the back of his hand and doesn't care about like, I don't know, like doing what we're doing. You know, he cares about just like going and making like content that gets lots of views and like understanding the best way to do that through YouTube.
Making money,
yeah.
He's a good businessman.
Yeah, he's really good. He's really good at what he does, but it's a lot different, and you know, it's like there's gonna be people who are really good at doing that, and it's like it's gonna change the way that YouTube functions, and
it's already changed.
It's already changed, and they use those like tools like pretty, I'm sure, all the fucking time, just like looking at their views and just like how it does over time and whatnot. But I mean, it's interesting, but like anyways, regardless, yeah, I like that part a lot as like as the middle too. Like it's a really good tone shift, like going from like two different decades, because like whenever I hear Boogie Nights, like it's Boogie Nights is like, that's a very like 70s thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like I'm like, whenever I think of the movie from like afar, I never really think about like the second half so much. I always think about like the first half, like very 70s, like very like disco type of feel. Like that's what I think about when I think about the movie. But that's what's so fun about watching the movie is like, oh yeah, the movie just moves on. You know, it just goes in the 80s, and the tone shift there is I like that it shows you like the consequences of living such a lifestyle. It's not like all fun and games. Like there's a fucking yin and yang to every story. And that's one thing that I really liked about the movie the first time I watched it was just how far from like the joy of the first half, like how far they stray from that in the second half. Like you see like Mark Wahlberg, his character is so fucking
different.
It's just rich. It's just like a rich character, like great character development. I really like. I like seeing his story.
It's funny that he wants to become a rock star.
Yeah, it's just like, it's like and his cock is so big. It's like, you know, it's like everybody's got that one thing, right? But it's just like, you know, it's like, damn, dude, like that dude's got a fucking huge cock, but like, damn, he can't sing. You know, it's like his one thing really is just his big dick.
It's like he's like the literal representation of that Tim Dillon video.
Paul Thomas Anderson says in the commentary that he won't divulge whether or not it's good acting or bad singing.
That's funny.
That's like something interesting though, from an acting standpoint. The acting, like, all the characters are like double acting.
Yeah, I forget if I was.
You and me were talking about that.
Yeah, it was really impressive, just like seeing them going from like acting to like double acting, where they're acting bad. It's just like so.
Yeah.
Or even just like that one scene in where Burt Reynolds and the editor are like editing the fucking, what's the movie they make with Mark Wahlberg with the character? What's it called?
Burt Landers.
No.
Brock Landers?
Brock Landers, the Brock Landers thing. They're editing it, and he's like, "This is the best thing we've ever made." It's like, looks like shit, you know. It looks cheesy as fuck, and the acting's terrible. It's just like, I like that. I don't know. They just like they had. I don't know, it just felt accurate, you know. It felt accurate. But like it's ironic because the movie's like so good, you know, and it's coming from like PTA who like would go on and do all this crazy stuff. So it's just like.
It's so good because it captures like what that stuff is,
and
like in order, like the essence of that is like bad acting, you know, because it's not about like the acting either. It's about like the sex stuff and like kind of like segueing into that. He says something in the commentary where it's like, you don't know like an actor, or you know an actor's a good actor when they're good at acting bad.
Yeah, I remember you said that. Yeah.
And it's really cool too because there's that scene, the scene where it's a sex scene between Mark Wahlberg and Julianne Moore. Part of it you see shot through like probably like 16 millimeter.
Yeah, through the film gate, and then it's like it's flipped because when you put film in there, you know, there's the mirror, and then it flips back, and then when you print it out, there's a whole bunch of processes.
You see that, and then you also see like kind of like a shaky cam like on them when they're doing the scene. And that's just interesting because from one lens you're like seeing it the way like the anticipated viewer is going to see it, and how they're kind of just like it's going to focus on like the sexual aspect of it. And then when it's like the shaky cam on them, that's from like the omniscient point of view, where it's like that's like when like the crazy acting is happening because you're seeing them as like people, but they're acting, but you know they kind of like have a thing for each other too. Because like Julianne Moore, her character is really interesting because she's like the mother of them, but it's like a weird type of like, it's not like a surrogacy like the way like Philip Baker Hall is in Hard 8, because like she's like having sex with them. Yeah, it's really weird.
The Oedipus complex.
But bullshit. It's almost like they view her as like the mom.
She calls them all her babies.
Yeah. And then the whole thing where it's like she has like a fucked up relationship with like her ex-husband and her son. She can't like see her son. There's the great scene like near the beginning where there's that big pool party and they call on the phone, and I don't know what her name might be Linda. Yeah. And they ask for Linda, and no one like knows who that is.
I like the way that Luis Guzman's character goes around too and asks him, like, "You Linda? Linda? Is there a Linda in here?"
And it's like, in a way too, like the people are like, they're pretty nice, even though they're kind of doing like something that might be like something considered depraved. And like she's not able to like really care for like her own children. Like Philip Baker Hall, he says he can't have like a relationship with like. He says he hasn't.
Scared me.
Jeffrey Simpkins is now following.
Oh, yo. Jeffrey!
What up, Jeffrey?
Dang. Shout out to Jeffrey out there.
What's up, Jeffrey?
Surrealist filmmaker.
Yeah. I hope. Hey, if you haven't seen the movies yet, you know, check them out. Still, we'll hang out sometime. Maybe watch one of the ones the next one. Shout out to Jeffrey.
But like Philip Baker Hall's character, he can't like have. He says he hasn't spoken to his kids in years. Jason Robards hasn't spoken to like Tom Cruise in like a long time. Like Julianne Moore, she has like a son that she like cares about, but like she's doing porn and like snorting coke.
You're just like such a fucking liability.
Yeah,
by herself.
It makes sense why like she's not able to like see her son and
Hell
stuff.
No.
Even though like she probably.
It's still
like,
sad though. Like
him.
that scene's followed by her crying like outside and shit. It's like your life sucks a little bit.
That's an interesting thing too about how. Like Don Cheadle's character's trying to get the loan, and the bank can't give it to him because he's like been in porn.
They call him a pornographer,
and he says like I'm an actor. Yeah. But it's interesting because like it doesn't feel like he's trying to bullshit them.
No, he's really honest.
Yeah,
he's like, well, what is it that we have to do or say or write to get this to work? You know, he's willing to work, and the guy's just not listening.
He's not going to give it to him.
It did feel like a weird sort of like a very obscure form of like discrimination that nobody thinks about.
Yeah, it's like a social taboo.
And then Jeffrey said, "Yo, first time chat. Thanks, man."
I mean, in a way, like to relate it to now, it's like Lana Rhoades having like a kid. Like everyone like made fun of her for it, and like everyone's making fun of how like the kid's gonna get made fun of.
Yeah,
and it's like a weird thing where it's like, it's not like the kid's fault. But like the kid's gonna have to bear like the consequences.
The kid is gonna suffer, dude.
They're gonna like suffer like
That's
hardcore.
So fucked up.
Like even like if people like sympathize with the kid, there's gonna be like a good amount of people on the internet who just like do not give a fuck.
Yeah,
and they're gonna like, I don't know what's gonna happen to the kid, but like they're gonna try and bully the kid to like the point of suicide probably.
Or like even like I'm sure if Mia Khalifa's gonna have a kid,
any famous porn star, you know. And it's even worse now because like everyone our age is on Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, and like
and TikTok. It's only gonna get worse.
It's just like buzzwords are just getting filtered all over the place.
It's way easier to send just information.
I feel like buzzwords are getting even like more simple and more dumb.
Oh yeah,
it's like it's so concerning. I honestly feel scared.
Imagine like that kid.
We got you, Norbert.
That kid's like either like.
I'm scared.
That kid's gonna be like getting like DM'd like memes when they're like 6.
It's probably like 3, bro. He
probably has like one
I wonder how old kids are watching porn now. Cause like I had a phone, like a smartphone, for like the first time in middle school, and like that's kind of when I discovered porn. You know, about that age bracket. Like I didn't have a smartphone till I was in middle school, and like these kids are like they all have smartphones. Like I heard some scooter kids coming to the Speedy Mart like making like dick sucking jokes, and they look like they're in like the 4th grade and shit.
We were at the skate park the other day, and Norby recognized like one of the little kids there.
Yeah, he comes into Speedy Mart all the time. He was on his phone. And he looked like kind of like stressed out, but he looks like he has a stressed out life. Like that kid comes in, he's like. He definitely acts a little bit different than like other kids I knew at that age. Kim
Kardashian and Kanye West, one of their kids, he's on Roblox.
I saw that shit. That was funny.
So yeah, it's bound to happen.
Do you get kind of like frustrated at Kim Kardashian sometimes?
I guess, but like I'm not like. I'm more invested in like Kanye's career and shit like that. Like the personal shit, it's like I don't even know, you know. However they live their lives or that shit. But you know, Kim Kardashian is, you know, she's goofy.
Yeah, for real.
But like also goofy in this, but at the same time, I don't want to get too into it. But it's like they've able to position themselves in a way that they're like some of the most influential people in the world, though, and richest people, you know, or not even richest, but you know, there's a couple billionaires in there now. How many families you can say have that? So, you know, they're business people. They're goofy, but business, I guess.
Money's goofy.
Yeah, money's goofy.
Money is goofy.
I saw something. She said she'd eat poop every day if it would make her keep her.
I saw her say that too.
What?
So it's just like, yeah, that's goofy. That's goofy.
The video of her talking, of her kid going up to her with a Roblox thing, and this is like they got it on camera of like the kid going up to her and showing her the Roblox thing, and she's like freaking out. Her whole family's there, and like, oh my god, who would do that? It's like fucking Roblox.
But like the son, he doesn't necessarily understand. He just thinks that he saw his mom on Roblox. He's
Yeah.
like, Mom.
That's got to be a tough childhood.
Mm-hmm.
So Nah,
he's rich as fuck.
Yeah, and if your dad's Kanye,
but still having to deal with all that shit of like, imagine like going on like you happen to like open your like iPad when you're like 7 and like something talking about like how Kanye is like a bad person. Your dad is a bad person.
I feel like those kids are just they're gonna grow up so different. Like they're not gonna know what privacy is,
Yeah.
Like you're gonna grow up and like not understand that it's weird that people know everything about your parents, like.
Or you too.
Yeah, or you as well. Like you're just gonna grow up and like that's gonna be like the norm, Like
but
I
then
can't even imagine.
It turns into like a Vox Lux thing.
It could, yeah, but Vox Lux was like. I mean, yeah, it could be, yeah.
It's gonna be like that, where like you grow up like kind of like Jaden Smith.
Yeah, but yeah, Jaden Smith turned out a little.
And what was that thing he said not too long ago?
Oh, about the state of the economic state of the world.
What did he say? I didn't see that.
Oh, well, basically, like he was like, I can't talk to people my age. They're too dumb.
So
like, why the fuck don't they say anything about the economic state of the world?
And I think it's because I grew up around like adults and had like intellectual conversations growing up. Some dumb shit like that.
It's like really fucking entitled.
And then like his like line on like Flower Boy is like, watch out for the pothole.
What the fuck?
He talks about that, how like Tyler the Creator didn't really like him, but then he's like, he must have liked me because like I'm on his album. I don't think his lines are that good though.
Yeah. Man, fucking reminds me of Will Smith.
Have you seen After Earth?
Yeah, I saw it in theaters.
Me too.
Theaters?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see it in theaters.
It was fun. JK.
Funny.
It was funny. Yeah, it was funny.
Well, I guess this is just. I do like how in Boogie Nights there's just like a lot of just like cool film stuff too. In a sense, a lot of movies just about filmmaking. I love the conversation between Burt Reynolds and whoever plays the cinematographer, where they're like talking about the photography of the film. And it wasn't with Burt Reynolds. It was with William H. Macy's character. While his wife's getting fucked at the party. But the way that the cinematographer is like asking him and just trying to finesse to get more money, to get more lights and shit like that. And he's like, oh well, I mean, if you have something else to do, you can go. But I'm just talking about the photography of the film, isn't the photography?
Yeah, that part's funny.
Are you giving me shit?
Yeah. And he's like, no, I'm just talking about the photography of the film.
I feel like that scene's like framed so well too, because like. They're like right there, like they're obviously like the center of it, but in the background, like in between them, it's like this crowd of people watching like his wife get. And then
after they finish the conversation, he fucking goes to watch he goes to join the crowd,
and he looks down at her, and she's like, "You're embarrassing me." That was like a famous porn star, Nina Hartley. My coworker Ian said he met her because he used to work at a strip club on Las Vegas Boulevard, so he was like around that type of stuff, and he said Nina Hartley was a bitch, but who knows.
I guess just speaking about the party too, and besides the opening shot, it's probably one of the other iconic shots in the movie. Is that and it's going through the party and the house and everything. Then it goes underwater. You're like, oh shit,
spill the wine. It goes underwater right when it says like spill the wine. It's like they like planned it. No, like seriously, like I don't think the song's like edited like too heavily for that part. And like right when she goes underwater, that's when like the song comes on. I wonder how they did that. I'm just curious about that. If like they listened to the song and like saw like how long it was to the point where like I feel like that happens.
That might be accurate, because they do. He was really into like the rehearsal process at the time, and you'd have to for something like that. So before you even shoot it, you'd probably have a good understanding of the length of the scene or the shot.
Bunch of like incredibly like well choreographed like long takes.
And it's so fun in that one in particular too, is that even more than the opening scene, is that like the character moments in there are just so funny and charming. Because isn't that where John C. Reilly and Mark Wahlberg meet and they talk about like, oh, do you lift? There's like, here, try this margarita.
And he's like making the margarita, and like Mark Wahlberg looks away for a second, and he like drinks some margarita.
Yeah,
and he's like, it's good. I remember I watched the movie like within the last year or two, and I was high, but like the movie's really funny too.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
It's very funny, like shit like that. There's the scene where like there's like that really like short like skinny girl who comes with the colonel. And
the one who get ODs?
Yeah, and she comes up to the dude and she's like, "You got any coke?" And he's like, "Yeah." And then they go into the room and they're like, "What's wrong?" And he's like, "This is like the second bitch that's OD'd on me in like a week." It's so fucked up.
Like,
but it's funny.
He's like super upset about it too. He's like borderline crying.
Yeah, it's great because it's like it's something that is like you can definitely see happening in that scene, but just the way like.
And then she starts like spazzing out on him.
Yeah. That dude, I think his name's Bob Ridgely or something. The film's dedicated to him and Paul Thomas Anderson's dad. And he talks about in the commentary the scene where he's in jail talking to Burt Reynolds. That scene's pretty hardcore, where it's like he's trying to like convince Burt Reynolds that like he didn't do anything wrong. And Burt Reynolds he can't listen to it anymore. And he like hangs up the phone and you hear him still trying to, or you see him still trying to talk, but like he obviously can't hear him. And PTA said like, it's like hard for him to watch that scene because like after the movie he passed away and he didn't get to see the movie either.
Oh, damn.
And I guess they were like pretty close. Really good performance. What do you think of Mark Wahlberg?
Oh, dude, I was about to bring it up. He's fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
Like, brilliant. Like,
best Mark Wahlberg?
I mean, I haven't seen a lot of his movies, but, like, of everything I've seen, I mean, just, like, what the fuck happened to Mark Wahlberg?
I know.
It's like, damn, I thought, like.
He should have worked with PTA.
Yeah, I mean, like, he had a lot in him, you know? Like, that one look he's giving when he's in the house towards the end. Where like
he's like sweating and
he's like
shit.
sweating like he looks like fucked up. He's just like it gives you that pause on his face. It's like such a good face, but it's also it's such a good moment to reflect on his character, like and in this fucking situation, this like really fucking weird situation.
The only thing I would say is that he doesn't do like the best or like the 100% like best job at losing his Boston accent. And, you know, if he's supposed to be this dude from the Valley, you know, a Valley accent is very different than a Boston accent. So that's the only part where sometimes it just feels like if I had to nitpick.
Yeah, the way he talks, especially towards the beginning where he's like younger, feels very like I can see it being put on, but I still appreciated it. I don't know. I just liked his character.
What do you think of the prosthetic dick at the end?
I don't know, it's funny.
I like how it's framed actually because like his head is cut off. Like you don't see his head, it's just the body, you know? And it's almost like, you know, his head is so big that's not even in the frame, you know?
His dick is
all he can think about, all he really is his dick. In his own mind, you know, he can't even get past it. If anything, he thought it was a blessing, but it's a curse because he doesn't even know how to be anything without it.
Yeah, it's fucking dude. That scene is.
It's kind of brilliant.
That last scene is like it's a great punchline too. It's just like they're talking about the dick the whole time. I was like, man, like this.
You wonder what it looks
dick.
like.
Yeah, it's like this guy's got a big dick, you know. It's just like, and especially like all the character reactions, like they really make it seem like it's just me like this fucking like 13-inch fucking like Jesus Christ type shit. But you know, it comes on, it's like, yeah, it's pretty big, but also just like it just feels so twisted too. Like he like the scenes where he's like hyping himself up in the mirror, like, oh, you know, it's pretty funny, it's innocent, you know, it's just like it's goofy, it's funny, and then like you see him do it, but the dick's in the frame, and you're like, dude, this is like fucked up. Like I don't know, it's like saying like you're a big bright shining star, and it's like you're just looking at your dick while you say that. It's like so like I can't even fathom how to be in that headspace. It's like so.
If he could suck his own dick, he would.
He'd probably
yeah.
Man, yeah.
That scene's like super weird, like in a way tonally, because I love the stuff he's saying to himself in the mirror. It's just like he's like very like egotistic, and then like it is kind of like the great final shot because you get to see like the one thing everyone has. You know, you get to see like what kind of like the thing about the movie is. At the same time though, The first time I saw it, I think I did know about that scene. And like the dick's like fake. And in a way that like there's an aspect of it that like messes with the verisimilitude. Where I see it and I'm like,
What do you mean?
Like it looks not real.
Yeah, there's an aspect of it that doesn't look real.
And it's just like,
I never even really thought about it. Like I was just so in the character, like so in the movie, I didn't even think about whether or not it was fake or like if that was actually. I never even thought about like, is that actually Mark Wahlberg's dick? Like that's the first time
I might be nitpicking with that because that's like a great like screenwriting choice.
It
really
to
is.
End it on the
because he's talking about like how cool he is, and then like visually like you finally see his like penis. I guess just I don't know how else you would shoot it. But maybe I wish I just didn't know it was like fake.
Yeah.
So
you just ruined it for me.
Oh, you thought it was real?
I did. I thought Mark Wahlberg's dick was actually. I thought he was hung as fuck. He was in really good shape for this movie.
He was a Calvin Klein model.
He lost weight for this.
That. Yeah, you can tell he's really lean.
Lost weight.
He's lean as fuck.
In the commentary, because PTA saw him in Fear and The Basketball Diaries, and
where you also saw Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah,
damn.
Mark Wahlberg thought he like just wanted him for like the physical aspect, and he's like, I want to be in this if you think like I'm a good actor, and he thought he was a good actor. So,
who would have been better, Leo or?
I think Mark Wahlberg's a really good.
It would have been a different movie with
a way different.
Like
movie,
I wouldn't even know, I couldn't even think of it in the same way because, like basically like the movie as an ensemble, it only works if everyone's bouncing off each other, and really the tone and like the sort of the feeling and the aura that's created is partly because of how that Mark Wahlberg bounces off of them and how they bounce off of Mark.
Yeah.
And so putting Leo in there, it's just like, I mean, it would probably still be good, but I don't know what that movie is. It would be a different movie.
And it's just hard to imagine him with like a big dick. Like I don't see him with a big dick.
He was very skinny. He would have had to gain weight, I feel.
Leo,
he was
a small guy
at the time.
Have you seen Mark's pretty skinny?
He only did
though.
Gilbert Grape around that time, right?
Gilbert Grape was a bit. In Basketball Diaries, he's like a heroin addict, and it's just weird to like. I mean, it'd be really cool if he could have pulled it off, but that's just like a weird persona change. And then also, he did The Beach. I don't know if you've seen The Beach.
That was a little after though. That was like 2000, right?
It would have been filmed in like the same time period. The Beach is kind of like weird.
Alex Garland.
Oh, yeah, wow. Alex Garland and Danny Boyle. Interesting combo.
Danny Boyle.
I want to see Men.
That might have. Me too. I was actually going to see that yesterday, but then I saw Crimes of the Future came out.
Okay, that's.
But yeah, we should go check it out. Oh yeah, sorry Jeffrey. I didn't. If Jeffrey, you're still listening, because he saw it, and I told him I'd see it. But Crimes of the Future came out, bro. So David Cronenberg, I had to check it out.
What does Jeffrey do at the? Trade, he works at the trade school too, right?
Yeah, we're just all videographers there. But yeah, we just make videos and take photos and shit.
How many? Because you guys have been uploading. Sorry, this is like totally sidetracked. How many of those videos that have been uploading to the Instagram did you shoot yourself?
Probably like 80 to 90% of it. Like most of it, like and then the ones that aren't mine, like Jeffrey just did finish one that we posted a few days ago, and then the photos are the ones that it's like from all of us.
Yeah, there's a few videos where I'm like, that's Anthony.
Oh yeah,
I know that's Anthony.
Yeah. Which one? The hand one?
Yeah, the hand one. Yeah. I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Yeah. I don't know. You know, sometimes I don't know how to feel about social media, to be honest.
It's toxic.
Yeah, it's just it's weird.
It's that Boogie Nights thing we were talking about, the
like change from film to video,
getting dumber.
Yeah.
And I think a big part of that is just like, I mean, I don't know a lot about economies or even like the different types of, or like you know, communism and socialism and all that bullshit. But like corporates right now are a pretty big problem, in my opinion. Just the way that they're going about dealing with the public and selling them products. Because, I mean, they're influencing everything, and it's getting to the point where it's just...
But also, like, the corporate culture is, like, kind of almost cannibalizing itself because now it's just becoming one... A lot of companies are just being conglomerates of larger ones and larger ones until it's like, you know, Disney owns, like, you know, 60% of whatever shit is out there. But, like, I don't know. It's weird, too, because in a sense, you know... Technological innovations are, you know, supposed to like simplify life and make it life easier, right? That's why we have technology, and that's basically what social media and even videotape did. It made life easier, made it a lot easier to shoot stuff. Maybe it's shittier quality or just changes the process. Smartphones do that too, and in a lot of ways it makes it a lot easier to consume information. So you did solve a problem, but like. Solutions have like a half-life in terms of their actual like viability before it becomes a problem in itself.
Just new problems.
Yeah, and that's what it is. There's no such thing as a solution. It's just a new problem. And the new problem is like a black hole that just absorbed the other problem.
It's never. It's just always new problems. The solutions never fix anything. But
my favorite character in the movie is Philip Seymour Hoffman's though.
He's really good.
What were we talking about the other day where I'm like, that's fucking Philip Seymour Hoffman from Boogie? We were talking about something. I forget what
Elwood?
it was. It may have been Elwood. Flat out. Elwood. He's not here right now. I could call him.
He's not here right now? What the?
Elwood!
I'll call him.
I went to the fashion show yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
And I went there mainly just to visit Elwood. But shout out to Dave, I got some new shoes.
Nice.
But we could have gone anywhere, but, you know, went to the fashion show just to say what's up. But, you know, I got tricked by his voicemail last week or a week or two ago.
Yo, Elwood. Hey, Elwood, I have something to tell you.
Well, what are you going to tell me?
Andy Warhol was gay.
Yeah.
No. When we were in the car, you're like, no.
Yeah, like he wasn't like gay, but he was gay.
You gaslit me.
He's like Lou Reed gay, you know what I mean? Like no one questions it. He's just gay.
So turn on Elwood.
So your favorite musician's gay?
I just like his fashion, to be honest. His wardrobe. He always just has the tank top that's just his with the belly hanging out.
That scene where the first scene that you see like Mark Wahlberg or like Dirk Diggler's dick, and he's like the sound dude. And he starts to like close his eyes and shake a little bit.
That part was funny as fuck. He's like genuinely like about to fucking collapse because of how big his dick is.
That scene where he's in the car and he starts crying, that's like a really good scene.
That's great.
It's another show stealer.
It goes from like kind of like a great mixture of like awkward funny to like sad.
It's hard cool. Sad too.
Yeah, it shows. It definitely like it's a movie that doesn't like glamorize like the industry or anything. No. It just like kind of shows shit the way like it just presents it.
I would say that like though in its conclusion, I feel like even though it goes pretty hard into maybe some consequences, at the end, you know, they all kind of make it out unscathed. You know, they went through some shit, but like. No one really dies or anything, you know, or like really anything really shitty happens. At the end, they're all making they're making movies again, and they're with their family. Don Cheadle has his company. Julianne Moore is a director now. You know, Mark Wahlberg is back with Burt Reynolds' character. You know, the only one that really does is the Colonel, but I don't know.
I feel like. It shows like the unscathed portion, because the movie ends around like 1984ish, and it doesn't like. I feel like it almost shows like before like a darker period happens, because like a darker period's due to happen after that. Even like when they're walking through
AIDS, yeah.
Yeah, there's that, and you see the little baby and stuff, and everything. It is kind of cool how everything ends on like more of like an uplifting note. But even when you're still you're always like reminded of the consequence. When like Burt Reynolds is walking through the house, you see the painting of Little Bill.
Little Bill.
And that.
Sorry, it's would just show up in the chat.
Well.
He said I'm not gay, dude. You believe he said I'm not gay, dude?
I wasn't asking about that. I was just asking.
Why are you bringing that up?
Yeah,
it's
okay.
What up,
You don't have to
Elwood?
say you're not gay. We know that you are, dude. And then he said, Lou Reed is gay, Andy is gay, but also I don't own 4 MBV EPs on CD. Is that a jab at you, Elijah?
It was $13.99.
Dang. Dang.
If you got the Tom Waits record because Barnes and Noble didn't have any Slow Dive. But like there's that last scene where like Julianne Moore's getting ready for it, and she just looks into the mirror, and you can tell like something's like she's not happy. You know. It is like the perfect way to end the movie, because if not, it would be like a 5-hour long movie.
Yeah.
But it's crazy too how they shot this movie in like the period of time that they shot it in, just with like all the like tracking shots and like all just like the different scenes and all the extras.
There's a fuckload that went in this movie.
Yeah.
And then
definitely.
I would also said, and how the fuck are you 3 hours in and just on Boogie Nights? Shut the fuck up, Elwood. And then he also said, I really enjoy the music, all circusy and shit.
The circus music at the beginning and end is pretty cool. Dysfunctional circus.
But the ending's pretty good. I mean, it feels like a happy ending, but it's really not. It's just like a return to like but like not even like the beginning was so good because it's like the honeymoon phase. You know, it's like so just like shit's rolling. Like you know, like you could tell like Mark Wahlberg's character's excited, but he's also like not a dickhead yet. You know. But it's also just really cool to see the characters come together again. And so
it feels good.
Itself, that in itself, it just feels like returning to home. Like, you know, like fucking like how chord progressions work. It's just like, you know, you start off in home, you go and you go to like to some like unknown territory, and then and then you return home.
A cadence.
Cadence, yeah. But I really I like that. I like PTA is interesting because it's like the stories are so long. It almost feels like when you're in the movie, it's like it feels like he doesn't understand it felt like he didn't understand story structure like the way we learned it, where it's like already like the beats are laid out.
Just wait till you get even further down.
But here at least it feels like he just understands it at a very like intuitive level. You know, the way it's written and stuff.
That's what's so cool about it, though.
Yeah, like the tone, the mid shift, the tone shift in the middle, and like all of his movies, like he understands that. Like I don't know how much he understands about like beats or like Snyder beats or like however much screenplay knowledge they had at that time. But
I think he just watched a shit ton of movies.
That's what I'm thinking too.
He was a writer. Like he calls himself like a writer first. Like he writes. And then he makes what he writes.
But that's what's so good about the way he writes is like it comes off in the moment like almost like it wasn't written, you know, which is I mean like I don't know when I'm watching I'm never thinking like too much about like how masterful the writing is until like after the whole thing's finished and then I'm thinking about the writing. Like I'm never thinking about the writing in the movie.
It's so good.
Yeah.
You're just entranced
but
by
like
it.
it's like it's such a I think that's such a unique thing, that experience I've had with him, just because I'm always thinking about the writing when I'm watching movies. Like watching PTA, I'm not thinking about the writing until the movie's done, and that's just like kind of a bizarre experience for me.
I feel that's the way
I'm still getting used to him.
That's the way it should be. I mean, it makes sense that you're gonna think about writing just because like you took classes on it and like you write stuff, so it's just like kind of natural. In a way, it's almost like I feel like sometimes I watch something and I almost try to like pick out like something they would criticize in like the screenwriting class. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like if he submitted this screenplay to fucking Charles Burmeister, he would like
they'd just be like
he would just shit on it so hard. I mean, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to see the script, but it's definitely not a script that. I don't know. I'd have to read it. I haven't. I'd have to look at it.
I feel like it would definitely be harder to read.
Yeah.
Just because he probably wrote it in mind with like directing it.
Yeah, like even like
he writes like that too. Like I've read some of his scripts and he puts camera movements and shit in there.
Okay, yeah. They wouldn't like it so much, but yeah, there's some things in Boogie Nights, like even kind of a smaller thing, but they do this thing where it's like a series of shots, but they fade together, and then it's almost like close, like building close-ups on like people like shaking hands or like going into a room and showing stuff in a room that I thought was really weird. Not like weird in like a bad way, but like weird and just like you don't see that in movies. Just like series of shots in like one certain location.
Like when the colonel comes out the car.
Yeah.
It's almost just like it's a visual introduction where this is something different.
They do it when the colonel gets out. They do it when Philip Baker Hall enters the room. There's another part.
It's like bad vibes almost. It's like
It's also just weird to. Like those are like that is like a series of shots. It's not like a montage. It's like a series of shots.
He said he shot it too. He told him like, "Hey, we're doing this like you're walking through the door like 5 times."
That's really
But it comes out so cool.
Yeah.
He like told him to like you'll see.
I don't even know how to feel about it though. Like how does that make I mean, you said like bad vibes. Like I'm just thinking about like because like nobody else does that.
It's like anticipation.
Yeah,
though.
it is. Yeah,
yeah.
It's I don't know how to.
And then like after every one of those scenes, like something interesting happens. Like with the colonel, at the beginning with the colonel, it's more of like a good vibes thing where it's like, oh, this is the dude. Oh, someone wrote a lot.
I would, bro. Why you type that much, bro?
Okay,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you could have condensed that. You're not Paul Thomas Anderson.
you get it,
dude. That's
get
so
a
funny. That's so funny. He said his scripts are hard to read. I have the Magnolia script, and like there's just so much extreme push-ins and shit, and he does those Scorsese push-ups a lot in his movies. PTA said once he was done with Boogie Nights, he was like, "Fuck, I just made Raging Bull again."
Yeah, he says that in the commentary.
Interesting.
No, at the end of the commentary, he kind of like sucks the dick of like the end of the movie, where he's like, "I made like Raging." He says something like, "I made Raging Bull," where I made Mark Wahlberg think he was like the guy from what's his name, LaMotta.
Jake LaMotta.
Jake LaMotta from Raging Bull, who thinks like Jake LaMotta's like a persona.
Yeah.
I'm kind of a bad person though. I haven't seen Raging Bull all the way through. But anyways,
I can see it for sure.
you could.
The Raging Bull. No, not
I
you.
thought you were talking about Elijah.
No. Elijah's a good person.
No, but like
the Raging Bull connection, Elijah.
Yeah.
I didn't mean it like that, bro.
The Colonel thing's kind of like, okay, this is like the dude that funds like the porn movies, and then like when Philip Baker Hall comes in, it's like this is the new dude. This is like the dude that's like gonna get you like ahead of the game, kind of like. There's like an important like aspect before. It's like a premonitional almost.
Visually too, like I feel like on a subconscious level, you know, like the average shot length is probably somewhere between 10 to 15 seconds, right? And that's just like an average because, you know, there's like the 2-minute scenes, but then they have the traditional cuts. But then with those, like it's not a montage, but it's a series of cuts. I feel like that in itself just differentiates itself from the rest of the movie. And that in relation to these characters who really do sort of not necessarily like stick out like a needle or something, but like instigate or intimate some sort of like power dynamic, you know. What do you guys think about Roller Girl?
Oh, she was fun. She definitely had more.
Let me pee again.
All right, for sure. Damn, what the fuck, dude? Start talking about PTA and he's going to the bathroom a lot. And then Elwood also said, "Have you guys seen the deleted scenes for Magnolia and Boogie Nights?" I've not. He also said, "Anyway, I gotta go now, but Hard 8, 26 bubbles. Boogie Nights, 31 bubbles. Magnolia, 29 bubbles. I didn't realize the PTA episode was today. My bad. Have a
yeah.
We're having before you leave, Elwood. There's me 2 more PTA episodes.
Check the Instagram, you bitch.
I tried to visit you yesterday at work, but they said, or I asked like, oh, so does Elwood work here? And I was like, oh, well, does Alejandro work here? And they said, oh, well, Alex will be in at 4:30. So do you go by Alex at work?
Do you go by Alex? If you still, there's 4 viewers. I think you're still here, Elwood. He's probably typing out a paragraph. It's okay, Elwood.
Oh, I also saw Crimes of the Future, Elwood.
You did, yeah. I know you did too, Elwood. We talked about it.
Ooh. In the book, there's a section that talks about like how Paul Thomas Anderson might have a hard time writing female characters. What do you think about that?
I felt similarly about it when I first got into writing, just because writing for female characters is very I guess especially being a guy, I never feel like it's 100% accurate because like I don't have the female brain. I never have just one-on-one female-to-female conversations because it's impossible for me. The best I can do is like just observe, listen, yeah, and even then it's just still gonna be like somewhat like stereotyping, but it definitely helps like watching movies and stuff or like watching videos on it. Elwood said, yeah, all right. He said, I figured, and I just go by Alex because there's like 3 dudes that have long Hispanic names that start with A. And if you tell them a name that isn't related to your name, they assume you're like gay or something. I'm sorry. I missed you, bro. You should have came at 4.
I mean, we were going to stay, but we didn't. So, do you think that, or how do you feel then about like writing, like, like some people say or like make the argument like you can only write from like your perspective or what or like, you can't write about certain communities or people or some whatever shit. But at the same time, that's like, okay, so then if I'm going to just write about this, you can't criticize me for not writing the other shit. But at the same time, too, it's like, I've never been an astronaut. But if I want to write a movie about an astronaut, am I not allowed to write like, I got to find an astronaut and you got to, it's like, where's the line? And
all right, it gets tricky, especially with like racial stuff nowadays. Yeah. Or like anything that's like anti-PC gets tricky. But I think all of that's still bullshit. I think so long as what you're making is of quality and you like have some evidence supporting that what you're going to make will be something that people will like, I think then you should go for it. I don't think and there's obviously like some areas in between that are tricky, but I think if you have something of quality and there's people behind it and there's like good variety of people who like it, or if the intended audience likes it, then I think you should 100% make it, not worry about what people will say, because if it's good, then it should be somewhat universal, or at least the intended audience will support you.
You feel like you've gotten better at writing female characters?
A little bit, but I still haven't done it too much, just because like I was for a long time, and I'm starting to break out of that now since Springflix, now that like more people want to work with us. I was really stuck in that, like, not stuck, but just like automatically my brain's like all dude script, all dude, like like Smotters is kind of like that. I guess Scrap Chasm I didn't do that for. I have 2 female characters in that one.
Scrap Chasm you wrote a while ago too.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe not. I don't know. I think
it's just kind
I wrote that one knowing I couldn't make that for. Maybe even now I might not be able to make it, but it's worth a shot.
It's difficult to find actresses, kind of.
I mean, I think we won't have a hard time.
I don't know. I feel like in the acting classes and stuff, besides the one we had with Clarence, which was pretty even split, right? Males and females. I feel like most part it's majority females, and then typically there's only a few males.
Oh wait!
I feel like the vibes are different in other places.
Real quick. Elwood's Elwood's about to leave, and he really. I don't know. He may have already left. Elwood, let me know if you've left.
Well.
He really needs you, Anthony. He said. Sorry. He said, "What did you think of Crimes of the Future? I just rewatched it tonight. PTA said all he does is just write two people that are different and just let them fight. It's simple but effective. He said, when I get a car, I'll come to Screen Tongue to give the bubble and leave. I'll leave now once Anthony gives me a Crimes of the Future rundown. And then he said, I'm here, so he's still here.
He's here. Just don't leave. What are you doing right now, Elwood?
Yeah, what are you doing?
You watch Crimes of the Future instead of the PTA podcast?
Is that where you're coming from right now, man?
He might be coming from work. No, it's late. No, yeah, you probably did watch Crimes of the Future.
I gotta go around like 2.
Oh shit! Well, we gotta hurry up. Magnolia's a big one.
Magnolia.
That's like a
Magnolia
big,
is a
like
pickle.
Big,
Magnolia is like one of those pickles that like you buy. That's like $1.99, but it's fucking like
Anthony's gonna
fat.
do the Crimes of the Future.
I talked about it already, man.
Oh shit!
No, like we had like an hour pre-show. I feel like.
Yeah,
so.
we did. We the reason why it was so long was because we talked a lot about shit. But
He said, "Wait for it to get uploaded."
give him a quick one. Elwood deserves it. I think Elwood deserves it.
I agree with the review you liked where they said that I can't wait for the film to be finished. You know, that's how I felt, you know, but really it's just like I don't know if it was intentional or not. You know, it must have been, but at the same time it's just like there's a lot of just questionable choices too. Like a lot of certain things that like, okay, well I understand that maybe you're not trying to tie up every loose end, but then there's certain things that you present like you didn't need to do that, man. You know, okay, Elwood, you know, like the two girls who are like the maintenance people who end up having like, you know, whatever shit later on in the movie. But then there's this one scene with them. You know what I'm talking about, the scene. It's just, why, you know? And then also, too, it's like, if that's what the movie's about, like, in reference to how it ends, then, like, you could have made a pretty interesting movie about like the crisis of consciousness or faith that the main character goes through in terms of making the decision that he makes, but like it's not, you know, it's just, and there's a lot of interesting stuff, but I really felt like, you know, the first 80% of the movie could have just been like condensed into like 1 or 2 scenes. Like it's just a lot of exposition and then a lot of just questionable performances too. Like I felt like David Cronenberg just felt old, like not even in a bad way, but like I don't want to, I'm not trying to shit on him or anyone because I don't know, maybe that's what he's going for. And I you know, I don't know. But I felt like, because like certain people, like Kirsten Stewart is given like a 10. And then like there's this detective character who's given like a 4. In terms of like, I don't know, shit. And it's just like, I felt like you need someone to rein it all in. But maybe you also don't have to, because I have been thinking about the movie a lot, but you know, it's whatever.
I'm excited to see it.
Me too.
I need to see The Northman too.
Oh, I saw The Northman. Here, well, I guess we got to get into Boogie Night. I mean, we got to get into Magnolia.
Rate Boogie Nights.
Yeah. Oh, it's a damn, Anthony. I'm sorry I wasn't invited personally. It is not my custom to go where I'm not wanted. I paused it when you're about to tell me. I don't want to know, Anthony. You're a peacock. Showed me your colors. I'm kidding. I heard it. I agree, basically.
You know, I would have invited you to go watch Crimes of the Future with me, but then you saw it already. I didn't know you were going to see it again, because then we really would have invited you, but I don't know. If someone's already seen a movie, I guess I can invite him, but I already feel like if you already seen it, it's like now you're just kind of going just to hang out with me. It's not even really watch the movie. And like there's this weird pressure. I want to see something with you for the first time, you know. It's going to happen. We still got to see a movie together. Bless you, Normie.
Thank you.
You guys saw Vortex.
I think Elwood is really good about rewatching movies though. Like I watched Dead Man with him, and that's like the 4th time he saw it, and it just felt like it was just a cool vibe. Oh, because is that Snappy Burger and we could smoke and.
Did he smoke?
He did.
Wait, what the fuck? You didn't tell me that.
I forgot to mention that because a big part of it is
Elwood.
He said, "Bro, I love Cronenberg. I'll go see it again." Because a big part of that movie is like tobacco, and it's like literally like a movie you could literally watch and be like pick up a cigarette every time like something is mentioned with tobacco. And like Elwood said, like I will smoke for this movie. It's just so appropriate. And I'm like, okay.
Oh, he
did you inhale?
I wasn't. He was in the back seat, so I wasn't watching him. He couldn't finish his cigarette, and he got it really wet.
Someone just wrote Magnolia Part 2.
Oh, Magnolia Part. Oh wait, no. Jeffrey Simpkins said, "I agree." By the way, the movie Men was hella. I'm gonna try to let me make sure if there's any. Okay, he said, "I agree." By the way, the movie Men was hella mid. Not even mid. Off-brand black and mild plastic tip mid. Watch the trailer a few times and you'll understand the entire plot of the movie. Yeah, I've kind of figured them out. It had a lot of promising moments, but they always fell flat. Never enough substance to make those moments feel important. When the movie ends, I was so disappointed. Dang. Snappy Burger for the win. Yep. Nori, bro, you snitched on me. Uh-oh. Jalen, you smoked, you snitched. Thank you. Oh, dude, I'm sorry, dude. I didn't know, dude. Jalen, cut him some slack. He didn't even smoke the whole thing. I don't even think he inhaled. He's not getting lung cancer. He's cool. All right, and then Jeffrey said, and not gonna lie, I'm getting tired of hearing the British accent. Shit, low-key put me to sleep. Sleep with 3 E's. That's what Jeffrey said about
for men.
For men, yeah.
Not a big fan of the UK.
People are saying like Men's like the craziest movie ever.
Really?
People were saying that? Who were saying that?
Anthony, did you see the... I still haven't seen it. Sorry, go ahead.
Just like it's crazy.
But who the fuck said this, man?
That's just like the vibe I get from like normal people going to see like... I feel like maybe Jacob Peterson saw it.
Jacob Peterson? Oh, boy.
Maybe. I don't know. It might not have been him.
And then Jalen said, so he's a pussy, snitched again, thank you. Dog, I don't even know what to say to you. I'm
so
sorry.
Jalen's watching us, but Elwood isn't?
No, they're both watching.
Oh,
and they're both they're on their own independent accounts. Elwood said, people said Men was a movie made by a man who never spoke to a woman. Damn.
Same dude wrote and directed Ex Machina.
That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Right, but I
never talked to a woman.
And 28 Days Later. He wrote 28 Days Later. Where like they try to like impregnate or like restart the human race with like 5 females. He wrote Dread though. The new Dread?
Yeah, he did.
Dang.
And he got like it's kind of rumored that he ghost directed it too. Like he directed.
What
it.
the fuck? Well, that's weird. That's weird to me.
All right. Well,
I wonder.
I guess I'd give Boogie Nights, mission accomplished.
Yeah.
He did it. He actually did it. He did it at age 26.
That's fucking phenomenal.
That's incredible.
He did it, and Stanley Kubrick liked it.
Dang.
Because of that, he got to like be on like the set of Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah, because he was.
What?
Yeah, because he was trying to get Tom Cruise to be in the movie, and so.
Shit! Whoa! What?
Yeah. And
so
shit!
That's
talked to
crazy.
Stanley Kubrick, and Stanley Kubrick said that he was more impressed that he wrote Boogie Nights than that he directed it. He's like, oh, you wrote it? That's really cool.
Fuck, dude. Well, because yeah. Damn, dude! Imagine meeting Stanley Kubrick on Eyes Wide.
That's how he got Tom Cruise.
That's fucking and yeah, that's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
That is like a really crazy fun fact.
Screen tongue connection.
And then
that's like Jesus.
I'll make the argument too. Actually, I'll save it for the other episodes, but keep Stanley Kubrick in mind.
For sure. And then Elwood said, Jalen beats me. Damn, I'll teach you some boxing, bro. And then he said, good night, bro.
So you're on Jalen?
I just block. Defend. Fucking Jake LaMotta, Raging Bull up in this shit, Elwood. I said, good night, bros. Punch Drunk Love will be a fun one to hear and talk about. Yeah, we'll do that in the next one. Good night, Way. And Brennan said, just like Amber Turd. Oh, Jalen beats me. You don't be like Johnny Depp, man. Be like Mike Tyson. I didn't mean it. Jalen, don't beat him up. Okay, so I would give Boogie Nights an 8.5.
What you're sounding doesn't sound like a high 8. Like all the letters.
I'm thinking.
All the numbers that start with F aren't like 7, 8, or 9.
No, it's just 4 and 5. So which one is it? The 4 or the 5?
5.
It is 5. Such a passive aggressive. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, if you think about it. If you round up to 5, you always round up a 5.
That ain't how it works.
Yeah, it is. What would you give it, Elijah?
On IMDb, I have it as a 10, but I think it's more of a 9.
Mm-hmm.
So like a 9.5.
Mm-hmm. And then Magnolia. Who's got the Magnolia fact ready to go?
So PTA made Boogie Nights, and Boogie Nights was like pretty successful. It didn't gross like too much money. It was like in the $30 million range.
It made its money back?
Definitely. I think the budget on Boogie Nights was like $15 million.
Damn, that's
is just like
that's really crazy actually.
Also, he was working with like the Weinstein Company and stuff. Like, so he was he was in that crowd.
Or
not in that crowd, but like he was with Quentin Tarantino and those type of films.
Yeah. That's a good budget for like your second feature.
It's crazy budget.
Especially for a period piece.
Yeah.
Like with that.
Still
like,
though, like
nuts.
$15 million, like I don't know, Licorice Pizza cost $40 million.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like the stuff in like Boogie Nights, it was only like 20 years removed from that time period, 15 to 20 years removed, but like the shit was like, it feels like the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like the 70s and 80s. When Mark Bridges talked to our advanced directing class, he says he would give himself an Oscar for Boogie Nights. That's cool. But he made Boogie Nights, and Boogie Nights was like successful. Kind of broke him into like, he was like a hot new director on the scene. Got nominated for 3 Oscars. Screenplay was one of them. And Magnolia was with New Line Cinema, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he basically had the opportunity to like make whatever movie he wanted
Like
to
a
make.
blank check.
Mm-hmm.
And so he wanted to like, I don't know, kind of like take his shot and make like something like big. Mm-hmm. And this is like, this Magnolia feels like his Robert Altman movie.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen like Nashville, but I know like Nashville's like a 3-hour long like comedy musical like political type of thing. But Magnolia feels like, I feel like it's not fair to like call it this, but I'm gonna say it. It's like PTA's like Shortcuts.
What do you mean?
So Robert Altman had a movie that came out in 1993 called Shortcuts,
Mm-hmm.
which like takes place in LA, and it's an ensemble cast,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just kind of like a big thing in like Shortcuts is like infidelity kind of, and just like it's like a big family kind of like relationship type of movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like a bunch of people are in it. Tom Waits is in it.
Oh wow,
He's pretty cool in it.
That is cool.
But it's like 3 hours long, and it follows a bunch of people going through like family issues through LA, and that's like what this is.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like this is the movie where you can see like that big like Robert Altman influence into it, and he wrote it like in 2 weeks in a cabin. And
God damn.
This one had a budget of almost like $40 million.
Yeah.
First time I saw Magnolia, like I really liked it. And I think it's a movie like the first time you watch it, it just gets you. Because it's just so like, it's like on cocaine. You know, it's moving so quick. And even though it's like long, like so much more like camera movement too. Like a bunch of like fucking.
It's very energetic.
Yeah.
Like, it keeps its pace for 3 hours. It flies by.
It's crazy. And just to like, it came out in 1999, and 1999 was such like it was a year.
Yeah.
For movies. And I don't like this movie as much as Boogie Nights, but I'm really glad he made it. And I'm really glad he made it as like, kind of like as long as he did. I feel like it's a bit too long sometimes.
In a recent interview from like 2017, he said he could probably cut out like 40 minutes of that.
Yeah.
But like, it's cool because like he made, at the time, like he made Boogie Nights, he had the money, he had the people there with him. It's like, fuck it, like make what you can while you have the opportunity to do it, you know? And I definitely wouldn't say it's not his best movie in my opinion. And even objectively, I think some of the stuff he made afterwards is better than this. But it's just such like. It's like I'm proud of the movie.
It's like
I'm so proud of the movie.
It's like retardedly ambitious.
Yes.
It's like I was almost like, I don't want to say I was annoyed by the movie in the first half. I was talking about this. Like the movie was just like, I was watching it and I'm like, all right, I'm watching it. I'm like, all right, cool. I feel the climax. I feel like in a normal movie, like I feel like a climax is coming. And, I knew it was a long movie and I paused it for a second. And I'm like, holy fuck, dude, we're not even halfway through the movie. I was like, fuck, dude. I swear to I was like, oh my God, like how much more shit could fucking happen in this movie? And then like when you get to like where the actual climax is of the movie, like I start to understand the movie. Like I really start to understand. The first half is just like a lot of setup, a lot of like, you're seeing a lot of characters. They're not really hitting you with so much like themes. I mean, like there's some themes stated, but it's like you're not really getting that. And it's like I had no fucking idea where the movie was going. Like the only clues you have for the first time, the only clues I had watching it was like that beginning like little edit where it's like showing like all this coincidental shit that happened, like fate and like how it's like all connected and shit like that. And it's like it sets it up that way, and you have all these characters, and like I don't know how it's all gonna tie together. So it's interesting in that way, like piecing it together, but also just like, because it's such a long movie. Yeah, I have no idea where it's going for like a long time. It's like it takes a while. But when it does start to piece together, when it starts to come together, it's like the bigger message is like, it's a big message. Like it's huge. Like this movie, what the movie's trying to do is like fucking ambitious. I was like really taken aback by the movie in that way. And Owen said real quick, I knocked Jalen out. I'm back. Brandon said monkeys. He said Brandon said monkeys. Does that mean anything to you?
What?
Monkeys, like like monk, like a monk, like
monkeys without the Y.
MONKAS.
I don't even know.
I don't know, Brandon. You need to explain yourself. He says it's an emo. I don't know. And then Owen said I would cut out the scene when they all start singing. Like, yeah, he was kind of untouchable at the time.
Fuck you.
But like, he kind of got the George Lucas effect. Like, no one told him no, but something should have been denied. But it's not. That kind of feels like that thing you were talking about, the Robert Altman thing, with like as a comedy musical type of.
Yeah. Maybe.
But it's not enabled on your channel though. Well, Brandon, you want to come over? You can teach me how to enable it. I don't know how to enable it. I'm not like a big Twitch guy. I just use Twitch as a platform.
I like that part.
No, it's easy to enable. All right, send me a link.
He was like listening to like a lot of Amy Mann, and she was like a friend of his. And I like her music throughout the movie. Mm-hmm. It like kind of fits it. It feels like such a 90s movie.
Yeah. It really does.
I like that about that. And it's right after the scene. Elwood and I had this conversation in the car. It's after the scene that Jason Robards' character gets like drugged with morphine, so you know he's gonna die. So it's just like such like a low note, and the name of the song is like "Wise Up," and how's the chorus go? Something like "It's not going to stop."
Till you make it stop or something.
It's not going to stop until you wise up. It's not going to stop until you just give up.
Dude, I'd be saying wise up a lot to myself now after seeing that movie.
It's, I don't know. I think it's pretty clever. And it's like, yeah, I can see how it might be a little corny, but like the singing isn't bad. None of the characters give like a bad like vocal performance or anything. And it's like applicable to like each character, like the lines that they're saying. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of clever too. It's not like you see that in any of his other movies.
Yeah, it's not like a gimmick.
It was like definitely like a definitive choice for like this specific film. So you don't see that in like Boogie Nights or anything.
Actually, I want to hear Anthony talk about it.
Okay.
I feel Magnolia is always. Every time I watch it, it grows on me more. Mm-hmm. Honestly, I was like impressed by it the first time I saw it, just in terms of like the sheer magnitude and like you said, the ambition of it. But yeah, I wasn't really that hot on it, and it was mostly just because like if anything, I'd argue like this is his most like melodramatic film, which isn't a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that's the fact of the nature if you look at all his films. But every time on subsequent rewatch, there's just so much to appreciate about the movie. Like even just in the way that, and it's like something that's like you don't even really have to like point it out because it's just the way it is. But structurally, you know, every time you cut to a different character or whatever, they're basically it's just an extension of the previous character of the scene, where it's like it's carrying the emotional through line where, you know, each character is basically going through all the same sort of emotional, like even though it might be with a different context, like the emotional arc throughout the movie, and so it works in that way. But then also on top of that, there's just like a lot of cool stuff. Like if you look at this page right here, you know, in the beginning when the guy's about to jump off the
it's like
off the building to the side really right here, you see this 8:2 is a reference to Exodus.
Oh shit!
Exodus, I think chapter 8 verse 2, which is about the frogs, the flying frogs and shit. So
I was gonna ask you guys about that.
And then there's like, you know, the parts where there's the weather forecast.
Yeah.
One of them is an 82% chance of rain.
Right. That's at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
But then by the end, it gets to like partly cloudy skies or just like clear skies or something. And that in its sense too is an interesting framing device, because really what it shows is like just how like chance and fate kind of coincide with each other. So as much as like we try to map out the world around us, you know, shit just happens. But yeah, it's just and I always find it interesting too that maybe it's a little bit more subtle than like the Matrix or Fight Club about it, but it definitely has like that sort of like Gen X or Y2K sort of angst to it in a sense. Like, you know, there's this uncertainty of the future that is carried through all the characters. What you can say is what those other movies are about in a sense, right? You know, what's next. And I like how in this one, even if it has a bit of this like supernatural element to it, it's not in the same way. It's because those other ones are so fantastical in a sense where it's like, I just like in a sense, I guess, the more literal like sort of tackling of the subject. But then on top of that, you know, the movie just seems to also be about like, well, obviously about like love, but also like issues with love. And just like William H. Macy's character says, you know, he has love to give, but he doesn't know where to put it. But in a sense, really, that's just similar to like Sydney. It's like the sins of the father. But, you know, more it's just like the sins of everyone. But, you know, a lot of it is just kind of like just passed in and around in between everybody. Yeah. And it's how they learn how to cope with it or not. You know, for some that might be a drug habit. For others, it might even just be creating a whole new persona for yourself in many different facets, whether it be Tom Cruise's character or even William H. Macy's character, who for some reason thinks he needs to get braces, right? Oh, we didn't even talk about in Magnolia, in Boogie Nights, about Alfred Molina's scene where they're trying to sell the coke. I love that scene. And you get the 99 red balloons playing.
Yeah.
Motoring.
Yeah, we talked about
But I just bring that up just because
it's a great scene.
Well, I was just thinking about Alfred Molina's character in here. But then it's interesting too how this movie definitely feels like, I don't know, like you guys said, he's wearing his heart on his sleeve. And I feel like as a movie, it only, or not only, but it's interesting how it really just feels like an exercise and like some sort of therapy session, you know what I mean? We're really just watching him work out these issues. And maybe that's why I always put it lower in sort of my ranking of the others, where the other ones feel maybe that's just because I was a bit pretentious or whatever, but a little more idea based in this one. But see, we'll get into it with the next movie, Punch Drunk Love, which I won't say anything about it, but we'll talk about it then. But no, what's really interesting about it too is that there's just like, I love the opening prologue.
Me too. Yeah, that prologue is.
But it's interesting too how like they try to they shoot the one part where the guy gets murdered by those 3 dudes, and it's supposed to look old. But then like they're doing like these wild crane moves and shit like that. You know, it's like okay.
There's like a crazy like push in.
Yeah.
He directs like the old timey shit like a PTA movie.
I remember thinking about that too when I was watching it. I was thinking something about that.
It's funny that Patton Oswalt is in the Reno section.
Yeah.
But then even beyond that, it's like carrying that in, which already like in another movie, a 3-minute prologue is you know that's more than enough information you need to really start the movie. But then now you have like another like in a sense 10-minute prologue where you're just getting introduced to every single character.
Yeah.
But it carries so much energy to it between each cut and whatnot. A lot of match cuts in that beginning part too. That just form wise, if anything.
That felt like super PTA to me. I mean, like I haven't seen a lot, but I was just like, this is PTA as fuck, dude. All those match cuts.
It's just of all the technical stuff, I would say even more than how it's shot or even how it's written, it's just how it's edited, because it just at a certain point that just becomes, it's like wires, you know, it's bound to get tangled up. So to keep it all organized and still maintain the momentum that it has all the way into the end.
It's impressive, yeah. And
yeah, you can shit on the song scene, but in a sense, it's like, I don't know. I don't want to argue for it or against it because I can get both sides, but you know, it's in there.
Yeah, it is.
And you know the little kid, the rapper kid, he had a whole subsection of the movie too that got cut out.
Wow. Damn, that kid must have been pissed.
But in a sense, I always felt like it kind of worked because his character is almost like an oracle or something.
Yeah,
you know?
He's mysterious.
But like he raps in the beginning, he solves the case and all that, and he's basically speaking the truth. And the fact that he's ignored the whole time until the end of the movie is like, that's really how it is. You know, the truth doesn't really get out there.
Have you guys like gone through to like read the lyrics? I haven't, but like I'm just asking.
Of him?
Like, does he actually like tell the truth?
Yeah, he kind of solves it.
I feel like he's saying like almost like the.
Because I didn't go through to like re-listen to it. I just like was watching it and I was mostly paying attention to John C. Reilly's reaction, and then I'm like, "Fuck!" I wasn't listening to the song. I was like, I gotta keep watching the movie.
That kid gives a good little performance right there too, and like it's cool to think like PTA wrote that. That little like rap bar.
Let me see. Elwood said quite a few things. He said, like, I don't know, there's a reason Amy Mann isn't, like, around anymore. I know it's thematically fitting, but it makes it a very, very 90s film.
Okay.
And Blunton sent 2 links, said these are 3 major Twitch emote sites. Thank you, Blunton. Elwood said, it was the song, he said, it was a cocaine choice, bro. This movie lost all its categories at the Oscars to American Beauty. What are your guys' thoughts on this? Well, I mean, dude, the plastic bag in American Beauty. And then he said, do you guys miss the extra camera movements of early PTA, or has he aged past it? And he said, let me tell you about The Worm. I've read them. They're cool. Oh, the lyrics. He said, I've read them. They're cool. Better than most SoundCloud rappers today. That's all he said.
No, honestly, I don't really miss his old style. I'm really into where he's at now, or not even now. I guess my favorite time is going to be our next crop of films, because honestly, yeah, I guess it's pretty similar. But now, it just felt like it was cool that he was exploring that in his youth.
If he is still doing cocaine, it has a much different effect on him.
Yeah. Did he do? He did cocaine.
Yeah, and there's like this story because
he crazy son of a.
He used to date, or at the time he was dating Fiona Apple. Like he dated her like throughout.
He dated Fiona Apple.
Yeah, throughout the 90s and shit.
She did coke.
No, but she has this. She last year she did like an interview where she talked about how like when she was dating him, they went to Quentin Tarantino's house once, and him and Tarantino did coke together.
What the fuck?
But then like she said it was like, or they all did coke together, and she said it was torture because then it was like them two like spazzing out, just talking about films for like 12 hours straight.
Fuck
while she was like trapped with them.
Hell no. Dude, coked up Elwood.
It's gonna happen. If he's smoking cigarettes, it's gonna happen.
No. Elwood's not smoking cigarettes. He just smoked like half of one. It doesn't. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it.
He's making different movies now, though, too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if he were doing all, like, the crazy, like...
He hasn't made a contemporary movie in over 20 years.
He still does, like, the tracking shots and stuff, but, like...
Better.
It's not as, like, hyper or, like...
Yeah,
he doesn't do, like, the crazy push-ins anymore, really.
Magnolia, I mean...
It feels like someone's screaming, like, look at this.
Yeah, Magnolia felt like that, especially at the beginning. The whole movie, I mean, this might sound fucked up, but the movie felt like, I don't know, it felt like if Axel Knight made really good movies. It's just a risk.
We're doing a lot of name drops on this.
I know. So, Axel Knight, if you watch this one day, just talk to me. You just talk to me. You just talk to me. You don't like any of my Instagram posts. And I don't like any of yours, but maybe that can change. But yeah, it just felt like and that's not in a bad way. That's I'm not saying that. It's just like it reminded me of like Magnolia feels very like kind of meta in a way. It feels like I like that what you said, Elijah, about saying like, you know, like it was just the perfect opportunity and moment to make a movie like this, and it doesn't feel like a movie. It feels like a reflection. It feels like, you know, like even like a reflection on the cast and crew, like a reflection on the cast and crew, but also a reflection of just like human beings, you know, just like especially at that time, and just like before the 2000s, it just felt like it felt. I mean, obviously it was a movie with like a message in mind. Obviously, I don't know how it came across in the writing process either. If PTA knew what he was doing, like when he started writing it, or if it just turned into that, or whatever the fuck he was trying to do. But the way it turned out.
In interviews, or at the time, he talked about though that even though he had the blank check, he didn't want like the Boogie Nights hype to go to his head, so he wanted to get right back to work like right away.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually wanted to do something super small. It was just about like 2 characters. We just kept on writing and writing.
Yeah, it kind of seems that way a little bit.
It's very like, it is very long, but most of the stuff about it to me is like pretty forgivable.
Is there any section or character do you think that's weak or holds it down at all?
Okay, yeah, a little bit. I was talking to Elwood about this one too. John C. Reilly and Melora Walters.
Mm-hmm.
There's a scene between them that's just so melodramatic. It's just like it's the one where
I don't want you to learn about me, because once you learn about me, you're gonna hate me in 5 seconds.
It's not even that one. It's the one before the date where like he leaves and then he hears a noise or something, so he comes back.
Oh yeah.
And like the acting in that scene is so weird. Like it's so like it's like he gave like both of them like coke before they did the scene. Because she's like, let's go out at 8. Well, like I get off at 10. Then let's go out at 10. And it was just so like, I noticed it. It was like too much. I don't know.
It felt
well, she did coke in the bathroom while he dumped out the coffee, right?
Yeah.
She's like, I gotta go to the bathroom.
It is kind of funny too, like how much coke she does.
Yeah, she does a lot actually. It's like,
yeah, she's a fucking fiend. I was like, damn, dude, like she's on a different planet the whole time. That
is that like a reflection of him doing coke?
Probably, yeah. Honestly, I mean, I don't know where the fuck he was at mentally when he was making this movie, but I like the message a lot. I don't know how. I mean, obviously the movie's not like effective and like, I mean, because the movie overall, it seems like the movie was like trying to like change the world a little, like hardcore. I mean, that's what it was trying to do. I mean, it was just like saying like tell the truth and be honest, and that I mean, it wasn't effective in like, I don't know how mainstream the movie was when it came out or anything, but like it's a good message. I mean, just like being honest is hard as fuck. It's just like being really honest about stuff is just like, I think about that not all the time, but it's definitely something I've been thinking about a lot more this year. And even just with like strangers, it's just like telling the truth is so fucking hard. And it's like, I notice it too, especially with like how like it's telling the truth is just like, I think it's such an interesting thing to talk about because like a lot of bad things happen if you're just like, if you tell like a white lie, you know, just like there's so many fucking like fucked up things. There's so many things that could snowball. And it's, I think I notice it more, especially now that I'm like older. It's just like I don't have like a lot of sins.
You wised up.
Yeah, I wised up. I mean, but like I don't have like a fuckload of sins.
You
but,
don't?
No, I mean I do. Like I do have like a lot of small sins.
I feel
but,
like
nothing,
Christians would disagree.
I mean, no, I mean compared to them, yeah. But I mean, like in terms of just like being a base, like just being a human being.
You're pretty based.
Pretty no, but I mean like I like comparing myself to like Sydney's character. Like he has some real sins. Demons, and they added up. He has some like real demons. Like I don't have anything comparable to that. You know, I'm only 22. I mean, but I'm at the age where like they've built up to like where I'm starting to notice them, and I notice that they're young, but like I can definitely see it like when I'm an old man or if I live to be that age, I could see it being like I have some real shit that I have to deal with, you know, and it's scary to think about. And I'm glad I watched the movie. I'm glad that it had that message because. Not telling the truth, it's like how like and then they talk about fate, it's like how doomed are we to like lie or like make like fucked up mistakes. And I think about that a lot because a big part of what scares me about life is how like what kind of mistakes am I gonna make in my lifetime, and like how can I hopefully prevent that, but like if I can't, like how painful is it going to be? Like it's just like there's a lot to life that we can't prepare for, and we're just like at its mercy. But
so
I always think about the movie a lot after I saw it.
Do you think so? You think about the potential mistakes you might make?
Yeah, I mean it's just like because a big part of the movie is just seeing the mistakes that other people are making and how it inflicts. How it changes everybody else's life and how they make mistakes because of that. And
mistakes aren't singular. It's
it's
concentric. It's like dropping a stone in a lake. The ripples go out everywhere.
Yeah, it's everywhere. And so it's like the movie's saying, you know, be honest because that's the only way you can really like get through to people, you know, or like try to have it. I mean, I don't know what PTA thinks about world peace. And that is as an idea. I mean, like I gave up on that idea like a long time ago. Like
when did you give up?
Just the idea. What do you mean?
Yeah, when did you give up on? I guess not when did you give up, but when did you give up on the idea of world peace?
I think I did for a moment, like just sometime in high school, and then somewhere after high school, I not really came back to that idea. But the revelations I was having were definitely a lot more in line with the way, like the hippie idea, or like just I guess the hippie idea of like world peace wasn't really like something that was achievable or should be achievable or wanted or desired. I can see how it could be desired, but just the way that I've noticed the world works and the way that other people notice the world works, it's not that simple. And I'm always surprised that people still talk about it like it is that simple. But that's a totally different conversation.
All right, well, tell us some truth, man. Tell us some truth right now.
Like what kind of truth?
Like you said, we just gotta speak up and tell the truth, right?
Tell the truth. I mean, there's so many different types of truths. Like, what kind do you want to know?
I was gonna say, like, which characters are truthful and which ones aren't, or which ones, at the end, like all of them seem to find a truth, but which ones like are hiding something throughout the film. In a way, it might be all of them. But if
I think John C. Reilly is probably. No, maybe the kid.
Tom Cruise is the least.
Tom Cruise, yeah.
Or actually, maybe Philip Baker Hall's character.
Julianne Moore.
There's so many characters. I mean, like all of them are like.
Okay, we'll go through
something.
one then. Someone name a random one.
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise. Okay, so he comes off as like this macho.
Respect
dude.
the cock.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah. This macho dude
so
who's
funny.
like you're gonna tame women type of thing, and really just like a manipulator.
It's interesting too that like at that time, you know, you could watch a late night television ad and it might be for something like that. But that's kind of how like Scientology and Dianetics books were sold back in the day on TV ads like that.
That's really bizarre too.
Yeah.
I don't know when he got into Scientology.
It was right around that time.
Damn.
PTA converted him.
And then you'll see later on, you know.
Wait till you see.
But sorry, I just wanted to bring that up too. At the time in 1999 when they were promoting the movie, they actually with Tom Cruise as Frank T.J. Mackey, they made like fake promo ads about for his shows and all that, and they would actually play them on TV as like, and that would be like the teaser for Magnolia. And the Safdie brothers had seen that when they were in like middle school or high school or whatever like that, and they thought it was like a real thing, like what the fuck is going on, you know, and then it blew their minds. Yeah.
Wow, that's really cool.
It's cool when he has that interview with the lady because it seems at first like he's trying to seduce her, and he says
that part is so funny.
He says something at the beginning where it's like, there's a lot of women that are trying to like destroy my career.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because she doesn't come off as like a mean person or anything.
Mm-hmm.
She's like very like inviting to
She's
him.
telling the truth.
And that's the type of person that would be there to like destroy him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a Kanye lyric, Sirens at Sea or something.
I'm not sure.
No?
All I know is I'm trying to think.
Isn't there something like Sirens at Sea? Off Donda? I don't know. But anyways, the point is like she comes in and she's almost like a lamb, but like she seems like innocent, but I guess for like in his terms, like her intentions seem innocent, but they turn out to be like immoral, but to him. And he has to like end up divulging like you find out he's lying about his mom. Like his mom's actually dead, even though he said she was alive. He wasn't actually enrolled at like UC Berkeley. And his dad's still alive, even though he said his dad was dead. Mm-hmm. But in a way, it's like his mom is still alive to him because he had to like live with her through the cancer. Mm-hmm. And like his dad is dead to him because he doesn't want to.
Right.
He doesn't want to like have to do that again. And in a way, his like story is like really tragic because he has to go through it twice.
Yeah, he's such a weird character.
His dad, he has to see like both parents die, and like he has to see the parent that like abandoned him die in front of him. And like that scene where he's crying is pretty good.
Yeah, it's weird to think about like how his character turns out, like the way he views women, but also just like he spent so much time with his mom dying. It's just like, what the fuck happened, and like how did he turn out this way? Like such a kind of a douchebag.
He had to like close himself off from it.
Yeah, it's just it's an interesting character choice.
There's
a scene where he like flips over a table during the seminar, right?
Yeah, because he gets all flustered. It's after the interview, right?
He's like, it's the wrong packet.
Yeah, go to page 27 of your blue books. I mean, your white books.
Yeah, that part's so.
That's something too, where he says like something like you shouldn't confront the past.
Something like that, yeah.
And like that's exactly like what he doesn't want to do. That's why he doesn't want to like see his dad.
Tom Cruise feels like such a good fit for that character too. It's just like the performance is so.
The first scene he has when it's just like the long take, and what's great about it too is there's two different Tom Cruises. The first one where he's talking about taming the cunt and respect the cock. It's just holding on his face, and it's great. But then the second one when the reporter comes in. Just the way he moves the camera is just so, in a way, I feel like elegant because it's a lot less showy. But in a sense, it's started on her, and then you're pulling out, and then she goes behind, and the camera's just kind of still just like panning, but like there's nothing. It's just kind of black. But eventually you land on Frank's character, and in a sense it's like, in terms of blocking and staging actors, you know, you don't have there, even though there's always motivation, sometimes it's like, well, you don't have to add additional sort of gimmicks or motivation to it, you know, just let the camera naturally find whatever's happening, you know, and it's okay to not have something going on every single moment. And I feel like that in its sense is a little hint to what he ends up doing later on in his career. I did at the end though, when like Philip Baker Hall is talking to his wife, he's like, "I'm sorry I cheated on you and shit." And he's like, "Answer this question: did you touch her?" It does feel a little bit out of nowhere.
No, yeah, it's just such a. It felt like a. It did feel like a twist. I mean, it makes sense that he's doing coke. This movie feels coked up as fuck. It does. To me, it just feels.
He'd like write like 10 pages, then do a line.
Yeah, man, probably, man. That's probably. But I mean, that part does feel like, just like, yeah, he came up with a twist, and it does like reflesh out what happened previously.
I never thought that part was too weird.
I mean, it wasn't like too weird, but it does like. The tone has changed after that. Like the tone of like the rest of the movie changes
because
after that.
It's like you see him visit his daughter, and his daughter's like does not like him.
It's just
like in the
she
slightest.
Looks fucking crazy. I mean, like she is crazy, but like she looks like.
And then he like admits like, probably it's got to be something where like his wife like almost like had to be thinking about it, but didn't want to like admit it to herself. Like she didn't want to like be like honest about something like that. Probably because it would like hurt a lot. And when he like reveals that to her, it probably makes her think about something else. It makes her probably think about that relationship with the daughter. So it is kind of funny how like when the frogs start raining from the sky, which they had to have used CGI for this.
Yeah. You could tell.
There's definitely like some parts that are CGI. Because too, like there's frogs raining from the sky. Like the camera's like directly up, and frogs are coming down.
It hits the lens, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No, that wasn't real.
I mean, sometimes it happens.
It did happen.
It did.
No way, dude.
What do you think of that part? What do you think
that's
of that
where
part?
the movie
Bro, I was
really
like,
meta.
what the fuck? What do you think? I was like, what the fuck, dude?
You didn't know you were allowed to do that.
No, I was like, what? I was like.
The movie actually is kind of ahead of it, even though it's a super 90s movie in a lot of ways in terms of its presentation in that way. And in the opening prologue, it's super meta. You know?
Yeah, it was
like,
very just like, it was meta as fuck.
It's almost like...
It was meta in like a way I hadn't seen before, too. It was like...
It's not like Fight Club meta.
No.
Matrix
No, it's
meta.
like not a meta I've seen. It's like... It is kind of... It is like Boogie Nights. It has like... It's just like PT... I don't know. I mean... It's it feels more inclusive almost. It feels like watching like a crew make a movie, you know? I don't know how to describe it.
The movie's just yelling at you.
Yeah.
The movie it's like...
All right, let me get to the chat because they've been saying a fuckload.
What time is it?
It's 1:55, but like you're
fuck.
staying for this. I don't give a fuck. Like I'm locking you in here, dude.
Okay.
Just blame me on whatever happens in the morning. Okay. Where do we stop? Elwood said, I got a surprise for the last episode of the PTA Screen Tongue. It'll be arranged, a gift. The John C. Reilly parts are just like proto Punch Drunk Love. It took Sandler to crack the code. Brandon said, true radical honesty is a rare quality. Elwood said, do you guys find Magnolia preachy at all? I wanted to say real quick, it's preachy as fuck, but like it feels like the point is to be preachy, and it's like
tolerable.
Yeah, it feels like I've never seen a movie that like understood that it was. It felt like it understood that it was preachy almost.
It's forgivable.
Yeah,
it's super
it is.
forgivable.
It's just like I think it's forgivable for me at least because like the message is like true. It's just true. It's not like a bullshit message.
No.
It's not bullshit preach. It's like like. It's just like being honest is such a.
What all the characters are going through is like. it within like the storyline is like real shit, you know? Like Stanley, his dad's fucking like exploiting him and pretending like to do it under like a veil of like love or something. The Jason Robards character like cheated on his wife and like abandoned his son and like never wanted to face up to it. Philip Baker Hall was like cheating on his wife and probably like molesting his daughter. John C. Reilly is like coming to like terms of him being like a man. He's coming to terms of him
he
like
got a
being
divorce
a man.
too, John C. Reilly.
Yeah, so like everyone's going through like fucking William H. Macy doesn't want to like he keeps like relying on the past, you know, and that's like something where it's like he's confronted the past like too much and he like lives in it. And even though he got like fucked over from it, like he needs to like move on from that and like make something like new of himself. Like, yeah, it's preachy, but all the characters are like super well developed too. It's like a 3-hour movie. Like for all the preachy shit, there's like a good amount of portion where it's just like good dialogue and like well thought out plot.
I feel so like mixed about the movie. It's just like like it is preachy, but like I do think about the movie a lot. Like I think about like I don't know. It's like the Bible.
It's very ironic. It is like pretty biblical near the end where it's like, okay, so you know how at the beginning everything's like a perfect coincidence? Especially like the suicide thing. That thing is like, that's like really clever. You should ask your dad about that too, because I read
about
something
what?
where it's like, that's like a thing they talk about in law school.
About that one instance?
Where like the dude's like falling from the story, but he loaded the shotgun and he knew it was like gonna, basically like he killed himself. It's like something they talk about in law school or something. I'm just curious about
I'll talk
what
to
your
him
dad
about
might think about it.
Keep going.
But how that's all like perfect coincidence. I kind of like how at the end of the movie, not all of them are like perfect coincidences, but like William H. Macy's character is like a perfect coincidence because, okay, he doesn't need braces. He just wants braces because he thinks the one guy is cute. So
that's also a perfect visual thing. It's like in like when they first introduced him, he's like, I need corrective oral surgery, and you don't really understand why until he goes to the bar. And you see the bartender, and you're like,
They do the slow motion thing.
Yeah.
That scene's like, and it's long, and like, if you're really complaining about the length of the movie, like, yeah, it might be like unnecessary, but they're playing a cool song over it. It's like a long take where they're panning over, and it's like goes into slow motion.
You basically just described Euphoria.
Yeah. How much do you think they watched like PTA movies like growing up?
I mean, at least this one, yeah, definitely you see the influence.
But like, okay, he doesn't need corrective oral surgery. He just wants it because he likes the bartender. So he goes to steal the money. In the process of stealing the money, he breaks the key, which he doesn't really care about. He doesn't like care about at first. He takes the money. As he's driving back, he realizes he's doing the wrong thing. So he goes back to put the money back. That's when the frogs start raining. He realizes that like the key's fucked up, so he has to like climb the ladder. So in the process of trying to like do the right thing, the frogs come down, and the frog fucking hits him in the face, knocks him to the ground, and it fucks up his teeth. So now he actually like needs the surgery, you know, because like his mouth's gonna be fucked up. But then like John C. Reilly sees it happen, so he like pulls him off to the side, and the frogs stop raining. He has the money. It's possible that he couldn't get caught, and he could like actually use the money for something he needs now. But now he puts the money back. So now he doesn't have money, but he still needs braces. That's clever.
What a twist.
I don't know.
That was, I like how
that comes. That one comes like full circle.
Yeah, his character's such a simple part of the movie too. Like, I think his main connection to the other characters is like he meets John C. Reilly's character, and then he's also on that one show as a kid, which is like now kind of what the movie's about.
He almost gives context to the other kid's character in terms of this is what could happen.
But he's definitely like kind of like a shadow type of character too. It's interesting. You
wouldn't say that all the characters kind of have have a similar sort of thing though at the end?
I don't think they come as full circle as that one. Even though that one's like a that one like the dots just connect too well with it. Mm-hmm. Everyone else, like Julianne Moore, what happens? She like ODs and then she's in the hospital.
Well, like
and,
Tom,
that part's crazy though, because like
Cruise.
Sorry.
Tom Cruise sees her, but it's like
no, but Tom Cruise's story kind of goes full circle.
His does.
Yeah.
But like Julianne Moore's doesn't. She kind of just like ODs and then she's in the hospital.
What about the son? The dude, the kid on the show?
He just goes up to his dad and says, "You need to love me better."
That part is so funny, dude. I was like, dude, that's a really sensible kid, dude.
You need to be nicer to me. Like funny. That almost feels like something where like
that was kind of
there was like some editing. Like they might have like took some stuff out of that.
That felt like they were in the middle of editing and like, damn, we should get a shot of the kid saying you should be nice to me, Dad.
Because that one doesn't really have like any type of resolution from that. Because the dad doesn't even seem like he gives a shit.
Nah.
He just goes back to bed. So the kid's probably gonna keep getting exploited in one way or another.
No, the kid earned self-respect.
But he's like 12.
Yeah, but I mean, like before he was too scared to go up to the bathroom. But by the end of the movie, he's like.
Okay, but
you know,
he has self-respect now, but his dad probably still gonna like treat him like a bitch a little bit.
Yeah, but the kid's
he can stand up for himself.
He
can learn boxing now.
Yeah, he knows that he needs to like find love elsewhere now. You know, he's not gonna be like this naive little kid. You know,
but
yeah. Oh, they said some more stuff in chat real quick. Let me go over it. Elwood said, "Should radical honesty even exist?" At Brandon. Brandon said, "I've been trying to achieve radical honesty because a lot of my friends have that quality with them. Not exactly within me, though." And then he said, "Yeah." Then he said, then in response to should radical honesty even exist, Brandon said, "Yeah, it should. Naturally. It exists within very rare people, so it's not that much of a danger to society." Then Elwood said, "Brandon, I mean, according to the hit Jim Carrey film Liar Liar, he seemed to have a hard time. How hard do you find trying to adjust?" Right, to Lamau, "It's hard, but I have 3 radically honest people in my life I can throw myself around to learn from. Integrity's interesting." Elwood said, "The old man dying is kind of the one that lets everything go halfway through, so in a way, he's the most honest now." Elwood said, "Brandon, what are your thoughts on integrity? Sentences, 2 sentences or less." Brandon said, "Undying lawfulness to honesty that's tightly woven into your character." Right. Elwood said, "The part that showed the part that showed stagging real well, that I remember was a scene before the kids question show thing. What staging?" Brandon, he said, "Brandon, can you have integrity without undying lawfulness?" Brandon said, "Absolutely." Then Elwood said, "There's some parts with CGI, but there's a lot with just plastic frogs being dropped down."
There is a lot, yeah.
Then
Euphoria. He watched the documentary.
Oh, did he? Elwood. Then he said, "Euphoria just stole it." Then he said, "It's not an homage anymore, bro. It's just theft. That Carnival episode even has the same music. Fuck Euphoria, straight up." Damn.
Wow.
And then Elwood said that kid wised up. The kid was supposed to be with the rapper kid too. That would have been so funny if it was that kid.
That makes sense though, because then he's at the library and he's looking at the other kid geniuses. And then if he finds the other kid genius, you know.
What a smart kid.
Kid genius revolution.
For real. Kid genius revolution. That'd be funny. That'd have been a funny way to end the movie.
The frogs are literally raining, and he's just looking at it. He's like, "This happens."
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't shocked by it at all.
He knew.
John C. Reilly's character kind of comes like all the characters come like 75% circle.
Yeah.
Except for William H. Macy.
It was pretty fun to try to figure out like how the stories connect at the end, because it's not like straight up like.
I like that.
It's not straight up like it doesn't end. I mean, it doesn't end in a way where it's like, oh, it came all full circle. It's just like you can tell. I don't know, like it just like it came to this certain point in like the writing process or in the creation of the project where we're just like, like they just like enjoyed how it was, and they just wanted to put it out. You know, like they didn't care about it being a perfect
product,
a perfect circle.
Yeah.
I feel like they understood, they got the message across, and it is preachy, but like I do think about the movie a lot, or like even just like the message stuck with me. Like I think about honesty a lot now, and trying to be more honest with people, and I have been, dude. I've been more honest with people.
Hey, that's good.
Susan, one of my coworkers, she has lotion, like hand lotion, and my hands are dry as fuck recently because of the summer. And I used some. I'm like, fuck, I used some of her lotion without asking her. So I just went up and I told her, like, yo, I used some of your lotion. I hope
What'd
it's okay.
she say?
She said, oh yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. Good. I was like, that's all right. Thank you for
Good
telling
for
me.
you.
Yeah, basically. But just shit like that. That's why I'm like considering going up and talking to Mike about shit talking me. You know. Yeah, thank you for supporting me in that thought. It makes me feel a lot more comfortable.
You should listen to this song by this artist. His name's Kanye West. He has this song called Spaceship, and he says that if my manager insults me again, I will be assaulting him. You gotta think like that, man.
For real.
But
I've been thinking about like how to shit talk him in his face for a little bit.
You don't even really have to shit talk.
I'm not
because
gonna.
If all you gotta do is say like straight up like what's up?
You just
what's
gotta,
up?
You gotta be honest.
And he's gonna shit his pants. You know what I mean?
Should I record the conversation?
Yes. Yes. We were just having this conversation about recording conversations.
Yeah, I want to record more conversation. I want to have more audio recording stuff.
That's what that's what I've been doing.
What do you think about the scene where Philip Seymour Hoffman's like, this is the scene in the movie?
Yeah. See, that's another meta part too, right? He's like, well, I think they have this in movies because this really happens. This really happens.
Oh, dude, that part. I was like, what the fuck? Dude, I was rolling, bro. Oh god, dude.
It's just like
I was like, what the
it's something too, like, I mean, even if you don't like watch like a whole lot of movies, like surface level like movie watchers can watch that and like be like, yo, like they enjoy it.
How do you even react to that?
I don't know.
Like how Philip Seymour Hoffman did later on when he's like,
what do you think about the scene where like,
oh god,
the dogs eat like the morphine pills?
Oh yeah,
and one of the dogs
yeah, I didn't understand that, to be honest, because then at the end of the movie they're taking out Earl Partridge's body, but then there's a second bag from the dog. I'm like, oh shit, you know, like he fucked up.
That's pretty cool the way they shot that though. There's like a scene where the dogs actually like eat the fucking like pills.
Yeah.
Like, it's cool that he shows that, you know? That had to be something that wasn't like super easy to film, I imagine. That's how I feel about like half the shots though. It's like, I feel like this should take like a day to do.
It probably did.
Oh
yeah.
My god.
It'd be fun to see all the behind the scenes for this movie.
You should check out the documentary.
Yeah. It feels like it should have taken like, this came out in 1999. It feels like it should come out in like 2002.
Oh, speaking of 2002, you know, great score too from John Bryan, who also did Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Oh shit!
He also worked on Late Registration, Kanye's second album.
Damn.
But it's interesting too, because I feel like what keeps the momentum is obviously the music, and it's like it's not even just like the actual songs they put in there, but there's just so much orchestral music that's pushing forward the momentum. But then there's also like a whole bunch of scenes where there's like the absence of music too. During the conversation between Tom Cruise's character and the reporter, you know, there's this when he's what did he say? I'm silently judging you.
Yeah.
And it's like it's just
it's this scene.
Yeah. It's just like it's literally silent. There's no music, and it's like 30 seconds. You know, nothing. Yeah, nothing's happening. And then also the music cuts out when John C. Reilly loses his gun too. He's like, oh shit, fuck. So it's just pretty clever uses or absence of it.
When the frogs rain down, there's a scene where the gun falls.
Yeah.
There's a shot where the gun falls.
Full circle.
Yeah. That I guess so. This part where like they kiss each other and then Melora Walters or Claudia says, would you object to never seeing me again, is like a lyric from an Amy Mann song.
Oh really?
Like almost like exactly. He like stole the lyric kinda. What do you think about the last shot where the song's playing and like she's just sitting there and then he sits down and
and
she
smiles.
It's sweet.
It's wholesome. Yeah, it's just supposed to be like the world is healing type beat.
Did it heal?
No, we're like way worse right now.
What do you think of the scenes where
like it's like the Matrix where it's like, oh yeah, dude, take the red pill, but like, I don't know, corporations managed to find a way to use it and make it.
Yeah, corporations own the red pill. You didn't know that.
They own honesty now too.
Yeah, you can't even. Yeah,
you can't tell the truth anymore.
Or the truth is now trendy. You know what I mean? There's only truth only matters when they want it to matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fuck this shit.
What do you think of the scenes where like the fat kid makes fun of Stanley? And do you think he named him Stanley because of Stanley Kubrick? Because there's the part where like, okay, knowing like he met Tom Cruise on like the set of Eyes Wide Shut. There's that, and then there's the part where like you're introduced to Tom Cruise's character with the 2001 music.
Yeah.
And then he makes the super smart kid with black hair named Stanley.
I don't know if that's a Stanley Kubrick reference, but maybe it could be. Do you think he thought Stanley was smart?
I don't know. What do you think?
I mean,
we gotta wait till you see the other movies because I actually want to talk about Kubrick in relation to the other movies.
Yeah,
there's a lot more reference.
I'm just saying.
And then what does it mean? All right, let's say he did.
What are the clouds? Oh, sorry. What?
I would say, let's say he did. Okay. What does it mean that the kid needs to piss the whole time?
It means he needs to like urinate, and they don't care.
It's just more about holding something in, you know. It's like
he always has to. He's always like the last. He always has to answer like the final Jeopardy thing. Because remember, like he's like, I'm not doing it this time. I'm not doing it. And then Philip Baker Hall's like, I don't even need to ask. Stanley, get your butt over here. You know.
That part's funny.
He's tired of it.
Can I read the chat real quick?
Yeah.
It said, but the rapper kid got cut out. The dude John C. Reilly was following in the rain was the rapper kid's dad, and the white kid was supposed to meet them and see how the rapper's dad loved him and protected him and shit. Hence, you should love me more, dad. Oh. He said, I watched a documentary that ends with him and Fiona Apple making out. I said, and then Elwood said in quotes, you're a pig of a person. There's a justice in this world. You're a pig. Lou Reed, take it with you, Nori. What the fuck does that mean, Elwood?
Wow.
What do you mean, wow?
Oh, just Lou Reed.
Okay. The movie line in Magnolia was the greatest line I heard when I was 14. The movie line in Magnolia was the greatest line I heard when I was 14.
The Philip Seymour Hoffman.
This is the part of the movie.
Oh, yeah. Then Elwood said, Anthony cheating. He's got the playthrough guide.
That's not cheating. It's just using your resources, man. Why you got to do everything on your own? You're going to end up failing because one day you're just going to be empty. You're going to be dry. So you could call me a cheater, but I'll still be here.
Dang. Oh. Elwood said, seeing Stanley holding in his piss reminds me of Stanley Kubrick, but also the underground rapper Kanye West.
Yeah, genius.
Dude, I really shouldn't get old. I'm going to be like Joe Biden.
You're going to get like Joe Biden?
Yeah, probably.
What does that mean?
I have the same birthday as Joe Biden.
Dude!
He's a Scorpio.
Are you a Scorpio?
Yeah.
You're a Scorpio?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Gemini gang.
Dang.
Me, Paul Thomas Anderson, Kanye.
What am I?
Oh. You guys are all Geminis?
Yeah.
Oh. Dang.
What are you?
Elwood is a Taurus.
Oh, the bull?
The bull, yeah.
What are you?
Aries.
Oh. Bad news.
Is that bad news? I thought Scorpio was bad news.
Scorpio's kind of bad news. But
Gemini's kind of bad news, too.
Yeah.
Like all of them are bad news.
You know what? We're just news at this point. There's no such thing.
We should make oh, that's a cool name, Bad News. That'd be a cool group
Bad
name.
News Productions.
Yeah, that sounds tight as fuck.
Hear the good news, hear the bad news.
No, just bad news. I like it just bad news.
No, but you know how they say like the gospel, like hear the good news of Jesus?
I didn't go to church that much.
You've never heard the good
I have
news?
heard that though. Yeah,
Okay.
I have heard that, but I didn't go to church that much.
What did the frogs mean to you guys? Just is there anything of it?
I knew it would take research. it didn't. It was just like a twist. For me, it was just a twist, like a what the fuck moment. And like also kind of like a play on words for like it's raining cats and dogs, but
They
it's raining
say that
frogs
the
and
whole
frogs.
movie.
Yeah, they say it several times,
Yeah.
but it's like it's not raining cats and dogs, it's raining frogs and frogs. But like as for like what it means, I really don't know. I'd have to research it. I mean, you said it was like a reference to like the Bible or something, right?
Yeah, because it was one of the plagues that God did to Egypt because he wouldn't let the Egyptian Pharaoh wouldn't let the Israelites free because they were slaves at the time. But in this sense, you know, is it really punishment or because that's that part of the thing about it that's like almost like that Y2K impending doom. You know what I mean? Something's coming. We don't fucking know what, right? But at the same time, it almost feels more just like COVID or something, the great equalizer. Fuck, everyone's got to deal with this shit. You know what I mean? But I don't even know, to be honest. Beyond that, you know, if anything, the song does the same exact thing, right? It's like a shared moment. But sorry,
I was gonna say I like thinking about it like that, like a shared equalizer.
What do you think, Elijah?
First time I saw it, I was like, I get why frogs are on the poster.
Yeah.
No, I just thought it was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You know, I didn't even really connect it to the Bible too much, I think. But I thought it was clever. Like, it was just like,
why
frogs? If you want to do something that just like throws the audience off, I guess that's what you would do. Something you would do.
Is that what you would do?
I don't know if that's I think that's what Paul Thomas Anderson would do.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what I would do, but that's the cool thing too. Like, you know, like the whole Quentin Tarantino thing with like the Inglourious Bastards, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. That's kind of like something he does.
Revisionist history.
Yeah. In a way, like people compare. We were talking about how they compare the two, but in a way they're like different. Like, it's not like he does that. That's what makes it so good too. You know, it's not like every one of his movies has like a frogs raining scene where it just comes out of left field and you're like, what the fuck? So it just makes it feel like each film is kind of like a singular, you know, an idea. That's just crazy too, like pitching this.
Yeah.
Like, there's going to be a scene where like frogs rain and they're like, how are you going to do that?
Yeah, that'd be fucking. I wonder how he thought of that. I feel like the frogs also give it like. At least for me, when I was watching it, it almost turned into like a fairy tale, like straight up. Like it literally felt like for a moment like Shrek.
Because the movie's pretty straight up.
Yeah.
Until that part.
Yeah, that part. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
I like, you know, like how in like some movies, like some action movies particularly, they'll like show an action and then they'll replay it like in slow motion or like 50
John Woo
times.
style.
Yeah, that's what that moment felt like. The frog scenes, because like they show everybody's like first reaction.
Yeah, right when they fall.
Yeah, it's like they like replay that one moment like across the whole board, you know, and that's.
They made it look really good though.
Yeah.
They did make it look pretty good, even if they did use CGI.
It was so cool seeing everybody's like reaction to it. It's just like, oh, dude, you're about to see frogs. Fucking
like
so funny.
Claudia's character, she does a line.
The frogs.
Or Philip Seymour Hoffman, he's like, why are frogs falling from the sky or some shit like
There's
that.
There's frogs falling from the sky right now.
That's so funny.
But then Tom Cruise's character just ignores it, right? He's just
his dad's dying.
Yeah.
But to be honest, you know, I don't know about his performance right there, because they hold the shot, and it's very powerful when the tear falls. But there's probably a good like 20 seconds before the tear actually falls, where it's like, is it gonna happen? But like not in a good way. Like I don't like. It just felt like he's just like, I don't know. I felt like Philip Seymour Hoffman's performance in the back, out of focus, was more powerful.
That scene where Philip Seymour Hoffman's like administering the morphine. That's pretty tough. It's pretty silent and like he's like sniffing and just like Jason Robards is just there like helpless. He was like also kind of like dying in real life.
Yeah, he had cancer at the time.
I don't think he saw the movie.
That's sad.
I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't see the movie.
What'd you guys think of the scene with Julianne Moore when she goes to the pharmacy?
I was talking to Elwood about that one too. Where she's like, and you called me lady.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's. I could see how it might be a little goofy, but
that's annoying though. It's like, who the fuck do you think you are? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just doing the job.
She has like the prescription. It's been prescribed to her. At the same time though, like, I mean, if you work in a pharmacy, I'm sure sometimes you see some interesting characters walk in, and people who might like, you know, what you have can like kill somebody.
Yeah.
And then you see someone coming in there that's like not happy. So like, you don't want someone to like kill themselves or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy was a douche. But she was also kind of tweaking.
Yeah, I don't know about in that part too. Like, just her vocal performance is just a little like. She's just inhaling a lot. You liked it though?
I don't know if I ever. I don't think I have a problem with that one. The one that the scene, I guess, with Julianne Moore that might be a little like a lot is when she's talking to the lawyer, and the lawyer's just kind of like, calm down. That's melodramatic, but I don't really have too much of a problem with the performances aside from like the John C. Reilly, like Melora Walters one, where it's just like it's just too. It's trying to. That's where it feels like Punch Drunk Love, like not realized. Quirky characters, but like in a movie that shouldn't be this quirky.
Dude, this podcast feels like fucking a PTA a fucking movie.
Yeah,
Magnolia is interesting.
Magnolia is so. Let me read this real quick. Brennan said, "OMG, any Libras? Fuck off, man. Fucking men here, dude. We don't talk like that." Elwood said, "Kelly Clarkson and John Cena are also Tauruses." What the fuck, dude?
Elwood said that.
Elwood said that. John Cena's a Taurus. Elwood said, "Do you think PTA would make a film this grand now?" He also said, "Have you seen Death in Your Home? How dare you? Julianne Moore is a funny lady."
I need to see more Julianne Moore performances.
I feel like in the movie she's supposed to be like, I don't know if they say this or not, but isn't she like taking his drugs or something?
She's definitely taking something.
They don't say it outright though, right?
She's on something.
Yeah.
She's on something. Her character feels like a lot less defined though.
Yeah, she's kind of like a
kind of
floater.
just like she doesn't give a bad performance or anything, but it doesn't feel like a person as much.
And
like Boogie Nights, it feels like she's like this porn star.
It's fleshed out. Yeah.
In I was telling Norby about this. In the book, they bring up or they propose that Paul Thomas Anderson might have a difficulty writing female characters. What do you think about that? Or it might not be his strong suit.
I can kind of see that.
A little bit. A lot of them are always like, they don't have like a whole lot of agency.
At least I feel like that only really holds for me, like particularly in this movie, where like the two central female characters are just kind of just.
It definitely feels like he's writing from like a nerd perspective, you know. Like I think about like Hard 8, like Clementine's character, and it's just like, you know, like if you were a cuck or a nerd, and you're used to like hearing stories of women like that, like, or just like hearing about like promiscuous woman stories, like I can kind of see why you'd write something like that.
In like the first 4 movies, like the female characters are very like romanticized.
Right. Yeah.
Later on,
he just kind of drops all female characters.
Beast.
Licorice Pizza is a bit different.
Until you get
Licorice, but that's
20
like
years later.
Its own like example. That's interesting that they bring that up though. Like it's always cool when like, in a way, like even if you like the filmmaker, there's still like critiques you can have about him.
Yeah.
What advice would you give Paul Thomas Anderson? I guess for you too, I would. You got
Oh, well, someone asked if he would make a movie like this today.
Yeah.
Definitely not. I feel like he's less concerned about the world and that type of shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He's more concerned about his own world.
Mm-hmm.
He might make like a 3-hour long movie.
I mean, yeah, he'll make long movies. He makes long movies, but that
It's
doesn't
not gonna be
necessarily...
Magnolia Part 2.
That'd be cool. I would watch it.
If he would do it too, it would be like a period piece. For
Dude.
Yeah,
this isn't a spoiler.
We
or
have
anything,
to send
but
him like... Sorry, go ahead.
every movie after Punch Drunk Love is a period piece.
Really?
yeah.
Which is pretty interesting.
That is interesting.
And maybe that's why he gets compared to Quentin Tarantino a lot, because
They both started doing it around the same time.
everything after Kill Bill's a period piece.
Right.
So.
Oh, no, after Death Proof. Or is Death Proof...
I mean, even if Death Proof isn't a period piece, like it looks like it is.
Yeah.
So.
Oh,
Okay, so Kill Bill counts as one movie, but Death Proof also counts as one movie.
Yeah, right?
I think so. So there's Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, Jackie Brown, Kill Bill, Death Proof, Inglourious Bastards, Django, Hateful Eight, and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Okay. So he's made 10 movies, but okay, he's directed. Kill Bill's one movie, technically.
To him.
When you watch Kill Bill, do you just watch one of them? I don't like Kill Bill, so I don't really watch it.
I've only
but-
seen
You don't
both,
like
I've
Kill
only
Bill?
seen both of them once.
Not really. No, I'm not.
I thought
I'm
you said-
also
I
not
thought you
really
said
into
you-
like
I-
samurai movies, though.
I thought you said you did like Kill Bill.
You heard wrong.
I thought I must be living in like
Kill
a
Bill
fucking
isn't
different
bad,
universe all of a sudden.
But I'm not really into like. I never really got into like kung fu, so maybe I feel like if I watched more like almost
Who the
like the
hell is
stuff that
this?
influenced it. But then again, I saw Lady Snowblood, and it was just like.
Well, Lady Snowblood's a bad example of it, or like
think
even
so?
though it's like a big influence on the movie, it's like
roaches.
that's that was like the structure and thematic like bones of the story. That's not the actual stylistic parts of it, right? The action in Lady Snowblood is not the action in Tarantino. It pulls more from like the Shaw Brothers or stuff like that.
I need to see. I would be willing to see some of it.
We'll do a kung fu episode.
That would be probably pretty good. I saw
say-
Kung Fu Hustle a long time ago.
Oh, Stephen Chow's
You
cool.
recommended that, so I was like, I gotta check it out.
I like Stephen Chow. You know, he's kind of goofy, but it's fun.
Yeah, it's very fun. Did he do Shaolin Soccer?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to see that one.
Shaolin Soccer's fun.
They talked about that on Sardonicast. It looks fun.
What did Elwood say?
He said his female characters never totally feel realized, especially Inherent Vice. And Phantom Thread also sort of feels a little disconnected to me. I could see that.
What'd you guys say about Roller Girl?
I think we went on to something else. I don't remember.
We didn't have time.
No, okay.
And then there's a new viewer who said, I don't even know how to say your name. You said, yo, I'm done with Texas. I just got attacked by a platoon of roaches. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Sorry, bro.
I'm done with Texas. Come over here to Las Vegas, man.
Who the heck is in Texas?
Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan, yeah.
Joe Rogan posted something about baseball the other day. That was like hella lame. I forget what it was. Baseball's doing some weird shit with the rules right now, though.
What? You can't change the rules. It's baseball.
No, they're doing some kind of like dumb shit with baseball.
What are they
wanna
doing?
Put like timers on the pitchers and stuff like that.
What? What do
Like you gotta throw a pitch
time
within 20 seconds.
I mean, I can kind of see.
If they're doing some rules in like some independent leagues, and a batter got struck out because they weren't in the box in time. Do you guys know what that means?
Like inside the
batter's box. So like you know how there's like chalk around the plate?
Yeah.
That's the batter's box.
So you have to go.
They didn't
up
get
to
in
it.
there within time, and it was an automatic strike, and he had 2 strikes,
What,
so
you
he
have like
struck
3
out.
seconds to go up to it.
No, I mean in general, like if you stand in the box when you're ready to hit,
Mm-hmm.
if you're not ready to hit and if you call for time, if the umpire gives you time, you can step out,
Mm-hmm.
and then you just have as much time until you get back within reason.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's like you gotta be within the box in like a certain amount of time, and they did in some like weird minor league. some dude didn't get into the box within time, and it wasn't even like he was waiting a shit ton of time, and he just got struck out without the pitcher even throwing a pitch. Hell is stupid.
Yeah, that's fucking,
I don't like that.
That's you should do something about it, bro.
Baseball's like
what are you gonna do?
Baseball's a slow sport. Like it'd be like trying to cut Magnolia down to like 2 hours and from 188 minutes to like 130.
They're putting the fast forward button on baseball.
It's stupid. It really is stupid. And the other day, I went to a baseball game right after school ended, an Aviators game. Nothing really weird about the rules in AAA yet. It was like a 2 hour and 5 minute game, which is really short.
Yeah.
And it was just because the pitchers were like throwing a good game. So, I mean, it's still possible. I don't know. People are stupid now. What are they saying in the group chat?
Elwood said, my advice to Paul Thomas Anderson would be, in quotes, just talk to a female, bro. Like Licorice Pizza, even though she's flawed, she's still kind of like a fantasy woman. Just write woman like any other character. You would treat Daniel Day-Lewis like this. And then he also said, I hope Joe Rogan breaks your legs with a bat, Elijah. Damn.
Okay. I will say on the Licorice Pizza poster, how like she holds him up. You know what I'm talking about? In his hand, she holds him in his hand. It's kinda. But Licorice Pizza is like.
Sorry. Why'd you bring that up?
Like, cause like the fantastical thing, where she's like a fantasy. She is kind of like romanticized in the poster and shit. But in the movie, it's like a little different. But we'll be watching it again, so we'll talk about it.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
I want to get the DVD.
Damn.
Right.
Well, I'm so doggone tired.
Is there Shortcuts?
Yep. Yeah.
I saw Shortcuts about a year ago.
You're making me want to check out Robert Altman.
I need to
Again.
see more Robert Altman. You liked MASH, right?
MASH and McCabe and Mrs. Miller.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
Really good.
All right.
I give it an 8.9 out of 10.
Wait.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
It is all right. To me, it's a weird movie. Like, this is a weird movie. Like, I don't even know what to think about this movie. But the effect it's had on me is like profound.
Yeah.
You know, it's profound. But it's just like it's a weird. It's just a weird movie.
Okay, that's fair. I think I have it as like an 8 on IMDb.
Mm-hmm.
I still think about it that way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like the camera movement stuff. I love so much.
Mm-hmm.
I really like it. Like
Yeah, Elwood brought up like when they first get to the studio. That's probably the best in terms of actual staging. I just respect the sort of subtlety of the part with Frank T.J. Mackey, but the part when they go there and it's first the father and son, but then it goes away and then it's with Philip Baker Hall, and then you're away from the kid for a long ass time and you're going through all of it and you follow like this production assistant or something, and then you finally get back with them and then you go up in the elevator and then it's the Dutch angle and he's like, is it gonna rain today? You know, and until they finally go through into it.
They go in an elevator.
Yeah.
It's really I love his tracking shots so much. I want us to make something that kind of has like some similar stuff to that.
Anemone.
Just to try it out. Yeah, there's some stuff in Anemone that like.
I was telling him we should send either you should send him the script or I'll send him the script.
I can send you the script.
Yeah, send it to me.
I need to. I don't know if the script that is gonna turn out the way.
You're really rethinking the fuck out of it.
Yeah, I don't know if I need to rethink it, but I am. So. But we shot some stuff at First Friday, and I think it kind of, like, got me on the right track. So I might rewrite some of it, but we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
So.
Be fun to talk about.
All right. I'd give it an 8 out of 10.
On my new scale, I'd probably give it a pleasant surprise. You know, as a follow-up to Boogie Nights, you know, you don't expect this, but you respect it.
Mm-hmm.
Now you come to expect it. But not you don't expect another Magnolia. You just expect to be surprised. And that's what you should expect. Because, you know, with PTA, it's diverse to me. This has been a good episode.
It was very good. This is where are we at? Like at least like 4 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours and 37 minutes.
Bro, what? Bro, Dave's gonna be so mad. I'm supposed to pick. I'm supposed to pick her up right now too. So.
Oh shit! Okay. Let's see. Real quick, chat said Shortcuts is better than Magnolia. 28.5.
Who said that? Did Elwood say that?
No. Brandon said it. Then Elwood said 28.5 bubbles out of 40. It's good, but I don't think about it much besides specific parts. Not bad, but he's moved on to better things. And he said Donkey Script coming soon, way better than an enemy. Then Brandon
what
said,
did he say?
He said Donkey Script is way better than an enemy.
Okay.
Then he said,
I know who I'm gonna cast you as, Elwood.
Then Brandon said clap, great episode. Then Elwood said go get Deja, bruh. And then Brandon said no, that was Elwood. Okay, and that's it.
All right, is it adios time?
All right, wait. Elwood said, "Why do you lie, Norby?" I didn't. Yeah, he didn't say that about none to me. I told the truth for a second.
Oh,
I was just doing that because Elwood does that to me, man.
So
Elwood,
you gaslit me.
I did gaslight you for a second. I'm sorry,
wow.
but Elwood will gaslight the fuck. Like I'll be like on the phone and I'll be like talking to. Doggin will be in the room with him, and I'll be like, I tell Doggin I said hi, and then Elwood's like, yo, Doggin, he just said the N-word. I'm like, I did not see the N-word, bro. And he's like, oh man, he really doesn't like you, Doggin. And Doggin's just like, man, well, fuck him. I'm like, oh. Dude.
Bro, I got tricked by your voicemail, Elwood.
It's happened.
I guess Magnolia didn't have that profound of an effect on Norby because he still lies.
Dog, shut the fuck up. I was just trying to fuck with Elwood. And I told the truth. What are you talking about? I told the truth. I know the truth.
It's alright to lie if you have the future intention to tell the truth later on.
So the means justify the ends?
The crimes of the future.
It was like 20 seconds. It
So
was
you're
like
a
a 20 second. It was a 20 second gap. It was like a 20-second gap. I'm pretty sure not that much damage.
This isn't baseball.
It's over time. It's over time.
So there's like a leverage. There's a leverage period, leeway.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Totally. Yeah. You
get some slack.
You do some damage. It's got like mileage. You know, like in a car. The longer you drive a car, the more mileage you put on a car.
Yeah, you just wait till like you're dying so your son can come back.
Yeah, that's when it does like the most damage, and your son's telling you you're a fucking asshole on your deathbed. That's like hell on earth, you know. Like that's how you know you've done some damage.
PTA said in the commentary for Boogie Nights that his dad died, and then the next day later, the dude that played the Colonel died.
Oh wow!
And he was like really good friends with the Colonel. And he kind of said like it sucked, but it was almost good to like go through them both at the same time.
Get two birds out.
The way he talks too, like he's such a dude, you know.
Yeah, have you ever seen any interviews with him?
Maybe I have, but
the Boogie Nights interview.
You should look some up because he doesn't. Especially when you see later on in the films he makes, it's like, that's the same dude. It's like, what the heck?
Huh?
He's so
All right, we gotta get Deja a ride home.
All right, peace out, film fans.
Thank you for listening. Next episode, Punch Drunk Love, There Will Be Blood, and The Master.
There you go. You guys heard it here first. Elwood said real quick, I can't even spell that word, but Dogum knows it's a joke. Elijah is gullible. Elijah is kind of gullible.
What?
Elwood said he ate pizza during one interview. I'm assuming he's talking about pizza.
Gullible.
You do act. You're not actually gullible, but you just act gullible.
Mm-hmm.
But when he acts, Elijah's not gullible. All right. That's it. Real quick.
Can we keep these beers here?
Punch Drunk Love, There Will Be Blood, and The Master.
There you go. You heard it.
Stay tuned. That's 10 years right there.
Woo!
Yeah, 2002.
All right. Goodbye, bro.
Good night.
Goodbye, guys. See you next time.
This is bad country.